Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto used Element of Time? Part 4. Check out full playlist. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 47. The exams begin. This is it, Kenoamaru said as he, his team and Fu stood outside the gates of Konoha. Hopefully your life will be better here than it was in Taki. That sentiment would be more believable if it was not your job to say it, Fu replied hotly as they went to report to the Hokage. As Kenoamaru went on ahead with Suigetsu and Karen, Fu felt a hand on her shoulder, and she was forcefully turned around to come face to face with Yugo. What's the big idea? Fu demanded as she saw the hard expression on Yugo's face. You need to stop being so cynical with Kenoamaru, Yugo said. He truly wishes for you to adjust to what happened. He actually understands you better than you think. And just what makes you think so? Fu growled. Normally, she was a happy-go-lucky sort of person, but the straw that broke the camel's back had just been put on her, because he has told me of his past. He spent almost his entire childhood locked in a cage by his clan, for reasons he never knew, let alone could help. He was only let out when they wanted him to fight for them. Huh! But why would they treat one of their own like that? Fu asked. Who knows? All he ever knew was what they did, not why. But the point is, he was treated similarly to the way Jinchuriki have been in the past. He knows at least to an extent what you went through. That's why he feels obligated to help you. Yugo walked after Kenoamaru and the rest of the team after that, leading a slightly remorseful Fu behind him. Naruto, are you alright? Hinata asked as the panting blonde collapsed. I finally did it, Naruto said with satisfaction as he looked at the debris of the boulder he had flung the training dummy into with Shinra Tensei. Thanks to Kurama giving him so much chakra, he could almost endlessly train and master the path in a short time frame, despite the fact that he could not rely on shadow clones for it. He was also having a few clones work on the other paths, but he could not have that many on it at a time due to the disorientating effects of having so many fields of vision when he used the Rinnengan that he was still getting used to. So he had more clones studying the dojutsu and training methods with the Rinnengan shut off. I can finally use Deva Path effectively in combat, Naruto said as he got up. You shouldn't dash, Hinata began, but Naruto held up a hand, took out a can of whipped cream and made 100 shadow clones, each with cloned cream. You know what to do, he told all of them as they ran off into different directions, as if looking for someone or something. Noticing the confused expression on Hinata's face, he said, What? Do you really want Isaac around right now? Hinata took the moment to giggle as she realized what Naruto was doing before the concern returned. You shouldn't push yourself so hard, you know, she said as Naruto used Deva Path to bring the training dummy back to himself. I don't want to see you work yourself into the ground. I know, but if that Raisin we are up against really is the same as the one we read about, then I am going to have to be as strong as I can possibly get before the time comes if I want to face him. I mean, he went up against the guy who defeated the Jibi and created the ninja world, and he would have had to be stronger than Nagato was to accomplish that. And I had gone up against Nagato, and would have lost without Itachi to bail me and be out that time. If I am to defeat a guy who could go toe-to-toe with someone with an even greater mastery of the Rinnengan and full use of his body, I will have to be as strong with the Rinnengan myself as possible before I confront the guy. And on top of that, we still have to deal with the Akatsuki and Madara. That is a lot to deal with, and if they succeed in bringing the Jibi back again, even an incomplete form of it, we are going to have our work cut out for us. You're doing it again, Hinata said, confusing Naruto. Doing what? Trying to take on responsibility for everything by yourself. Naruto paused as the words sank in. Flashback. If you allow yourself to become arrogant and egotistical because you now have power, you will wind up the same as Madara, Itachi said to Naruto shortly after sealing Nagato. A few more words had followed before Itachi told Naruto, never forget your friends, and flashback. In this timeline, Itachi had told Hinata to make sure Naruto did not ever try to do too much alone, and she had had to remind him a few times. You don't have to stand on your own, Naruto, she said to him. Haven't we gotten this far this time by doing things together? There is no reason for us to stop walking down the same path, along with everyone else that has been on the road to a better future with us. We can't walk down that road if we don't help to pave it. Yeah, sorry, I just can't seem to stop doing that, Naruto said a little sheepishly. And don't forget, you did have me on your side from the beginning this time, Kurama said. Yeah, thanks Kurama, Naruto said before he smiled at Hinata. Still, I gotta at least make sure I pull my weight in this endeavor. But don't worry, I will leave plenty for the rest of you to do, and trust you to succeed wherever I can't. Thank you, Naruto, that's all I ask, Hinata said before they embraced. No sooner had they broken apart than Felix came out to the training grounds. Hey guys, that Alex character has arrived. And he wants to know why 100 giant squirrels that looked like they had rabies were chasing someone. Alex looked confused at the rather entertaining spectacle of a man wearing a battle kimono that was gray and a red headband ran in mortal terror, running laps around the compound as though his life depended on it. And if the mouth-foaming squirrels that were the size of humans were anything to judge by, it probably did depend on it. Like his uncle Nathan, Alex had open cuts on the tips of his fingers and palms, though no blood leaked from them. His eyes were also gray and his dark brown hair was cut down to his shoulders. He wore a short-sleeved red vest and had black cargo pants. He also had blue fingerless gloves on. Strapped to his hip was a cutlass. He was about 16 years old. Guess Naruto and Hinata wanted to have some time alone, Matthew said from behind Alex, giving the Chihanshu a start. Matthew ignored that and just ate popcorn that he somehow pulled from Kami nose whereas he watched the chase going on. What does that have to do with this spectacle? Alex asked in confusion. The guy Isaac that is being chased right now by those squirrels has developed the bad habit of always doing something that ruins the mood between the two over the past couple of years. So lately Naruto has taken advantage of the guy's fear of squirrels. Don't ask. He makes shadow clones to transform into squirrels to chase Isaac around so he is too preoccupied to disturb the two lovebirds. Recently he decided to make them all human-sized to add some terror. The whipped cream to imitate rabies is a nice new touch. You must be Alex, Naruto said as he stepped out of the compound to find Alex and Matthew both waiting right outside the doors, still watching Isaac running rather comically. I'm Naruto. You can make that many clones? For such an interesting task? Isaac asked, impressed with how casually Naruto could use the jutsu. Yep, shouldn't you let the man stop running now, Naruto? Matthew asked. As much as I am enjoying the show, if you and Hinata are done having your moment, then you could let him off the hook. Sure, fine, Naruto said as he dispelled his clones. Hinata stepped out and gave a glance at the man who had passed out from exhaustion after his fear-induced adrenaline wore off. She almost pitied him, but whenever she remembered the moments he had ruined, and those Naruto had to resort to such drastic measures she could enjoy, she lost that pity. Are you Alex Chihanshu? Hinata asked as she approached the young man. Stay away, Alex said as he backpedaled away from her, discomfort clear on his features. Hinata froze, looking slightly hurt. Yeah, Chihanshu clan alright, Matthew shook his head, glaring at Alex. Same disdain for females of the human race you all have. I apologize, Alex said. My actions were not out of disdain, but let's just say I am put on edge by women. What, you're not scared of an inferior being, are you? Vanessa said as she almost came out of the building and rapidly approached Alex. But then Felix came out of nowhere to come between her and the young Chihanshu. As a matter of fact, he is scared of you and Hinata because of your gender, but not quite directly, Felix said. I heard his story from him, and he has asked me to keep it between us, but I can say that he does not have the same problem as the rest of his clan. What do you mean he is not directly scared of them? Naruto asked, giving Alex a hard look. He has been traumatized at a young age by a certain event which I will not elaborate on that is connected to this mindset of his. He is still capable of interacting with you too, but he needs to have some distance. Hinata nodded as Felix continued to explain that Alex would be staying to train with them until the time came for the group to return to Naruto's world. Vanessa still looked at Alex with a bit of contempt in her eyes. She hated his whole damn clan. Of course, if she openly made his life miserable, Felix would let her have it. But if she was subtle enough, her father couldn't complain. Why don't you come inside and rest for a bit? She asked with a bit of false sweetness. I'll ask my mother to make you a nice large meal for you. She was cut off as her subtle attempt to make Alex suffer a little was easily seen through by Felix, who gave her a bonk on the head to teach her a lesson. Nice try, Vanessa, but I know that your mother's cooking is something only you would ever wish on your worst enemy. Naruto sniggered at the girl. Though he could understand why Vanessa tried, even he would not try to force-feed Madara those barely edible horrors that came from Erika's kitchen if he had the chance to. Honestly, the woman should just give that hobby up. 3 days later in Suna, a large crowd of shinobi wearing different headbands were in the receiving room of one of Suna's academies. Akari and her team were among them, and she quickly spotted Genyamaru, Haku and Kin. Watch out for those three, she told Desauki and Kyoshi seriously. But sensei told me they were going to be serious competitors who should have made Chunin years ago, but their sensei just found it inconvenient to take them to the exams until now. I wonder which of them is the greatest threat, Kyoshi mused as he took in the other three Konoha genin. Well, on looks alone, I am inclined to think the big guy with the metal knuckles that he's wearing, and it looks like they are chakra conducting, but that is probably only true at close range, Desauki whispered. My guess is that he engages foes up close and personal, while they have another ace in the hole do some damage from hidden positions a good distance away. I'm not so sure about the two females in the group though. I think Duckbutt-sensei said one of them was a guy, Akari said, causing Desauki to snigger. If that's the case, I pity the poor fools who end up mistakenly asking whoever it is out. For some reason, a man wearing a Suna headband and Maka war paint that was approaching the crowd sneezed violently, at the exact same moment in Konoha where an Inuzuka did so as well. Hey Akari, how you been? Kenoamaru asked as he pushed his way through the crowd, Udan and Moegi close behind. Kenoamaru, what are you doing here? Akari asked, surprised. What do you think? We're taking the exams, Kenoamaru said. In this timeline, he was actually stronger than he had been at this point last time, owing partly to the fact that he got more practical tutoring from Naruto this time earlier on, and also trained a bit with Akari. Udan and Moegi were also better than they were previously, because they were trying to keep up with the young Sarutobi. Sakura-sensei has decided we were good enough to at least take a shot, and she thinks it will be good experience for us, even if we don't make the rank. Yep, this time Sakura is Kenoamaru's Jonin instructor instead of Ebisu. In this timeline, Itachi had set up some optional advanced classes at the academy to improve the top genin that came out of the graduation process, and decided to take full advantage of Ebisu's talent as an instructor, and put him in charge of those courses. Desauki, Kyoshi and Kenoamaru had all taken those extra credit classes. Oh, so Duckbutt-sensei's girlfriend is here too? Akari asked. Kenoamaru sniggered. Yeah, and he better watch out. Sensei is scary when she's mad, and when your sensei left without waiting for her to get back from our mission outside the village. Well, I am just glad I am not on the receiving end of her wrath like the time I first met her and thought she was a guy because of that flat chest of hers. Kenoamaru shivered as he recalled that horrible incident. He still had nightmares, Akari chortled. She had been around for that, and still had the pictures of Kenoamaru being taught a lesson. She took one last glance around to see if there were any other people of interest competing, but only spotted Matsuri and her team among the crowd. Alright, listen up all of you! The war paint-wearing man shouted to all of them, and they quickly stood rigid. A few other Sand Shinobi stood behind the man, but it was clear that they were just assistants in proctoring this exam. Starting now, you are all officially in the deep shit known as trying to improve your shinobi rank, and all of your actions from here on out will be evaluated. I am the proctor for the first part of the exam. You can all call me Kankuro. The exam as a whole will consist of 3 parts. Today we will do the first part, which involves intelligence gathering. Those of you who get the code phrase we have set up and bring it back to tell us by sundown will pass the first exam and move on to the survival portion of the test, where you become Tamari's problem. The ground rules are as follows. In order to get the code phrase, you are to find the people we have scattered throughout the village who know it. The villagers who have volunteered to participate will be able to give you a few leads here and there, but finding out who knows the phrase we are looking for and getting them to talk is on you. The ones in the village who are participating in this exam will be wearing one of these. He held out a bright purple wristband with 3 red streaks on it. You are allowed to use torture and interrogation tactics on anyone, shinobi or civilian, wearing one of these you suspect knows the code, but you are not to cause any permanent physical and or mental damage, or you will be disqualified. You are not to do anything to anyone without one of these on. If you attack or try to force any other person taking the exams to tell you what they know, that is also grounds for disqualification, though you are free to simply ask nicely, and or tell anyone else what you know should you wish to exchange information. Also, if you come back and give us even one wrong code, you are disqualified immediately, so you better be sure the source is an honest one. Most of the genin gulped, but Akari, Desauki and Kyoshi were already making plans to get what they needed. The Sharingan would have come in handy if Desauki had awakened it, but he and his team had other ways. Are there any questions? Kankuro asked. Yes? He asked one of the genin who had raised her hand. Are we allowed to use anything we have brought on us? The girl asked. As long as you obey the rules I have earlier mentioned, anything goes. You are also allowed to resupply in the midst of the exam if you have the Rio. Since in infiltration missions, you would often have the chance to visit shops if for no other reason than to acquire information. But remember that this is not always the case. Yes? Does everyone who has one of those bands on know the code? Or do they just have information that could lead us to one that does? Asked another genin. Everyone wearing a band has intel that could point you in the right direction, but also possibly the wrong one. Only some know the code, and like I said, it's up to you to determine what intel is good intel, and what intel is bad intel. Any more questions? No? Then the first exam begins. Akari and her team immediately left the building to find anyone wearing one of the bands, already formulating plans. What they did not know was that they were being watched by a group of IWA genin. I am sure of it. That girl is a Namikaze. She is the spitting image of the Yandame's wife, the leader of the team said. Then he started laughing. Perhaps we can avenge the crimes against us the Yellow Flash committed in the Third War, come the second exams. Finally decided to unload the team, huh? Sasuke said as he met Zabuza outside a bar. Yeah, I got no problems with them all getting their vests now, the mummified man said. Do you think your team stands a chance against mine? Well, while I am sure Desauki and Kyoshi could put up a decent fight against at least Kin, I know that Genyamaru and Haku should be testing for Jonin right now rather than Chunin. So Akari would kick their asses. Zabuza, who had unwrapped enough of his face to take a swig of beer, sprayed the beverage in shock. Are you really saying a 9-year-old girl could beat either one of my own stronger students? He demanded. Yep, and age has nothing to do with strength in the shinobi world these days, unless you are just a swaddling infant. But I will bet you 20,000 ryo that if Akari faces either Genyamaru, Haku, or both during the third exam, she will come out on top. You're on, Zabuza said, and they shook on it. They bantered for another minute or two when Sasuke heard the blood-chilling words, "Oh, Sasuke-kun." Sasuke paled and then said, "Please, Zabuza, tell me that the girl behind me who just said that does not have pink hair." She does not, Zabuza replied. Really? Sasuke asked, not daring to be relieved yet. No, not really, you just asked me to tell you she did not have pink hair, so I did, though it was a lie. Don't say I never do anything for you. I hate you, Sasuke said to Zabuza as he turned around to face Sakura. Why, Sasuke? I would think you weren't happy to see me, Sakura said, her tone and smile dripping with sweetness, the last way anyone who valued their internal organs and outer layers of skin would want her to address them. Why don't we catch up a bit? We didn't get a chance to when I got back from my mission, since you left before then. Yep, Sasuke was screwed. Royally, painfully, fatally screwed. Omake Top 3 Naruhina moments Isaac ruined. Number 3. This is my first attempt at an Omake. I just want to let you all know exactly why Naruto has to go as far as he does to keep Isaac away from him and Hinata when something is about to go on. Are you sure it was a good idea to let Isaac cook for us during our alone time tonight, Naruto? Hinata asked a little nervously. Well, with Felix, Vanessa, Matthew and Kyle, this Omake is from before Kyle died and Naruto got the Rinnengan. Gone on that little training trip, the alternative is to have Erika do it, and I'd rather risk Isaac's antics than that, Naruto said, and he and Hinata both shuddered as they remembered the one time they had sampled Erika's cooking. All that can be said of the results of that horror was that Naruto would rather swallow Saiken's acid than go there again. Besides, this way, we know where he is and can keep an eye on him, rather than him doing something totally unexpected to us. And here is your dinner, ladies, gentlemen, Naruto, Isaac said as he came into the room with a lidded dinner tray, and ignoring the glare he had earned from the blonde after that last word. Odd, I didn't smell anything when you cooked, Naruto said a little suspiciously, ignoring another flash of pain in his eyes. So your meal is a little raw, that's better than what Erika makes, right? Isaac said. Good point, Naruto said, and Hinata giggled. Naruto lifted the lid. And he and Hinata promptly fled the room, screaming. Apparently Isaac had downplayed the raw part, to the extent where the meat was actually still breathing. And when Naruto said he wanted Isaac to make them some steaks, Isaac had somehow thought Naruto had said snakes. Cookie for anyone who recognizes that joke. Needless to say, either of the two ever let either Erika or Isaac prepare a meal for them again. Either one would have them run screaming from their outre. Chapter 48 Shika's Troublesome Day. Alright, the first thing we gotta do is find as many of the people wearing those wristbands we can, Desauki said, and Akari nodded as she bit her thumb. She cast a few hand signs and shouted, summoning jutsu. With a poof of smoke, about 10 small monkeys were revealed. During her single apprenticeship with Sasuke, Akari had seen him use the summoning jutsu and tried it herself before the raven-haired boy could stop her. End result, Akari ended up in the forest of apes due to the fact that she had not signed a contract, and apparently monkeys were the species Akari had the highest affinity for. Sasuke had a brush with death when Kushina had found out her daughter was missing, and beat the poor boy worse than she beat Jiraiya when she had found out about him using Minato's and her honeymoon. Then she ordered Sasuke to go find Akari, which was downright unreasonable due to the fact that the poor raven-haired teen could barely move after the pounding. Luckily, Akari had gotten on well with Enma, the aging monkey king, and he had given her the monkey summoning contract, and had one of his fastest messenger monkeys get to Konoha, which was fairly close to the forest the apes inhabited, and it reverse summoned her. She did not go home right away, because one condition of her signing the contract was that she had to bring it to Kenoamaru, since Enma wanted Sarutobi's grandson to have it, but never had the opportunity to go to Konoha just to give the boy the contract. After that little scare was over, Akari and Kenoamaru were both recognized as monkey summoners, though last Akari checked, messenger chimps were all Kenoamaru could summon, while Akari could bring large gorillas into a fray. She gave each of the small monkeys some seeds and said, "Alright guys, here's what I know, don't eat those." She chided one before continuing, I want you all to find people wearing one of these and put a seed on them. I got that Yamato fellow Sasuke got acquainted with to teach me how to have those seeds send a signal back to me. The monkeys took the seeds and scattered. Shikamaru and Temari were walking down the streets of Suna, discussing the second part of the exam that Shikamaru had been in the foreign village to help set up the exams. How many teams do you think will get to the part I'm in charge of? Temari asked, and Shikamaru shrugged. I would probably have a better idea of that if I had stayed awake during the explanation of how the exams would work. Honestly, this diplomatic mission is troublesome. You're impossible to motivate, aren't you? Temari said. Ah well, at least you are easier to deal with than my two siblings. After all, one is a sexually confused guy who spends a lot of time applying makeup that he calls war paint, and the other is a former insomniac and used to get jolly out of shedding blood, and now just spends all of his time training these days. Good thing he got his seal fixed, else he would likely have driven himself nuts by now, instead of just me. Well, at least you have experience with difficult family members. I honestly feel sorry for the poor tykes when you have children, Shikamaru said. And then he was blasted through the wall when Temari struck him with her fan. She can have a bit of a temper, but she is usually not that quick to hit me. Unless, oh troublesome, it must be that time of the month. Shikamaru was thinking as Temari approached him, holding her fan like a baseball bat in both hands. Oh, and just what is wrong with my potential maternal ability? Temari demanded as she stopped right in front of Shikamaru, who paled as he tried to scoot back. In order to keep you from killing me, I am going to just refrain from answering that, Shikamaru tried. Swing and a miss. Come back here so I can kill you! Temari shouted as she chased the shadow user, who was running so fast that he almost left his greatest tool behind, which would have been quite a feat for someone who barely finds the energy to get up in the morning. Dying is a little troublesome for me today, Shikamaru muttered as he managed to lose her, though he knew she'd still be after him. Girls were so troublesome, particularly when they were PMSing. Frantically, he looked around for a hiding spot, before he finally hid in an alley. Where are you, you lazy ass? Temari shouted alarmingly close by. Shika paled as he realized that it would not be long before she came upon his position. Getting desperate, he grabbed one civilian with his shadows and yanked him into the alley, and after a quick effort to get the guy tied up, Shikamaru left wearing the guy's hooded sweatshirt, shadowing his face. Sorry, he said to the guy after tossing him some Ryo to compensate for his assault. But I kind of panicked there, and I am not good enough at transformation jutsu to fool my PMSing girlfriend who is trying to turn me inside out. With that, Shikamaru left the alley completely, and managed to pass Temari without drawing her attention. Little did he know that his day was about to get much more troublesome. Because there was a purple wristband attached to the sleeve of the sweatshirt. Blood coated the ground. There were several bodies of the thugs, and many more who were left still alive fled the one who killed the others. He let them go, not interested in petty revenge. Instead, he moved slowly towards the corpse of his one ally in this battle, tears staining his face. Alex woke with a start and shot into a sitting position, sweat covering his face. That same dream, he muttered, his forehead in his hand. Will I never escape the nightmare that is my past? He got up and left his guest room, going down for breakfast, when he saw smoke coming from the kitchen. An ashen-faced Erica came out, coughing, and she said to Alex, breakfast should be ready soon, you might want to wait a bit. Matthew came out of another room, and he saw Alex make the decision to skip breakfast and move immediately towards the training grounds. Not going to wait for the most important meal of the day? Matthew asked, and Alex looked at him. From the look of things, breakfast was ready about an hour ago. Alex deadpanned and Matthew burst out laughing. I know what you mean. The sad thing is, she's actually getting better at cooking. Here. He tossed Alex an apple. Thanks. When you grow up with her to cook for you, you learn to have other sources of food handy. A few minutes later, Alex and Vanessa stood facing each other in the training field with their blades drawn. It turned out that while Alex had trouble dealing with females when it came to casual contact, he actually had no problems fighting them in spars, or life-or-death situations, due to adrenaline helping him ignore his phobia. Naruto once unknowingly come close to angering the young Chihanshu when he teasingly asked if his fear of women had come from getting dumped at one point. Alex had shortly replied it was nothing like that before he left, leaving Naruto to realize he had mistakenly touched a nerve. Vanessa glared at Alex before she charged him, and he deftly sidestepped, and she quickly followed up with heavy, but skillful strokes. His kenjutsu style was based on the concept of completely avoiding a foe's attacks or deflecting them with as little effort as possible rather than blocking dead-on blows, and wait for an opening to get an attack of your own in. He held his body so that the side that had the hand he kept his cutlass and was facing his foe, just like a fencer, so as to present a more narrow target. And what infuriated Vanessa was that he was exceedingly good at it. She was considered an expert with swords herself, but she could not even touch Alex every time they sparred. Needless to say, this made her as frustrated as hell, when he yet again disarmed her and held his blade to her neck. "Wow, he's very good," Naruto said as he saw Vanessa storm off the field. He himself had trouble sparring with Vanessa when they only used Kenjutsu. Of course, it could just be that Vanessa's style is a bad matchup with his, but that alone would not be nearly enough to beat her, and his Kekkei Genkai is not something that you should ignore either, Hinata said. She herself had sparred once with Alex, and he was able to keep her at a good distance throughout using his clan techniques, which allowed him to endlessly produce his own blood, which left his body via the cuts on his hands, with his chakra and use it in a manner similar to Gaara's sand. The one time Hinata had gotten close enough to attack Alex, he had also shown the ability to pump a good deal of blood into his arm and increase his brute strength to an extent where he easily forced Hinata backwards. Had she had her bow, it would have been more even of a matchup. He also showed off his summons once, a creature called a Hydra. It was a creature similar to a dragon, except it had no elemental breath, and its body consisted of a single inflexible tail, 2 legs, a torso, and 3 heads with very long snake-like necks. Alex had said that if one head was removed, 2 more would grow in its place, unless the wound was immediately closed somehow. Another thing that could make fighting one of them a pain was the fact that their blood was highly acidic and toxic, to a point where it could dissolve most metals easily. Naruto mentally sized up their new comrade. It was already evident that he was at least high Jonin level, if not low Kage. So far, he had only seen Felix beat him, and he was eager to try his hand against Alex himself at some point. That was not too difficult, Ken said as she put away a vial she had. Over the past couple of years, she had learned more about certain toxins that she could use for various purposes. She had already coated most of her Samban in venoms that caused the victims to hallucinate, making her genjutsus more effective. She also had some decent truth serum, which helped get honest answers out of people, extremely effective when she added the before-mentioned toxins and genjutsu combo. As a result, once they had found a few people with the purple bands, one of them a Suna genin not taking the exams, they had no problems getting answers from them, and they did not do any serious harm to anyone who volunteered for this. In fact, they were probably one of the more lenient teams. Team Zabuza had few doubts that some other genin might get a little carried away and at least come close to getting disqualified to get the code word. "Hopefully we have the right code phrase," Haku said. "Please, you're talking to an expert at this sort of thing," Ken boasted. "Even before I had added poison to my repertoire, I learned a thing or two from my time as an Otonin. If I was being lied to, I would know. If the phrase we got gets us disqualified, I will repeat those exact same words to you," Genyamaru said. Shikamaru sighed with relief. It seemed that he would be escaping Temari's wrath for today. He had actually just had a reminder of just how troublesome a temperamental girlfriend could be when he saw Sakura standing next to a set of legs sticking out of the ground and kicking. It did not take a genius of his level to figure out that the legs belonged to Sasuke, and he had done something to make Sakura mad enough to pile drive him with that chakra-enhanced strength of hers. Shikamaru shivered as he pictured Temari doing the same thing to him. His thoughts were interrupted when he stepped on some ninja wire set up as a tripwire. With no warning, a bucket of banana sauce was dumped on him. "Now what?" he asked as he whipped around to see Kenoamaru and his core standing behind him, the former having a few little monkeys on his shoulders. "Now that we have your attention, you can just tell us what you know about the code phrase that will get us into the second exam," Kenoamaru said. "What makes you think I know anything about the first exam?" Shikamaru asked, though he paled as his genius mind was already connecting some dots. He knew that the first exam was to get some kind of intel from some villagers who were assisting with the exam for a good amount of Rio, but he had fallen asleep before he had heard anything else about the explanation. But he had noticed that there were several people wearing the same wristband he had in his rather desperate disguise, and that one of them seemed to be pestered by a team from Kumo, though Shikamaru did not think anything of those at the moment. He had simply thought that the wristbands were some sort of fashion statement, but now he had the nagging suspicion that they were the markers on who was fair game for the genin teams. The suspicions were confirmed when Kenoamaru told him, "Don't play dumb, you wouldn't be wearing that stupid thing if you weren't part of the exam. Look kid, this is all a big mix-up, I am not part of the dash, sick him." Kenoamaru shouted as a bunch more monkeys jumped out of hiding spots in the ambush area and Shikamaru paled, already realizing why banana sauce was what was in the bucket. And with that, about 20 monkeys began to maul him. "The oasis lies in the center of the desert," one of the villagers told a genin team from Kusa. The grass genin had put a genjutsu on him that made his ears ring endlessly until they chose to break it, basically annoying an answer out of him. They thanked the guy as they left. They did not realize that one of Akari's monkeys had tagged them with one of the seeds, this one working like a bug. About half an hour later, Akari whooped. The bugged seed had sent all sounds around the Kusa team directly into Akari's ear for the past half hour, and she had found out what the code was and that it was the right one when the Kusa team was announced to have passed. I did not expect them to have the right code, Desauki said, showing mild surprise. After all, they did not seem to go to much trouble to confirm it. True, but it looks like both of our teams are lucky despite that, Kyoshi said before they were interrupted by a certain lazy genius skidding to a halt in their midst, covered in several cuts and bite marks. He was also rather wet, and one of his shoulders had been covered in some kind of foul-smelling goop. His hood had been torn off by this point. Shika, is that you? Akari asked, a little confused about why the Nara was in such a state. Shikamaru immediately grabbed her shoulders and shook her, a frenzied look of desperation in his eyes. Please tell me you have the code phrase, Akari. I've been hunted all day by that partner in crime of yours, and I need to get him off of my back. I didn't know you were part of the first exam, Desauki said as he looked at the band. I'm not. I was trying to escape Temari, and I'd put on the wrong disguise. Please help me. I have been caught in more traps than I care to count. Ramen for a week after the exams, Akari said with an evil gleam in her eyes. Deal. After that, Akari gave him the code and they headed towards the building they were supposed to bring it to. Not a moment too soon too, because once they were gone, Kenoamaru and his two teammates skidded around the corner, all of them holding water balloons filled with Tabasco sauce, a rather spicy sauce, and I know from experience that you do not want that to get in your eyes. You ready to talk yet? Kenoamaru said with an evil grin. Yes, Shikamaru said. The oasis lies in the center of the desert. I dunno, I think you may be giving us a wrong one, Moegi said as the team poised their arms to throw, aiming right at Shika's face. It's the truth, I swear. It would be too troublesome to lie. Fine then, but if we're disqualified, we're coming back for you, Kenoamaru warned, and they dropped the dangerous tools and left. Wait, was that guy familiar to you? He asked the core and they shrugged. Probably nothing, Shikamaru sighed with relief. Usually he could have gotten out of a lot of things easier than that, but that kid was nearly as unpredictable as Naruto. It still beat the Nara how he could set so many traps so fast and where he got all those materials on short notice. Did he know how to make a couple shadow clones already? Or did he just have some help from his monkey summons? At least he could finally relax. There you are, a falsely sweet voice said as its owner stuck her blonde-haired head over the line of sight the laid-back Nara had. Shikamaru began sweating profusely as he remembered that he lost the hood of his sweatshirt to the little buggers that were Kenoamaru and his team. His doom chuckled sadistically as she prepared to beat him to within an inch of his life. I've been looking for you all day, you know. Suna's villagers immediately fled from the rather scary shouts of pain that late afternoon once they were heard. Chapter 49 The Labyrinth. 42 teams exactly, eh? Kankuro mused as looked over the teams in the building once the sun set. Guess we gave too many people the code phrase. But we wanted to be sure that there would be enough who knew it for teams to pass based on ability rather than just bad luck on not encountering someone. Oh well, you are all Temari's problem now, so it will be her job to weed out the weaklings in these exams. Alright, listen up. Temari shouted, drawing attention from the animator weeping, plaster-casted body she was dragging along with her. No prizes for guessing who the poor fella in there is to her. We will be doing a survival portion of the exam tomorrow morning. I expect you to be at Training Ground 13 at 6 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Yeah, can't wait to bust some heads tomorrow, Akari said loudly enough to earn her some attention from the other genin in the room, and causing Desauki to clap a hand over her mouth. You want to make an enemy of every other genin in the room? The young Uchiha deadpanned before they headed back to the hotel room, where Sasuke was waiting for them. Man, they have us wait until around 9 to go home and then they expect us to get up before 6 to go to the training grounds? Kin was muttering to herself when they got back to their own hotel. How are we supposed to get enough sleep after all that? Oh, shut up, Zabuza said, putting down the magazine he had been reading. It is not that rare for shinobi to have to do a lot of their work on only a little sleep. Deal with it. So Zabuza-sensei, what have you been up to today? Genyamaru asked as Haku sat down to examine his sanban in preparation for the next day. Oh, I actually ran into the teachers of 2 of the other teams from Konoha, Zabuza smirked. And got some blackmail material on one of them, he said as he took out several pictures he had taken, all of them of Sakura giving Sasuke a lot of pain. One of the same scene Shikamaru witnessed with Sasuke being buried headfirst into the ground, and another one of Sakura holding Sasuke by one leg and using him as a weapon to settle some score with a nearby building. I didn't realize blackmail was your style, Zabuza-sensei, Haku chuckled. No it isn't, but I bet Naruto will pay some good real for the pictures so he could use them. Naruto suddenly felt giddy as he was infusing some chakra into the scales Alex's Hydra had shed. I suddenly feel that if I save my Rio, 5 of my birthdays are going to come at once, he said as he continued his task. Apparently, the animal path actually required the Rinnengan user to use yin-yang style chakra on something organic to basically cultivate a creature for the Rinnengan user to use. As the newly made organism grew, chakra receiver rods were to be implanted to speed the process up, as well as control the body's maid. It was also possible to give the grown organism actual life rather than have it be brain dead and follow orders, but it was very risky to actually create souls with that jutsu. In fact, it was that final action that had killed the Rikudo Sennin rather than old age, though he was certainly told by that as well, when he had given 9 personalities to the bijou he had made after splitting the Jubi's chakra into 9 parts and creating the moon to seal the Jubi's body. Reviving the dead was easier, because all you were doing was healing damage to a body, restarting it, and calling an already existing soul to it. Still daunting, but far more realistic than creating a soul from will and chakra alone. At any rate, once the organism was done growing, only the Rinnengan user that had created it could summon it, and one other cool thing was that these summons did not go anywhere when they were dismissed, they simply popped out of existence until called upon again, and it did not matter what dimension you were in, you could still call upon them. Naruto focused for a moment before a dark orange metal rod materialized in his hand. The creation of all things ability actually came somewhat easy for him, since it involved creating things with your will, and very few had a willpower that could match Naruto's. A few of his limitations were the fact that he had to be careful about creating thinking beings, because again, that would not only drain his reserves close to dry, but his life force would also be tapped as well, and he had to have at least a basic understanding of how something worked, because he had dealt with Nagato's chakra receiver rods before, and read a little on the same general things in this dimension. He even figured out how to make them come out any color he wanted, instead of black. Felix had shaken his head and muttered figures when he first saw Naruto make an orange rod. When you were actually creating a creature, you still had to understand a bit about how its body works, though that is much easier if you simply channeled the chakra into genetic material, since DNA held the blueprint of the body. Hence the fact Naruto was currently cultivating Hydra scales into an organism. He had also added some of Alex's blood to the creature he was growing, in order to add his Kekii Genkai to it, one of the things that could be done with Animal Path. If this worked the way Naruto wanted it to, he would have a many-headed giant serpent with acidic blood that it could control in the same way as a Chihanshu could, and would regenerate 2 heads every time one was removed. He was in fact already halfway done with another of his summons, a dragon he was cultivating from Vargan's scales, and some blood given by Felix, the end result hopefully being a dragon that could use any elemental breath, not just a single one it was born with. Naruto stuck a rod in the piece of flesh that looked similar to an embryo, before turning to the half-grown dragon. 2 more days before you're done, he said to the form. I wonder what else I could make to make old Nagato eat his heart out. Hey Duckbutt-sensei, we're back! Akari shouted as her team entered the hotel room in a different building than Zabuza's team was. When they heard a simple HNN in response, Desauki said, "We'd better stock some provisions. There is no telling what amount of time the survival portion of the test is going to be set in." "Way ahead of you," Akari said as she pulled out a scroll and unsealed a cooler large enough for 2 people to fit in. "Since I can't eat ramen all the time, I made sure that I had a few of my wood clones go shopping for us before the stores closed down for the night. And I brought this baby from Konoha and put a bunch of water in the freezer, so we could have plenty of ice to keep some provisions cool for a while, so we don't have to eat nasty ration bars either." "I hear you, those things belong in the TNI department. If they fed those to prisoners, we'd have all the intel we could ever need," Desauki shuddered. "I swear, the day I find the civilian who designed those for Shinobi, I will get 100 bars and force feed them to him." "And if it's a woman?" Kyoshi asked. "I'm very equality-minded, so yes, her as well. I borrowed that joke from a Halo book." "Hey, where the hell is all of my ice?" Akari asked in irritation as she found the freezer empty. "I kind of used it," Sasuke groaned from the room. "I am currently covering all the parts of my body that hurt right now." "I made enough to cover your entire body," Akari shouted as she went into the room. Sure enough, there was Sasuke, buried under a lot of ice. "Exactly," Sasuke muttered as he got into a sitting position, looking like a walking bruise. Hold that thought," Akari said as she left the room. Desauki and Kyoshi instantly took out Ryo bills, having heard that Sasuke had gotten himself beat up. Akari also took some of hers out too. "He got carried away training," Desauki bet. "He got into a fight with another Jonin, or some equivalent number of lower ranks," Kyoshi wagered. "You're both wrong. He likely pissed off Sakura somehow," Akari gambled. They all shook on the bets, and they went into Sasuke's room. "So what were you saying, sensei?" Akari asked. Sasuke sighed as he said, "Sakura was not very happy that I left for the exams without her, and she made that quite clear." Sasuke then sweat dropped as he saw Desauki and Kyoshi hand Akari their money. "Guess I had better put more water in the freezer," Akari said with a satisfied giggle. "In the meantime, you two seal away anything that will keep on its own in these." She handed them a bunch of scrolls. "Got it," Desauki replied. He held them in his arms and asked, "Got enough for a month-long trip or something?" Then one of the scrolls fell out of his arms and caused Akari to trip. Instantly, Desauki dropped the ones he was holding and managed to catch her by wrapping an arm around her before she could crash to the ground. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," she said as she fully settled back onto her feet. Their eyes met for a second before they blushed a bit and quickly returned to their tasks. "Good job," Gaara was telling Matsuri as she started sealing provisions for her team for the next part of the exam. "On what, Gaara-sensei?" Matsuri asked. "Getting past the first part of the exam," Gaara replied. "I hope you make Chunin, so I no longer have to fill the shoes of your sensei." Matsuri looked hurt for a moment before she asked, "Are you trying to get rid of me?" "Not at all. In fact, the reason I have not gotten closer to you is because it is considered unprofessional for a sensei and student to have feelings for one another, even if they are close to the same age. I want to be able to show my feelings for you without raising a few eyebrows." "I see, but since when did you care about what the main populace thought, since I had a bija sealed within me and had to fight so hard to gain the respect I now have? I do not wish to give the villagers reason to mistrust me again. It would also harm your reputation if we were to start going out while we were supposed to have a student-teacher relationship and nothing more." "Yeah, you're probably right. So I had better make the rank then, haven't I?" "Do not worry, I know you have it in you." "Oh yeah, I cannot wait to be a Chunin," Kenoamaru exclaimed happily, irritating his pink-haired sensei. "I'm going to take one giant step towards my goal of being Hokage, and I will impress Akari." "Why is that important to you?" Udan asked, and Kenoamaru went a little pink. Well, she is one of my rivals and my pranking partner, so I honestly want her to admire me," he replied a little bashfully. I think someone's got a crush," Moegi said, causing Sakura to snigger and Kenoamaru to face fault. "No, I don't have a crush on her." "What, are you stupid? She's the younger sister of the guy who taught me most of what I know." "That's just gross," Kenoamaru frantically said in denial. It was pretty obvious he was just trying to save face, and that he really did have feelings for her. But that was suddenly not the immediate issue as the hapless Sarutobi felt Sakura's killing intent. "What was that, brat?" she asked, cracking her knuckles as she approached the scared shitless boy. "Are you saying that I did not teach you all that much?" Meyer said guy who taught me the most, nothing about girls, ahehe, Kenoamaru managed to say. Swing and a miss. The boy began screaming as Sakura pummeled him, and Udan and Moegi were suddenly nowhere to be found. Smart kids. "Is everyone here?" Temari asked the teams next morning outside of Training Grounds 13 at 555. "Good, since we have all 42 teams, let me go over the rules for this exam. First, you see behind me Training Grounds 13, also called the Labyrinth." The teams looked at the solid wall that enclosed the training grounds. Shikamaru then said, "Yep, what is in there is a rather say troublesome, and I'll make sure you suffer so bad you will think what I did to you yesterday was a relaxing massage," Temari threatened, causing all of the genin to sweat drop and Kenoamaru to wince in sympathy for the Nara. "Alright, fine. As you all likely guessed, is in there is a rather bothersome maze about twice the size of another particular training grounds, the Forest of Death, which is rather famous in Konoha." Temari twitched at the bothersome statement, but decided to let it slide. "There are 50 entrances to the labyrinth, and each team will be going into a different one. Your mission to get to the building in the center of the maze, built next to an oasis. Here's the catch though. You need to have these." She pulled out 3 scrolls, one with the kanji for rain, another having the kanji for sun, and the final one being of sand. "Originally, we were going to do just 2 different scrolls, the same as is usually done, but when this many teams pass, we add a 3rd scroll." "So how do we get the scrolls then?" one of the genin asked. "Easy. There are 42 teams here, so that, divided by 3, is 14. So that means we will be randomly giving 14 teams a sand scroll, 14 a sun scroll, and the remaining 14 a rain scroll. That means that you will have to take scrolls from each other in there before you make it to the center. So at most, 14 teams will pass." She proceeded to explain the rest of the rules to the teams, which were similar to the ones in the same exam in Konoha. She also warned them that the top of the maze was shielded by a barrier jutsu, so that any attempt to travel the maze from atop the 20-foot walls would be ill-advised. "Also, we will be giving you 7 sets of these," Temari continued as she showed them 6 stacks of paper. "Each piece of paper is 1/6 of the map, so that means there will be 7 maps in all for you. These are not needed to pass the exam like the scrolls are, but they are also important if you want to navigate the maze effectively. Any questions?" she finished. When none were forthcoming, the materials were handed out, the forms were signed, and each team was moved to a different entrance. "Odd," Shikamaru muttered as he looked at the assorted teams. There seemed to be about 11 IWA teams in this part of the exams, even more than Suna's 10. Did they collaborate on something to get through the first exam? This could be troublesome. Looks like we got a southern portion of the map while we are going in through a northern entrance, Akari mused as she and her teammates looked intently at the map. From what they could tell, there were several narrow corridors that only one person at a time could go through, and a few others that were much wider, so we will have to have other ways to navigate, at least for now. Yo, Shikamaru said as he appeared in a shunshin. Hey, what are you doing here, you lazy bum? Akari asked. Just thought I would let you guys know, there seem to be quite a few IWA Nin in these exams, and I don't think I need to tell you guys why that would worry me, the Nara said, and Akari, Desauki and Kyoshi nodded. We'll be careful, Desauki promised as a large bell went off and the gate to the labyrinth opened, allowing the three genin to dash into the setting for the second exam. Omake top 3 Narahina moments Isaac ruined number 2. And here we are, Naruto said one night as he and Hinata were enjoying a starlit stroll on the wall of the Ishori's clan compound. One of the most clear nights you will ever find. Hopefully Isaac is asleep by now, Hinata said, and Naruto shuddered. I know, he just seems to love to mess with us. And he seems to have some kind of ninth sense on when we are alone together. What are 7 and 8? You don't want to know, Naruto deadpanned and Hinata giggled. That was before a glop of bird poop landed on her shoulder. Just great, Naruto moaned. The one time we are safe from Isaac, the bird bother us, he muttered as he took a rag from his pocket and wiped the excretion off of her as she shuddered in disgust. And then more bird poop rained down on them. Eek. Hinata shrieked as Naruto hastily took off his jacket and used eye sort of cover to shield him and Hinata. What the hell? Naruto demanded as he looked up to see a lot of birds blotting out the sky, all of them aiming to poop on them. Kami, I love animation seals, Isaac said, and the two turned to see him sitting on the edge of the wall, taking photos of their predicament. Naruto seethed as he realized what Isaac was talking about. An animation seal was something you used on anything that resembled a living creature, and it turned that item into actual flesh and blood, though they were just like robots that just did whatever you programmed into the seal instead of an actual living creature with a soul. It was obvious what Isaac had done. You know, next date you two should go out for dinner. Might I recommend the Duka-O Splat? Or maybe some chicken bombs? He laughed at his own wit. Oh, that's a great idea, Naruto snarled. And for the entertainment, we can have a Rinnengan shoved up the ass of a stupid Triclops. Where are you gonna get? Wait a minute, Isaac trailed off as he saw Naruto form a Rinnengan, before the barely sane man ran for it. Chapter 50 IWA Genin Conspiracy. All right, we go to the center right away. Haku shouted as his team dashed through the gateway of the entrance they had been picked for. His teammates both nodded in agreement. Even if they did not yet have all 3 scrolls, there was no doubt that other teams were already on their own way to the oasis in the labyrinth. Let me test something, Genyamaru said as he pulled out a scroll and unsealed a large spiked ball and chain made of chakra-conducting metal. The spiked ball was twice the size of his head, and the chain was about 20 feet long. He channeled his wind chakra into the tool, coating the spiked ball in the largest amount of chakra, and he spun the ball over his head at a speed that made it into a blur, before launching it at a wall. It smashed into said wall and caused the environment around them to shake a little violently. When the dust cleared, Genyamaru gave a whoop of joy. His weapon had blasted right through the wall, despite the fact that there was about 2 feet of solid rock first of all, before it was centered with about 1.5 feet of steel, before another 2 feet of rock. Remind me never to get hit with that thing, Haku said, as he assessed the damage and the strength of the wall. He had seen what that weapon could do once and only once before, and that was on the 1B rank mission they had been able to get Zabuza to secure for them, despite their rank as genin. They had ended up fighting a few shinobi-level foes, one of them being arguably Chunin level, and the team had easily beaten the enemies. Genyamaru had single-handedly defeated the Chunin level leader and 5 of his subordinates with that oversized weapon of destructive overkill as King called it, and there was not much left of the 6 enemies after 1 hit for each of them. And Genyamaru was very good at hitting things with it, and could swing it fast enough to give even high-level Chunin trouble dodging it. The weapon took full advantage of Genyamaru's enhanced strength and his skills at close to mid-range combat. Anything other than long-range combat against him was an exceedingly bad idea. With this, we can blast our way through to the center of the maze, Genyamaru said jubilantly, and set off every trap that Tamari lady warned us about along the way, Kin deadpan. And the fact that you could let half the competition know we are here with the racket you just made. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that the sun is still beating down on us, even if there is a barrier that keeps us from going to the top of the walls, so you could get a stroke if you keep doing that. Point taken. But if we do attract some foes to us, we can take them, even if they try a surprise attack, Genyamaru replied. Plus, we'll be a good distance away from any trap I set off blasting through walls with this, and I can use my wind affinity chakra to cool the air around me to prevent the stroke, so as long as I don't overexert, I'll be fine. And it's true that we can handle pretty much any team in here, with the possible exception of Sasuke-san's, Haku said. And even if they try an ambush, I have enough experience with those after being on the run with Zabuza-sensei to spot most they could try. And even if they use genjutsu, that is your area of expertise, right, Kin? When you put it like that, it does make good sense, Kin mused. We can be the first ones to the oasis easy, and we can take the scrolls of any team foolish enough to bring them to us. The only other problem I can see is that we will make a path straight to the oasis that any team could take and potentially increase the competition. Not if we let them take that path, only to ambush them, Genyamaru mused, and Haku nodded. The prospect of an easy trail blazed by another team would be appealing for most inexperienced Chunin hopefuls, and that alone would serve to help bring opponents to an ambush area. 5 days in the maze should be more than enough to get the scrolls they needed and get to the goal. Alright, just don't bust through every time we encounter a dead end, Kin said. We don't want to exhaust our strongest team member when it comes to straight-up combat before we even face a team. Even someone with endurance and strength like yours has their limits. Did you hear something? Kenoamaru asked his two Minioer teammates as they took a left turn and hastily backed up to avoid a net shot out of the wall. Anyone without good reflexes would have had to either cut their way out, or wait for someone to get them out of that thing. Sounded like something hit something else with a lot of force, Moigi said. Or maybe a big explosion. Maybe someone is trying to blast their way through the maze, Udan said. Kenoamaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully before he took out an exploding tag and set it against the wall. They quickly ran around the corner and covered their ears as it went off. Then they looked back around the corner, and the group's leader cursed as he saw the wall was only gouged about half a foot of the way in by the explosion. After a few more tags were used, they reached the steel center. If anyone succeeded in getting through that in one shot, Kenoamaru mused. Then we had better avoid them, at least in a direct confrontation, or unless they wore themselves out. Since we don't have enough tags to blast our way through ourselves, we are just going to have to take all the turns the old-fashioned way. Lucky we got the map fragment that showed us where we were right away. What about the jutsu that Akari helped you learn, before she got her team? Moegi asked, but Kenoamaru shook his head. Hint, it's a jutsu he had already learned in the previous timeline, but he had another teacher for it then. I believe that it is obvious, but don't worry, he will not use it that often, nor will Akari. That would probably take at least 2 shots to get through a wall, maybe 1 to get through the rest of the way on this one, depending on how thick the steel part is. And I can only put out about 2 a day, 3 if I conserved my chakra just for that purpose without using too many of my other jutsu, and besides, I am only supposed to use it when I am backed into a corner. So what do we do? Udan asked, and Kenoamaru grinned. Isn't it obvious? We just find a spot other teams are more likely to pass through, preferably as close to the oasis in the center of the maze as possible, and then we use our specialty in making traps to get our scrolls. Sounds like a good idea, Moegi said. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Akari shouted and 4 clones came into being as the young Namake's team came to a spot with 4 turns. Akari nodded to her clones, and each one shot down a different turn. That jutsu is really good for scouting, isn't it? Desauki said. Remind me to ask you to teach it to me. It may come in hand for decoys, kind of like what you did with our scrolls. In order to keep other teams from getting their hands on their own sun scroll, they had made several fakes of not only that scroll, but of the other 2 needed scrolls as well. Desauki carried the real sun scroll. Why didn't you just make wood clones? Kyoshi asked. They are more durable, and cost less chakra to make, right? That makes them more practical for combat, yes, Akari replied. But I kind of want the memory feedback of the shadow clones to let us know what's up ahead. For now, we can just kick back here until they send me information on the 4 Ts I am looking for. It's not like we are in a hurry yet, we do have 5 days after all. 4 Ts? Desauki asked, confused. Twists, turns, traps and teams, Akari replied, and Desauki snorted. In the meantime, as I said, we can relax here until the intel comes back. But first, she said as she made 5 wood clones and had them get to work setting traps at the locations foes could come through, as well as keep lookout. Her team would still have their guards up naturally, but this would give them some room to rest without as much of a risk. The young Namakes then unsealed her cooler and took out some cold drinks. Soda anyone? OST Ripple plays. About 3 hours after the exam started, a team from Kiri walked cautiously through the hole that some other team had blasted through the wall. Though they were wary of someone who could do that, they had reasoned that the effort would likely tire out the person who could accomplish such a task, and if his or her teammates, and they were good at much else, they would already be Chunin by now. Eventually, they came to a very sloppily made trap with ninja wire set up as a tripwire, obviously to slow down any pursuit of the team who made the trap. A quick look around showed no one around and that the wire was set to an exploding tag. There was noise and they turned hastily to see that some wind chimes that looked like they had been there for a while were the cause. The Kiri team deduced that it was some kind of old decoration designed to make noise and put those taking the exam on edge. Hey, looks like these guys we are following are all brawn and no brain, the leader of the Kiri team said as he cut the tripwire. Only for the release tension to release several other tripwires that were hidden by a genjutsu, and drop a net made of ninja wire down on all 3 of them. What the? One of them shouted as he channeled some chakra into his hands, forming chakra scalpels to try to cut his way free. He was obviously a medic ninja for the team, though the scalpels were pretty poorly made. He may still have been able to cut the team loose if he had been given about 10 seconds. He did not even get one. Lightning-style live wire jutsu. A female's voice shouted, and lightning chakra ran from a wire that the voice's owner to the net it was connected to, giving the Kiri ninja a devastating shock. As they all slumped unconscious, Kin shimmered into view, and all other false images faded, including the wire on the wind chimes put there to keep them from seeming too out of place. She had a wire attached to those as well, which was how she had cast the sound-based genjutsu that hid her and the other wires, and created the fake exploding tag. Hook, line and sinker. Nice one, Genyamaru said as he came out of the hole he had made in the next wall, followed by Haku. They had hidden on the other side of the wall they had made the path through, so if Kin's trap failed and she got into trouble, they would be able to help her. It had clearly not been necessary. Let's see what scroll they have, Haku said as he rummaged through the bag of the leader of the down team. A rain scroll, now all we need is a sun scroll. The map fragment they have is actually the same as ours though, Kin said, and Genyamaru chucked. Who cares? He asked. Since we can just blast our way through the walls if we need to, we don't need to navigate much. After tying the opposing team up and taking the extra map fragment, in case they needed to barter, they headed deeper into the maze. Ha ha ha, we got you! Kenoamaru shouted in glee at the Kusa team they had caught in the net. The trap they had used was an obvious one that fired darts that the enemy was to assume were poison-tipped, though they actually weren't since they were just a red herring, and upon avoiding that trap, they ran into a pitfall one that was a little less obvious. But they were still also meant to know that was there too, since any ninja worth their salt could tell that the first trap was a diversion. But then they fouled up at the third trap, which was the one the cursing team was caught in right there and then. Damn, we could tell that the first 2 were a trap within a trap, but we did not spot the last one of the genin said. That's a little obvious, Udan said a little smugly, earning a glare from one of the other genin. The leader sighed. Since it's clear you have us at our mercy, here is our scroll and map fragment, he said as he managed to dig them out of his pouch with a little bit of effort, considering the tight spot he was in. Nice, a sand scroll was one of the ones we needed, Kenoamaru said as the scroll was handed to him. But as Kenoamaru's team left, the scroll exploded, blasting the poor genin and his team into the wall. The Kusa team managed to cut themselves down at that point. Honestly, you are better at setting traps than you are at seeing them, the leader said, before the 3 members of Kenoamaru's team disappeared in a burst of smoke. Want a bet? An irritated Kenoamaru and 2 shadow clones of him said from behind the 3 surprised enemy genin before they delivered swift blows to the back of their necks. The Kusa team fell, only the leader staying conscious, but unable to do anything as a shadow clone held a kunai to his neck. Cool trick, huh? I made sure that I had made a few clones ahead of time in case you tried anything funny or actually escaped our trap, and had 2 of them transform into my teammates. Last chance to hand the real scroll over, or things will get messy. The Kusa genin cursed again before he handed the real scroll over this time, and let Kenoamaru and his teammates trust him and the other 2 Kusa nin up. Hee, was that really so hard? Kenoamaru sarcastically asked the genin team, before he left with Udan and Moigi slapping him high fives. Let us take the next team instead of just assisting with the trap making, K? Moigi asked, and Kenoamaru nodded in agreement. And OST, 1 more clone to go before we choose our path, Akari said. The first few clones had not given the redhead any interesting news, just one that had found nothing but dead ends and a few non-lethal but still inconvenient if you were caught in them traps. The second having found a few ways deeper into the center and locating a team from sand and poofing out before being spotted by said team, and the final one, which had found a team from Kumo, that looked a little exhausted, but satisfied, which may have meant that they had run into another team and gotten one of the needed scrolls. So far, the latter way was obviously the most attractive option, since a needed scroll for their team was almost guaranteed. Maybe you should just dispel the last clone now so we can go after that Kumo team before they get too much distance on us, Desauki suggested, and Kyoshi nodded in agreement. Yeah, you are probably Akari said before her eyes widened. The last clone had clearly dispelled itself. Guys, I think we have 4 teams from IWA headed our way. They seem to have at least 1 sensory type with them, because they seem to know where we are, and they also seem to have agreed to work together before the exam even began. That sensory type I mentioned was likely how they located each other, she finished. Well then we need to get ready for them, Desauki said, and Kyoshi quickly set to work setting traps. OST bad situation plays. Huh, interesting. It seems that you IWA teams are all in this together. I'm guessing you all made sure to give each other the code word from the first exam, Haku said as the two IWA teams they ran into surrounded them in the rounded area of the maze they had come out on. Before the Yuki could continue any further, the IWA genin all assaulted Haku and his team from all sides with several earth jutsus and weapons from a distance. That ambush actually worked quite well. One of them chortled at the smoke cloud before he felt a few Senbon at his neck with Kin behind him looking a little ticked. Not really, she said as the smoke cleared to show several ice fragments on the ground where the leaf genin had supposedly been. You only hit copies of us made of ice. Haku sensed something amiss long ago. The other 5 IWA genin quickly got over their surprise and they all rushed to attack Kin, but were stopped by Genyamaru, who had his chief weapon and swung it, not actually intending to hit, but instead to herd the 5 genin close together. Into a trap. Sure enough, they all backed away into where Haku had been gathering chakra. Hey, does it feel a little cold to you? One of the IWA genin asked, and the others shared his apprehension, considering that it should be baking under the sun. Before they could muse further, all 5 of the IWA nin found themselves enclosed in a dome of ice mirrors, an image of Haku in each one. Looks like your teammates are out, Kin said, pricking the neck of her hostage with one of her truth serum-laced Senbon. So tell me, what are you guys after that compels you to work as a large group? We collaborated to take out the Namake's girl, and make the Yondaime pay for all of our soldiers he killed during the Third War, the genin found himself admitting. And we also decided to take out any other of you damn leaf genin we could as well. The exam is secondary to us. I see, Kin said, strongly tempted to slit the guy's throat to keep him from being any more trouble. Deciding that Haku would disapprove of unneeded bloodshed, she instead pricked him with a Senbon laced with a fast-acting ticket to dreamland. Sure enough, the genin was asleep in 10 seconds. She looked up to see the other 5 IWA genin crying out as they were assaulted on all sides by Haku's speed and Senbon. A few had tried to raise a barrier made of rock, which worked at first, until Genyamaru walked into the ice dome and tore the barrier down. Soon enough, the entire IWA team had been incapacitated. Rats, either one had a sun scroll, Kin cursed as she checked both of their team's leaders. They were now stuck with 2 rain and 2 sand scrolls. What should we do with them? Genyamaru asked. They won't be in any shape to do anything by the time the exams are done, Haku said. So we can just leave them and let anyone else who comes across them do what they please. Just up ahead, one IWA genin told his 11 comrades. They seem to be waiting for us, so they have a few traps to spring then, one of the team leaders said. He and 2 other genin made a few mud clones each, and the clones charged into the clearing. Sure enough, they were quickly decimated by a slew of traps, including a few that shot wooden stakes, a pitfall with exploding tags at the bottom, and a few thorn nets with toxins on each thorn. The 12 IWA genin then went in themselves once they were sure they had tripped all of the traps. To their surprise, they found a few trees in areas they could not see from the corridor they had been in. And one booby trap had not yet been set off. Once a tripwire had been stepped on by one genin, it released a long whip-like branch that was also hidden at shin level, and struck 5 of the IWA nin in the legs, snapping the shin bones of 2 of them, and just causing the other 3 to take a humiliating spill. The other 7 threw a few shuriken and kunai into the trees, only hitting a few random branches and the wall of the maze, before Desauki shot out of hiding and threw a net made of ninja wire at the group. Only 2 got caught, but Desauki did not complain, he just cast a few signs. Fire-style dragon flame jutsu, he shouted as the wires he had attached to the net took the fire chakra and headed for the trapped genin. Before the panicked ninja could burn, Desauki was forced to abandon his attempt as another genin rushed him with a kunai. Desauki jumped back at a fast speed and whipped out both of his katanas and found himself on the defensive as 2 IWA genin assaulted him with their weapons and a few close combat earth jutsu. He did not stay on the defensive for long as he dove between them, faster than they could trace, and hamstrung both of them without even turning his head to look where he was cutting. He did not need to. Akari meanwhile attacked the 2 IWA genin caught in the net before they could get all the way free. One was knocked out when she made a wooden staff and slammed one end onto the back of her head. The other she incapacitated by stomping as hard as she could on his crotch. Kyoshi, who was still hidden, winced in sympathy. That was one of Akari's favorite targets. Another IWA genin, this one with a lightning affinity, jumped down to attack Desauki with a lightning chakra lace blade, but Desauki was too fast to get caught like that. Sidestepping and causing the IWA genin to stab into the branch they were on, he swung his katanas at his foe and struck non-lethal blows to incapacitate. Instead, the genin burst into a jolt of electricity, showing to be a clone made of lightning chakra. Desauki was blasted by the shock, and fell to his knees, helpless as a lightning-laced kunai flew towards the back of his neck. It was stopped however when a small crossbow bolt also laced with lightning chakra intercepted the kunai and deflected it. Before the IWA genin who threw it could react, another bolt caught him in the neck, severing his jugular vein, and causing him to fall out of the branch as he bled to death. Thanks Kyoshi, Desauki panted as his teammate landed on the branch next to him, reloading his one-handed crossbow. This weapon of Kyoshi's held 2 bolts at a time, one fired after the other, and the second bolt hidden within the bow itself. The idea was to fire one, and if that failed, the enemy might attack, thinking you would need to reload your weapon, only to fall right into the trap of the second bolt. And OST, the 3 genin who had been tripped by the earlier branch, but could still walk all charged Akari, one of them making 5 mud clones, and were backed up by the other 2 genin who could still fight. It seemed like 10 on 1 at first, but 2 monkeys that were about 2.5 feet tall fell out of the branches fell on top of 2 IWA genin, one of them being the original of the mud clones. The monkeys wore wooden plates tied together for armor, and wielded a dagger in each hand as well as one with their tails. The IWA genin both screamed as the one without the clones was stabbed in the extremities, while the one with clones had his throat slit ruthlessly to dispel his clones. OST Sarutobi plays. Akari then whirled in a blur as she struck at her remaining 3 opponents with her staff. One of the genin was able to block one end, but Akari channeled her wood-style chakra into the staff, and a spike shot out and impaled the genin through his shoulder, causing him to stumble back. The other 2 tried to attack her from behind, one of them using armor made of stone, but the latter was impaled through the back of his knee by one of Kyoshi's lightning lace bolts, and the other was hit in the back by some shuriken thrown by Desauki. I could have gotten those, you know. Akari shouted up at her teammates, as both of the last genin foes fell. Just trying to expedite things a little, Desauki shouted back down. Further banter was cut off when the genin Kyoshi had shot through the knee shouted from the ground, Earth-style stone shackles. The rock beneath Akari's feet rose up and encased her legs. She burst free by channeling chakra to her feet to blast the rock away and knock the genin out with a blow from her staff, but was then trapped in a full Nelson by the genin whose shoulder she had impaled, clearly not severely enough to limit the use of his arm. Meanwhile, one of the genin that Desauki had hamstrung had managed to avoid going into shock and threw several kunai and shuriken at the momentarily trapped Akari. Desauki knew that she would get free, but not on time to avoid the weapons. He pulled out his own kunai out his pouch desperately, not sure his accuracy would be as good as Kyoshi's with thrown weapons, but to his surprise, the weapons thrown by the IWA genin seemed to slow, along with the world around them. Wasting no time, Desauki hurled his own weapons and knocked all of the IWA genins out of the air. Kyoshi looked in amazement at Desauki for having pulled off such a hastily made maneuver, and was even more surprised when he saw that Desauki's eyes had gone from solid onyx color to an active Sharingan with 2 tomo in each eye. Chapter 51 in a month. Thanks, Desauki. Akari shouted as she flung the genin holding her off and kicked him in the gut. The remaining genin with injuries but still wanted to fight were quickly dispatched. In the end, only 2 of the 12 IWA were killed, the one who had his throat slit by one of Akari's monkeys and the one who got shot in the neck by Kyoshi. Akari looked a little sick, but was able to hold her revulsion in check. She and her team had killed a few bandits before, and even before then, while she was under Sasuke's private tutelage, he had used Tsukuyami on her to run her through countless battle scenarios, and even forced her to kill within the illusion on more than one occasion. She could tell that he hated to be harsh like that, but she had needed to be disillusioned to ensure that the first time she took a life for real, she would not freeze up when there was a very real possibility that she would face other foes. In fact, she had it easy that she could almost experience the reality within one of the most realistic genjutsu the shinobi world had to offer, so she could be prepared. What were you guys doing, ganging up on us like that? Desauki asked in annoyance, glaring at one of the lead genin with his Sharingan. We were after the Namikaze wench, the genin said, and got kicked hard in the crotch by a ticked-off Akari. Both Desauki and Kyoshi covered their own nether regions in fear. Who do you think you are calling a wench, eh? Akari demanded in a rage. And what were you after me for? Were you trying to capture me so you could bring my Kekkei Genkai to IWA? Because your Tsuchikage has a treaty with us after what happened 2 years ago with Orochimaru's invasion. The wheezing genin only chuckled. You little brat, we don't care about your bloodline, nor do we care what Inoki thinks. He has lost his pride. If you asked me, he won't beat Tsuchikage for much longer. Then what was your purpose in teaming up just to attack us? Akari once again demanded. Revenge, the IWA genin said. That bastard of a father you have killed so many of our country's best men and cost us the war. In fact, my own father killed himself several years after the death of his sister. Desauki walked up to the genin and kicked him hard in the face, knocking loose a few teeth and breaking his nose. "Get the hell over it," he said coolly. "Nothing you do can change the past, you know. Trying to kill Akari over it won't make anyone less dead, and will only cause more people looking to take an eye for an eye. My own father was killed by Sound Ninja, and you don't see me dwelling on it." "I was not dwelling on it," the IWA genin replied snidely. "I merely saw a chance for vengeance, and tried to take it, same as most of my comrades. You say that you have no desire to go after the remaining Sound Ninja for what they did to your father, but do you really think if one crossed your path, you would let it go? Like I said, if I did kill that ninja out of spite, it would not do squat for the people they killed, but you can't deny that there would be, say, a flash of anger? A desire to kill, regardless of whether anyone would benefit from it or not. You can't deny that it would give you some satisfaction, passing judgment on the one who made you suffer because of the death of someone you cared for. But you are free to believe what you want." Desauki spat in irritation. "Just shut up and stay put," he said as his teammates finished tying up the remaining IWA genin. They looked at the scrolls the teams had. The 4 teams had 8 scrolls in all, so they had clearly ganged up on a few other teams. Adding those scrolls to their own, they had 3 of each in the end. They also had a map that was only missing 1 fragment. "Let's get to the oasis before any more teams from IWA find us," Kyoshi advised, and Akari nodded in response. OST glued state plays. Udan hit the deck. Kenoamaru shouted frantically to his friend as an IWA genin threw several shuriken at him. Udan was able to duck out of the way of several weapons, but one of them tagged him on the shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain and fall backwards. The IWA nin he had been fighting immediately tried to follow up, but Udan recovered quickly enough to roll away from the genin's fresh assault and threw his kunai, catching his foe right in the temple, killing him instantly. While Udan's abilities with either ninjutsu or genjutsu were nothing to rely on, his taijutsu was well above average, and he had a very good aim with thrown weapons, due to his ability to think rather fast and on his feet. Kenoamaru dodged backwards as another clod of stone was thrown at him, and he ducked under a swing from a foe's kunai before using a sweeping kick to take the genin's legs from under her, and throwing a tagged kunai at 2 others that were trying to take Moegi from behind as she held her own against 2 in front of her. Things had been going well for Kenoamaru's team as they made their way to the center, but they had been ambushed by 3 teams of IWA genin as they made their way through the maze. If it had not been for the young Sarutobi's shadow clone springing the trap the genin had set, the 3 Konoha ninja would already be dead. Kenoamaru's tagged kunai exploded, blasting one of the IWA ninja full on and flinging him back into the other genin who had tried to flank Moegi, covered in burns and unconscious. That's 1 dead, another out cold, and 7 still able to fight, and already Udan is injured and Moegi is having trouble. 3 are after her now, and I have to deal with 2, while 2 more are attacking Udan. Kenoamaru thought frantically as one of the genin who had a water element was launching several small waves to try to catch Kenoamaru off his feet, so his teammate could kill the young leaf ninja while he was down. Obviously, Kenoamaru was not cooperating and was able to jump away from 1 water-style jutsu, though the drawback was that he fell right into a tangle with the other genin attacking him, though that put him inside the reach of the opponent's kunai. For a moment, they struggled on the ground, Kenoamaru having a hold of the wrist of his opponent's kunai arm, before the water-style genin threw several shuriken and kunai at Kenoamaru, who saw them coming and put his foe in a better hold before rolling, so the genin was between him and the projectiles, effectively acting as a meat shield. It worked like a charm if the genin's screams of pain were anything to judge by. Meanwhile, Udan had grabbed the arm of one of his attackers before said attacker could stab him with a kunai, and kicked the genin in the gut as hard as he could while still holding the arm. The result was a loud snap as the genin's shoulder was forcefully dislocated, and the genin was trying to scream in pain, but was unable to with the wind knocked out of him like that. Udan's other foe immediately tried to cast some signs for a genjutsu, but Udan had taken the kunai from his downed opponent in the same motion as his attack, and threw the weapon at the IWA ninja, impaling her through one of her hands, and stopping her attempt. Before either Kenoamaru or Udan could finish off their remaining foes, Moegi gave a small scream of pain as the foe Kenoamaru had stalled before hit her in the back with 2 thrown shuriken. Though the weapons did not go deep, they did leave her open for further attack from her other opponents. Moegi, both of her male teammates cried out as they tried to go to her aid. Kenoamaru was faster, whipping through hand seals as he went. Fire-style fire arrow jutsu. Kenoamaru shouted as he exhaled violently, sending flames in the shape of an arrow at the foe closest to Moegi. The fire arrow impaled the IWA genin through the side of his chest, causing him to scream in agony before going limp. The other genin was taken in his calf by a kunai thrown by Udan, causing him to fall short of hitting Moegi with his short sword. Unfortunately, this gave Udan no chance to counter as he was caught in a genjutsu cast by the genin he had stopped before. She had him tied down to the ground, unable to move in either the genjutsu or reality. Kenoamaru fixed that with another exploding kunai at the genjutsu using kunoichi, forcing her to break her attack to dodge. Stop, or she dies. The IWA genin who had tagged Moegi with shuriken demanded as he held her in a chokehold, a kunai held at her neck. Get on your knees and roll your scrolls over to me now. He dug the kunai into Moegi's neck for emphasis, just enough to draw blood. Kenoamaru cursed as he and Udan complied, both of them pulling out one of their scrolls, Kenoamaru with their sun scroll, and Udan with the sand scroll. One of the remaining 3 IWA genin still in good enough shape to fight effectively, the genjutsu user picked them up, and the water-style user tied Kenoamaru and Udan up. Fine, you have our scrolls, so let us be now. Kenoamaru growled as the genin finished trussing them up. To his horror, the genin holding Moegi hostage just grinned sadistically. Sorry, no can do. You see, you killed 2 of our comrades, and wounded most of us. Not only that, but only one of our teams can now pass the exams thanks to you. I think we shall take your lives in addition to your scrolls as compensation. His grin widened as he moved to slit Moegi's throat, Kenoamaru and Udan only able to watch as the kunai plunged at her throat. And OST, gotta say, I was expecting more of a challenge from these guys, Ken said as they checked the vitals of the out-cold team of IWA genin. They had encountered this team close to the center of the labyrinth, waiting to ambush teams, which had been clearly effective, because they had a bunch of scrolls, though 3 were the sun scroll and the other 4 were rain scrolls, with no sand scrolls. They were good enough to take 6 scrolls with their ambush tactics, but clearly unlucky. Of course, they were likely waiting for Konoha teams to ambush anyway, so they likely weren't too upset about it. The IWA genin were lucky. Despite Genyamaru being a little aggressive, they would all live. It was a shame that they could not get a photo of the faces the IWA team had when they used a collaborative Earth-style jutsu that sent a boulder the size of a few small buildings at the team at a high speed, only for Genyamaru to simply slap it aside before pummeling the genin in all of 10 seconds. Priceless. Well, we got enough to pass now, and we removed a good portion of competition as well, Haku said. Since we have 6 rain scrolls, that is only 9 teams, including us, that have a chance to pass. With 3.5 days remaining, that will give some time for more of the rain scrolls to be taken out of the equation, so not many will have a shot at passing now. Good, but it may still serve us well to take out any more teams laying ambushes near the building to further thin out opposing ranks, Genyamaru said. If we can find even one more rain scroll, that will drastically decrease the chances of further passing teams. What in the dash? The IWA genin growled as his arm was forcefully yanked back by the Johio, a small dart attached to a long rope that had wrapped around his wrist before he could take Moegi's life. Just in time, a female voice said as its owner leapt at the IWA nin, and her foot slammed into the side of his head, knocking him out. Before his 2 comrades could react, there was a shout of Earth-style rock bullets. The 2 genin turned in time to watch the clods of rock thrown by a man with short brown hair and a Suna headband worn like a bandana smash into their faces, knocking them out cold. Moegi wasted no time in kicking the face of the IWA genin whose calf had been skewered by Udan before he could even think to try anything funny. Nice job, Matsuri Itetsu. A black-haired girl shouted at the saviors of Kenoamaru's team, as she knelt behind Kenoamaru and Udan and channeled wind chakra into her fingers to form a blade of wind chakra and cut them free. Hey, I know you, Kenoamaru said to Matsuri as he dropped the ropes. You were that nice lady Akari said showed her around town. Yeah, that's right, and you are? Matsuri asked. Kenoamaru, Udan and Moegi. Kenoamaru said, and Moegi grumbled something about being able to handle her own introduction, while Udan took it in good grace. I hope you aren't too heavily injured? Matsuri asked as Moegi got to work using basic medical ninjutsu the academy had started to teach about 2 years ago to heal Udan's wounded shoulder. Since Tsunade was not stuck as Hokage in this timeline, and Shizen was not spending so much time assisting her, they could both focus more on helping Konoha's shinobi learn the art, resulting in some of the more advanced classes teaching medical jutsu, and Moegi decided to be medic for Kenoamaru's team. Nothing we can't handle, Moegi said. Why did you guys help us anyway? It was Matsuri's decision, the guy called Itetsu replied. I just didn't want to see shinobi of our ally nation get killed so ruthlessly, Matsuri said. Plus, I suppose it is a good chance for us to get the scrolls we need to pass. Oh yeah, we are gonna want to check those out, Kenoamaru said, smacking his forehead. After a quick search, they came up with the sun and sand scroll Kenoamaru's team had had before, as well as 3 rain scrolls and another set of sand and sun scrolls. Matsuri's team had turned out to have started with a rain scroll. Well, since we have enough scrolls and a complete map now, why don't we both go to the center? Kenoamaru asked Matsuri. We have enough scrolls between our 2 teams, and there is safety in numbers, right? How about it, Itetsu Yukata? Matsuri asked her teammates. They are not OCs, by the way, just rather minor characters. It sounds like a good idea to me, the black-haired girl who was apparently Yukata replied. The remaining 3.5 days came and went, and the Yandame Kazekage's paperwork was interrupted when the monitor on the wall next to him turned on and Gaara's image was displayed. Kazekage-sama, Gaara said, not using the term father due to the formality of the situation. I take it the second exam has just finished? Gaara's father replied. Yes, it has. A total of 4 teams has passed the exam, 3 from Konoha, and 1 of our own, so 12 genin in all. The Kazekage thought. Should we have the preliminaries for the 3rd round? No, there is no need. While 12 is a high number, it is far from unmanageable. Have the shinobi's matchup sorted out, and we will have the 3rd exam in a month. Very well then. The monitor shut off. The teams that had passed were Kenoamaru's, Akari's, Haku's and Matsuri's. Haku's team had spent the remainder of the time sweeping the area around the oasis before entering the building half a day before the exam ended. They were the last to arrive, though that was by choice. Kenoamaru and his corps arrived about midway through, accompanied by Matsuri's team, luckily avoiding Haku's. Akari and her team ran right into the well-trained team, but Haku had decided not to stop them, mostly out of camaraderie for Naruto's sister, partly out of the possibility of losing or at least getting injured if they fought Akari, Desauki and Kyoshi, and also partly out of fear of what Naruto would do to him if he found out Haku took his sister out of the exams. Gaara shunshined into the room they were all gathered in, and proceeded to congratulate all of them for making it all the way to the 3rd exam, and then proceeded to explain that from here on out, they would be tested individually, and all 12 of them could potentially be Chunin if they made the cut. He explained how judges would evaluate matches about a month from now, and that it would be set up like a tournament. He then proceeded to form a box with his sand and 12 spheres, each with a different number on them, 1 through 12. Then he started calling them forward to take a sphere form the box, explaining that this was how they would determine matchups. Akari gulped, slightly nervous as she took her number 5, which meant that her foe would be whoever got 6. She looked around nervously as others took their numbers, waiting to see who her first foe would be. Please, no one from Zabuz's team. Please, no one from Zabuz's team. Please, no one from Zabuz's team, she mentally chanted. Omake top 3 Narahina moments. Isaac ruined number 1. Finally, some peace. Naruto and Hinata both said as the former laid down the picnic basket he had been carrying and the latter laid the blanket out. It was a nice clear, sunny day the meadow Naruto had picked out, and in order to keep that pest away from them, Naruto had only told Felix where they were going, or that they were even going to be gone. After they had set the picnic up, Naruto laid back with a sigh. What a nice day, huh? It really is, Naruto-kun. No enclosed areas, no rain, and most importantly, no Isaac. Naruto sighed in absolute bliss. You're only right about the first one, a horrifyingly familiar voice said, and the couple paled as they whipped around to see that it was indeed Isaac behind them. How did you find out we were here? Naruto shouted, pointing a finger at the Triclops with the screw loose. And what do you mean, only the first one? Even if you are here, there is no R-. He did not get any further as a shadow clone of Isaac with a seal called a hover seal. Take a lucky guess what that one does on dump 2 buckets of ice-cold water on Naruto and Hinata. You really can't trust weather forecasters, you know, Isaac said as he pretended to pout. They promised that not a drop of water would be falling from the sky today, and here we are with a sudden, albeit short, deluge. He then proceeded to stop using his set of lungs to efficiently supply him with oxygen as he started to laugh his ass off. Very funny, Naruto growled as he used a low-powered fire jutsu to get him and Hinata warm again. Why don't you get going before I make good on the threat I made when you pulled that stunt with the birds? The only reason I haven't already is because I can't seem to catch you when I want to do that. Funny how fast having a volatile jutsu aiming for your rear end can motivate you to run, Isaac said. But no can do on me leaving. Someone has to make sure you two don't do anything you might regret later. What? Hinata asked. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto demanded, as if you don't know. 2 teenagers with raging hormones going through their bodies right now, and going off on their own, telling almost no one. It would make a guy worry about your virginities. Naruto and Hinata's faces both went undocumented shades of red as the former spluttered. What the hell, we weren't going to do anything like. Well, sure, that's what they all say, and who knows, you may actually mean it now, but all it takes is one moment of wild passion, and next thing you know, you are using shadow clones to get really free dash. Shut up. I don't want to hear your stupid perverted fantasies. La 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 la. Naruto said that last part with his hands over his ears. Hinata meanwhile went even redder as she imagined what Isaac was getting at with the shadow clones. Before she passed out from a sudden massive nosebleed, Naruto looked mortified at her prone form, trying his best to ignore the roaring laughter of a certain fox within him. Looks like even that shy vixen of yours has a perverted side too, ha 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 yeah. Kurama exclaimed, causing Naruto to go red himself, though this was mainly out of anger this time. Wordlessly, he formed the familiar cross seal, surrounding Isaac with 100 clones, before they performed the transformation jutsu. Later that same day, Naruto was forced to explain to Felix why Isaac needed treatment for a massive heart attack and was muttering in delirious fear about an endless army of giant-sized versions of his horrors, and no way out. Chapter 52 Things to Come. After all of the numbers had been taken, they stood as thus: 1. Hakuyuki, 2. Itetsu, 3. Udan, 4. Kyoshi, 5. Akari Namakes, 6. Genyamaru, 7. Yukata, 8. Moegi, 9. Kintsuchi, 10. Matsuri, 11. Desauki Uchiha, 12. Kenoamaru Sarutobi, Nuh! Akari mentally screamed as she saw her name next to Genyamaru's. That was not going to be an easy fight at all. She also noted Kenoamaru and Desauki give each other small smiles as they acknowledged being each other's opponents. Gaara cleared his throat before then telling the genin how the fights would work from then on. The brackets in the tournament were set up so that the winners of the first and second matches would fight each other before moving up a bracket, to face the winner of whoever won the fourth match, and the winner of the fifth match would face the winner of the sixth match before moving to face the winner of the eighth match. They all nodded in understanding as they mentally sized each other up. You are dismissed, Gaara then said. Good job you three, Sasuke said as his team returned to the hotel. You now have a month to prepare for the next stage of the exams. That means I will be training you in earnest, but separately. Why would you train us separately? Akari asked, confused. Because there is the possibility of you fighting each other in these exams, though that is a little unlikely. Kyoshi would have to beat Haku, which is unlikely, sorry to say it, for a shot at facing Akari, and if she were to face Desauki, she would have to beat both Genyamaru and Haku, one after the other. Her one saving grace is that Haku would have to fight 2 matches. And Desauki would have to beat Kenoamaru and Kin, so that is also an unlikely scenario. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Desauki muttered, while Kyoshi just looked thoughtful. However, should you face each other in the exams, you will need to have some tricks to yourself. Before, you were training as a team to get things done, but from here on out, individual abilities are what are going to be tested. That means that you will be expected to go all out against each other, and if you already know the tricks that your teammates have, it will make for a poor match. So who will you train first? Akari asked. Mainly Desauki, now that he has his Sharingan awakened. He will benefit the most from training with me, but I will also give you and Kyoshi some attention. You're going to need it. Itachi looked at the letter in front of him with a frown. It had come from one of those rifts that resembled broken glass, and detailed that there was a change of plans. The original plan was to bring Naruto back to this dimension once the Akatsuki started moving, about 6 months earlier than he had returned from his trip with Jiraiya. However, a wrench was thrown in said plans when, and this was the part that had Itachi frowning. Naruto had developed the Rinnengan due to having Sasuke's blood donated to him. Because of this, Felix had decided that they would come back first for a day during the third exam so Naruto could watch his sister fight. Whether they stayed or left at that point depended on how active the Akatsuki were at that point. There was also another matter. So far, 3 of the current Kage were in the loop on the threat of the Akatsuki Itachi, Gaara's father, and Inoki. In order to bring A and Mei into the loop, Felix had sent Itachi instructions to have someone who knew the pulse imprint jutsu on any kind of diplomatic mission, as well as someone who was capable of holding a Kage down for even a second. It did not matter as much whether or not the leaders of this world were aware of what was going to happen anymore, because they were rapidly approaching the point where the clock had been turned back in the first place, and they had already changed so much that after Naruto returned, there would be little to no guarantee that things would happen in a similar manner as they did last time. From this point forward, they would be going in almost blind, and could not afford to rely fully on knowledge on what happened in the past timeline. So it did not matter so much if the Raikage or Mizukage tried to change everything they felt they had to, and it would be an asset to have all 5 Kage aware of what was going on. After the seriousness of the letter, Itachi actually cracked a smile at the P.S. Please don't tell Sasuke about Naruto's eyes yet. He practically begged for the chance to be there to get a picture of the team's face for blackmail purposes when he found out. Itachi set the letter down and began looking over all intel he had on the Akatsuki, from his previous time as a member, and what he currently knew about this timeline. Felix was right, they had to act as if they did not know what the Akatsuki was going to do next. Time to try out the first of your Rinnengan summons, Felix said as he created his dragon ruler of all elements by casting 5 hand seals. Naruto stood before him on the training grounds before he concentrated, his eyes activating. Sure enough, there was a BOF as a red dragon about a third the size of Felix's popped into being. Its eyes were obviously the Rinnengan, and it had the dark orange chakra receiving piercings in various points of its body. The Rinnengan beast wasted no time in bathing the wind head of Felix's artificial dragon in fire, causing it to explode as the wind head fan said flames. The head simply reformed and the dragon ruler of all elements retaliated with a blast of water from its mouth. It was then Naruto tested the ability he had tried to give his summons. The scales of the Rinnengan dragon turned from fiery red to a dull brown, as the dragon released rock from its mouth to catch the water and halt it. The dragon ruler then fired lightning to pierce the rock, which was responded to with Naruto's dragon turning green to fire a wind blast, stopping the lightning, and provoking a fireball next. The dragon turned blue to use a blast of water, extinguishing said fireball, before turning yellow and firing lightning to rend the stone clod into small pebbles. Looks like it works, Naruto sighed. Obviously, the dragon he made would not be able to cast any elemental jutsu like the Ashurius, but just having a variety of attacks that could be fired from its mouth would be a huge asset in battle, because it could gain any elemental advantage desired. That it does, Felix said as his dragon ruler dissipated. The Hydra should be ready for testing tomorrow, right? Yeah, it should be, Naruto replied as his own dragon disappeared. Hey Felix, when you used to summon that thing, didn't you used to stab your sword into the ground? Why did you cast hand seals then? Because like I said once, the jutsu that creates that thing was preset into the sword by my great-great-grandaunt after she invented the jutsu, leading to her gaining a lot of fame by being able to use a jutsu that required the use of all 5 elements at once. So far in recorded history, she is the only member of the clan who has been able to do so. Stabbing the sword in a downward motion was part of the way to activate the technique. But when you saw me cast hand signs this time, you can actually use the jutsu without having to activate the preset one, right? Naruto asked, looking impressed. Yep, that makes me the second in clan history to be able to do so, though I still need extra chakra from elemental infinity if I don't want to exhaust myself. But why did you want to do that, if you still need to use the sword to use the jutsu effectively, and the jutsu is preset into it? Because I want to improve it, with an idea I recently had, and set the improved version into the sword. It also helps me learn to use the 5 elements at once to a degree, so it may be good practice to make that 5-element Rasengan. Well, you're going to have to eat your heart out, because now that I have the Rinnengan, I can master the last 2 elements and make it myself. That is actually one major reason I had originally considered giving him the Rinnengan. Good luck. You have yet to master the first exercise with water manipulation, and you haven't even started with lightning yet. Even with the Rinnengan and shadow clones, you won't master elements you originally had no affinity for overnight. Just you wait. I'm going to have it down before you do, you'll see. Against his better judgment, considering Naruto's considerable luck with gambling, Felix said, you want to put your money where your mouth is? After they both made unnecessarily high bets on the subject, Felix then asked, so what other creatures were you planning to use with those eyes of yours, anyway? Not sure yet. I thought about making a toad, but I don't want to disrespect old boss chief, or any of the others. Probably smart. Tell you what, we can go do another dimension later. It used to be uninhabited, but one of our top-notch biologists actually turned a large chunk of it into a sort of resort for various species of a lot of different dimensions. I'm sure you won't have a lack of variety there. Naruto noticed Isaac walking by, whistling as he went, and the blonde gave a grin that would have scared the man if he saw it, before he turned to Felix and asked, do you think that dimension has giant squirrels? You are not wasting your Rinnengan powers on something so stupid, Felix said in an adamant tone, to Naruto's disappointment. You already torture him enough with those transformed clones of yours anyway. No amount of torture is enough for that guy, Naruto muttered. Hinata still comes dangerously close to fainting every time she sees me use the shadow clone jutsu thanks to him. Hey Akari, I see you passed too, Kenoamaru said as he and Akari noticed each other out on the streets of Suna. Yep, was there ever any doubt? The young girl asked. So what are you doing out here anyway? I figured Sasuke would be training you hard. He gave the 3 of us the day off actually, so he could figure out how to go about training the 3 of us. What about you? I actually can't find Sakura-sensei anywhere. After she congratulated the 3 of us for passing the second exam, I think she ditched us to try to find your sensei and date him for the day. Seriously, why couldn't I have been on your team, so Sasuke could have trained me too? Not that Sakura-sensei is too bad a teacher herself, but she has a lot of things that make her not nearly as awesome as your teacher. Kenoamaru, Akari said as she looked over his shoulder at a spot behind him. I mean, first of all, the only combat skill she is really good at is punching things, and a few earth-style jutsu, Kenoamaru, Akari said in a warning tone, but he continued to dig his grave. There's also that cheap genjutsu she uses, Kenoamaru, and she also gushes too much about her boyfriend. I don't quite know what Sasuke sees in her. I mean, sure that hair of hers is attractive, but she is just so tombish, and has the body to match. Kenoamaru, Akari shouted frantically. Kenoamaru paused before he paled. She's standing right behind me, isn't she? Oh, don't stop on my account, Sakura said from behind the doomed boy. Please do continue, she finished as she cracked her knuckles. I tried to warn him, Akari deadpanned as she watched her partner in crime make a beeline for it, only to get caught by his enraged sensei. Do you know where Akari went? Desauki asked Kyoshi as they stepped out of the hotel room. Why do you want to know? Kyoshi asked with a bit of mischievous suspicion in his eyes. No particular reason, Desauki said hastily. It's just that I don't think she should be out alone after what so many IWA genin tried to pull. I don't think they will try anything again. They already tried to off us during the exams, and it was legal to kill then. Now that the second exam is over, I have no doubt that they will try to avoid the wrong side of the law with the Sand Shinobi keeping a close eye on them until they leave. And from what I heard, some of the genin were torn new ones when their teachers found out what they were trying to do. I don't think that Sachikage will let them off easy when they get back to Iwagakure. To answer your previous question, by the way, I believe she went to catch up with Kenoamaru. Oh, Desauki said. He supposed that wanting to catch up with an old friend was understandable. And yet, why did the thought of it seem to irk him? So how about it? Akari asked the recovering Sarutobi once Sakura had finished pummeling him and gave him his training schedule. Kenoamaru was muttering something about now she shows up, as he rubbed the triple lump on his head. Suna is a little too quiet right about now, so after a few days of scoping it out, why don't we make things a little more lively when we're not training? I'm game. Let's just not do anything that would get us thrown out of the exams as a result, Kenoamaru said. I waited too long to stop having to do D ranks to do anything too stupid to risk it. They both looked at each other before they burst out laughing. Yeah, right, Akari choked out between heaves of laughter. They would have to catch us in the act first, and that is never going to happen, so now all we have to worry about is training whenever our instructors are too busy with the others, Kenoamaru said. I already have an idea on what we could work on, Akari said as she bit her thumb before casting a few signs. Summoning jutsu. In a burst of smoke, Enma appeared. What did you summon me here for? The aged Monkey King asked. Sorry, GG Ape, Akari replied, earning a small tick mark at the nickname, but they were familiar enough with each other for Enma to let it slide. This time. I was just wondering if you had any good retainers that could teach a taijutsu style that humans could use. We actually have a lot of those, Enma replied. Since humans and apes are so similar, there is not too much of a difference in what we practice. I will ensure you get some decent training if that's what you are after. Just summon the trainers I pick for you whenever you are ready. Cool, thanks GG Ape. Kenoamaru said enthusiastically, resulting in Enma grabbing both his and Akari's heads and bonking them together. Another thing. Stop calling me that, both of you. With that, he vanished in a burst of smoke. Oh wow, why is my head such a target for people I annoy? Kenoamaru muttered. I'd prefer to target a certain lower spot myself, Akari said, causing Kenoamaru to stop complaining about his headache at once. In a hidden Akatsuki base, 10 figures appeared on the fingertips of the Geto Mizo, and 4 others were on the floor of the cave in person. What did ya call us here for, Leader-sama? Kisame asked. Please tell me you don't already have a new mission for me and my new partner. I'm still healing from having to be stitched back together with ninja wire, and I still haven't found a replacement scythe after that bastard Hozuki took mine, the spectral figure of Haiden said. And my right middle finger was never found either. I swear, if it weren't for the fact that I can only have a curse up for so long, and need to get another DNA sample to get it back up, I would so still be torturing the little jerk right about now. Perhaps you should have been more careful then. Another spectral figure next to him with visible bloodshot black eyes. This is a character suggested to me by Akatsuki said. Then perhaps you would not have had to have Kabuto help you out. Shut up. Enough, Pain said. There have been more than a few complications to our plans over the past few years. We originally planned to have the Jinchuriki captured one at a time to have less attention paid to us, but the other nations with Jinchuriki have become more and more on edge, thanks to the meddling warnings from Konohagakure, and they are aware of our plans. So it seems that hitting and running is not going to cut it anymore then? Kisame asked. So what do we do now then? We take advantage of the element of surprise while we still have it, Pain replied. However, instead of waiting for opportunities to take our prizes, we are going to make a bold move while the nations are least expecting us to do so. That is why I intend to have simultaneous assaults on Suna, Iwa and Kumo to take 5 Jinchuriki in one go, a month from now, while the exams in Suna are going on. A leaf out of Orochimaru's book, Deidara said from the floor of the cave. I don't think that works so well for him though, Fool, that is only because he was betrayed by the 2 other nations he had allied himself with, Kabuto said from his perch on one of the statue's fingers. Deidara, though you and Tobi are not yet full members of the Akatsuki, we will need to ensure the assault on Suna is successful, for we not only need the Ichibi Jinchuriki, but also a certain someone participating in the exams, someone who will help us get the QB Jinchuriki. That one will be the hardest to capture by sheer force alone, if recent reports from Drachmas and Caius are accurate, so leverage will be ideal. So I will have you both participating as partners in that endeavor. Sasori and Drachmas will be in charge of that operation. Caius and his Edo Tenseis will be joining you on this mission. Kabuto, Kisame, you will attack IWA at this time, and Haiden's two-man cell will back you up. Raisin, Zetsu, as much as I want you two to help assault Kumo, I believe you are better suited for the task of finding the locations of the Rokubi and the Sanbai and capturing them. Then who is going to assault Kumo? Sasori asked. Conan and I will deal with that nation personally. Kumo is the second strongest of the nations after all. Spend the next month preparing for your assignments. With that, his and Conan's figures faded. Raisin and Zetsu's also went. Before the remaining 6 Akatsuki members left, Toby looked at Deidara and said, "So partners? So I am just curious, but what's it like?" "What's what like, Being able to give yourself blowjobs with those mouths on your hands." Most of the others there developed a sudden cough as Deidara developed a good set of tick marks. "Toby," he said in clear anger. Toby gave small start, and tried to flee the cave, leaving a smoke cloud behind him with the speed he was running. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough. "Death by bombing," Deidara shouted as explosions went off, sending Toby flying through the air. A few days later in Suna, there was a lot of chaos going around. There was a scream of frustration from one of the stores that had once discriminated against Gaara, as Matsuri had told Akari. Apparently, the entire stocks of food supplies had been replaced by countless cups of instant ramen. The Suna Academy had increasingly desperate students trying to use the bathrooms, which were occupied by nothing more than several pairs of pants and shoes filled with toilet paper to make it look like someone was in the stalls. One of the more snobbish restaurants had a serious amount of customers complaining about being stuck to their seats. This was because someone had put special near-invisible storage seals on the seats of the seats, that only activated to release fast-drying glue when a certain amount of pressure was applied to said seal. Someone had also snuck into Umbu headquarters at night and dyed all of the ANBE uniforms and equipment pink, much to the Kazakage's amusement when they tried to hide it with cloaks. He decided to make the Umbu more mortified when he told them to do their duties in said dyed uniforms, telling them to regard it as a training exercise, because if someone could sneak into ANBU headquarters and pull such a stunt, then their own stealth skills needed to improve, and if they could sneak around in uniforms of that color, they could do so in anything. Needless to say, the ANBU took the not-be-seen part very seriously, because they were determined to avoid the embarrassment of being seen wearing pink. As a result, only 3 had been spotted that day, and those disappeared before the ones who spotted them could confirm that they had really just seen an ANBU pink ops. All in all, it did not take much effort for Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru to figure out who was behind these outrageous jokes. Shikamaru just left Sasuke and Sakura to handle their own unruly students, saying it would be too troublesome to help them. That was before he lit one of his cigarettes, only to find out pretty quick that the smokes had been switched with stink bombs disguised as cigarettes, enveloping the 3-leaf shinobi in a noxious cloud. After that, he was a little more inclined to help. Chapter 53 Pur Suna. Whap. Whap. Ow. Kenoamaru shouted as he was flung back by yet another blow from his sparring partner, Michiko, one of Enma's sons, and an expert at hand-to-hand combat. "Get up and try again," Michiko said sternly. "You are not going to improve if you don't keep at it." "All right," Kenoamaru groaned, knowing that his only reward for complaining would be more pain. They traded a few more blows before Michiko took advantage of an overextended punch from the young Sarutobi to yank him forward, twist himself behind Kenoamaru, and slam his palm into the back of Kenoamaru's head. Yoch! Kenoamaru flew face first into the ground, and Michiko shook his head. "You are too aggressive, trying to take openings that are not even there, and making yourself open in the process. This style I am trying to teach involves using the momentum of the battle to overcome your opponent, and turn their own strength against them." "How? Did you not realize how I was able to get behind you so easily? When you punched at me, it was easy to grab your arm and pull you, using your own momentum to make the direction I was trying to make you go in easier than anywhere else. And you were still too busy staggering from being put off balance by that maneuver to do anything about my attack." "Huh, now again." "Keep it up, Desauki," Sasuke said as their blades clashed. Desauki was panting, his Sharingan active. Sasuke entered his Kenjutsu stance, the blade with the hawk engraved on the handle in his right hand, while the snake engraved sword was in his left in a reverse grip, and partly behind his back. Desauki exhaled and charged again, but his blows were rapidly repelled, and Sasuke wasn't even using his Sharingan. Even so, Desauki was improving quite a bit already. With his own Sharingan, he was able to perceive and replicate several of Sasuke's kenjutsu maneuvers, though their styles were clearly different. Of course, Sharingan or not, Desauki's body still had a lot of work to do to get a decent stamina and speed built up. After a few more bouts, he felt he could not even stand up anymore. "Alright, take a break," Sasuke said, and Desauki gladly obeyed that order. "Your stamina is getting better. I have confidence that you will pass the exams." With style deep forest creation, Akari shouted at one of the private training grounds. A large collection of trees burst from the ground, though not nearly as large of a collection of forestry as what Hashirama could create with the same jutsu. Akari fell on her backside, heaving with heavy breaths. "Guess that wasn't such a good idea," she muttered. She knew that Genyamaru was not a good foe to go up against in close quarters, so the idea she had was to try to keep him at bay by putting several trees between him and her so she could keep hidden from him and use ambush tactics most of the fight. Trouble was, this jutsu required a crap load of chakra, an amount that drained even her reserves pretty bad. She was only 9 after all, even if she was an Uzumaki. "Have you thought about popping a food pill immediately after using that jutsu?" a shadow clone of Sasuke asked. She blinked. That would work. That would jumpstart her recovery after using the jutsu, so she could make her defensive obstacles and still have the energy to run away from Genyamaru. You could also work a bit more on chakra control to increase your reserves a little between now and the exams. "Both good ideas, thanks Duckbutt-sensei," Akari said. Sasuke twitched. "You know, I bet you can't go the whole month before the exams without calling me that," Sasuke said. Akari narrowed her eyes before replying, "How about we put your money where your mouth is?" "Fair enough," Sasuke said as they both agreed on a value that was roughly equal to $50. "But in Rio I have no idea how much Rio that would be. This will either be the easiest money I ever won, or else money well spent to keep her from using that nickname for a month. Either way, I win," Sasuke thought with satisfaction. "This here is practically a shrine to the Yandame's son," Kimimaro said to Fu as he showed her around the village, stopping outside Ichiraku's. Itachi had charged him with the task of keeping Fu safe and easing her transition to life within the Hidden Leaf village. "Huh," Fu said. "It looks like a simple ramen stand to me." "Exactly. That Naruto Namikaze pretty much worships anything to do with the food of the gods. Not that I dislike ramen myself, but he takes his liking to an extreme," Kimimaro said. "It's funny. The person who helped me such a great deal has a lot of strange quirks." "That's rather interesting. How exactly would he have helped someone like you?" "Let's just say I was in darkness for the longest time, but did not even realize for most of it. And when there was a light for me to take, I was too blind to see it until he pointed me in the right direction, with some help from Yugo at any rate. Yeah, Yugo had a few words with me some time ago. I feel I owe you an apology." "HM?" Kimimaro asked as Tucci came up and kindly asked them what they would like. They both ordered beef miso ramen. "I was a little harsh after you saved me from the Akatsuki back there. I kind of felt like you were just helping me because you were ordered to, and viewed me the same way as everyone else did. To be fair, I have been ordered to help you, but I am happy to oblige those orders. And I do not view you as a demon the same way most others would. Why would I, when someone I have a great deal of respect for has the same issue as you?" "You know the Jinchuriki of this village?" Fu asked, only for Kimimaro to put a hand over her mouth. "Keep that down, it is not supposed to be discussed. And it is not my place to share the identity of someone with your condition." "Right, sorry," Fu said as she rubbed the back of her head. They ate in silence for a bit before Fu asked, "So, you must be incredibly strong to have beaten that Kakuzu guy. He was actually talked about in history from my village, and went toe-to-toe with your village's Shodaime." The fool let his guard down after falling for one of the most basic tricks in the book. "I would expect better from someone over a century old, but then again, having too much power could actually cause one to become overconfident and forget some basics." They finished their meal before Kimimaro paid. "I will escort you back to the housing the Hokage provided." "Why, thank you. You certainly know how to treat a girl." "I try to give aid to anyone I can. Anyway, that was a good first date." Kimimaro went slightly pink before saying date? "That was not a date." "Oh really, what do you call taking a girl around town and buying her dinner then?" "I call that doing my job as an escort and being generous." "Yeah right. Admit it, you are attracted to me," Fu said with a wink. It was clear that the usually stoic Kimimaro was flustered by this. "Where the hell are my puppets?" Kankuro demanded as he tore apart his room to see if he had gotten the wrong scrolls, though he knew that was unlikely. He did not store much else besides his puppets in his scrolls, and he certainly did not have any of those girls' dolls that came out of the ones he was sure he stored his battle puppets in. "What's with all the racket, Kankuro?" Temari demanded as she entered the room, the makeup under her eyes the same color as Kankuro's usual war paint for some reason. Kankuro turned to face her, and she twitched for a second, before saying, I know that you are sexually confused, but is that the makeup I got from my date with Shikamaru tonight? What? Kankuro asked as he checked a mirror. Sure enough, his war paint was now a slightly glittery pink color. The rest of Kankuro's face went red, and he turned to Temari, who checked the mirror herself, before saying, Gah. It looks like someone switched our makeups. Mine is not makeup, how many times I gotta tell you? It's war paint, he shouted, before glaring at Temari, who had mouthed the last 3 words at the same time he said them while rolling her eyes. And isn't this makeup a little girlier than you are normally comfortable with? He asked, causing Temari to blush a bit, and Kankuro grinned. I guess someone really likes that lazy bum, eh? Temari sputtered before replying, No, I do not. He's just footing the bill for dinner tonight. The least I can do is look nice. Never mind that, Kankuro muttered as he and his sister wiped their faces clean. Someone stole my puppets, and who knows what they are doing with them right now. How am I supposed to attend training with Lady Chio without my tools? He demanded. He had been training with the old prune for the past 2 years, thanks to some convincing from Gaara. He really owed his younger brother for that. Before Temari could say anything, Gaara shunshed into the room and said, I believe I know where your dolls are, Kankuro. There was a small crowd gathered in the plaza in the village, and they were laughing their asses off. There were 2 short people in cloaks and they were putting on a rather comedic show with, you guessed it, Kankuro's puppets. Naturally, when the puppet master showed up and saw his tools being used in such a manner, he was well and truly pissed about it. Those are my puppets, you morons! He shouted, running right at the 2 figures, before they both disappeared in a burst of smoke, showing them to have been shadow clones. The puppets fell, tangled in the ninja wire used to control them. Kankuro immediately retrieved them, muttering as he tried to untangle them, before he heard a bunch of boos and got pelted by various food items from the audience to the show. Akari and Kenoamaru made their exits at this point, having hidden within the crowd and used the transformation jutsu to stay anonymous, while their clones pulled the joke. They slapped a high five when they got out of sight, already planning their next joke. Man, that brother of mine is such a bozo, Temari said as she finished the meal Shikamaru had bought for her. He should have been more subtle about interrupting something a crowd had gathered to see, even if it was put on with his property. Did you ever find out who stole his puppets? Shikamaru asked with a small smile, though he felt he already had a very shrewd idea who was responsible. No, the pranksters got away without us seeing their faces, and they used shadow clones to pull the joke. It was a well-thought-out escape on their part. Sounds troublesome for Kankuro, Shikamaru said as he got out his wallet to pay for their meal, only to find out that it was missing. What the? My wallet's gone. Ha ha, very funny, Shika. You think I will be scared into thinking I will have to foot the bill? I've seen better jokes told by Gaara. No, I'm serious. Some jerk stole my wallet, Shikamaru said, frantically searching his pockets and pouch several times, sweating in fear as he did so. If he couldn't pay, Temari was going to kill him. Bet the lazy bum is panicking right about now. Akari heaved through her laughter as they snuck into Shikamaru's hotel room and put the wallet they had taken out of his pouch on the table at the door, as Kenoamaru was chortling himself. Let's see, the Sarutobi said as he checked the list of jokes they had yet to pull. Next on our agenda is to set loose a few of our monkey summons on unsuspecting villagers with a bunch of water balloons, slip that Ika book into Sasuke's belongings and somehow make sure Sakura-sensei sees it. And let's not forget the statues in the council room. Suna is like our personal pranking grounds for the next few weeks. In a secluded forest, somewhere near Kiri, a young man with black hair, a few bangs covering his left eye, and wearing a blue kimono sat down on a rock as he meditated. He had been a wanderer for several years, and the isolation from society at large suited him quite well. His meditation was interrupted by what sounded vaguely like breaking glass, and he looked up to see the air develop patterns exactly like that, and a rift opened in the said space. A tall man covered almost completely in black plate mail armor, and wearing a cape that was black as well, but with red cloud designs on it, stepped out of the rift. The man immediately got into a battle stance, not knowing the intentions of his strange visitor, though if the rumors he had heard about the designs on the figure's cape were to be believed, he had a shrewd idea. The only visible features of the armored figure were his long black hair that flowed from the back of his helmet, and his eyes. The wanderer inhaled sharply as he took in the eyes. While most of those who wore plate mail opted to have slits to see out of, giving minimal visibility, but maximum protection, this man seemed to have eye size and shaped holes for maximum visibility instead. And both of his eyes were the Sharingan. Chapter 54 Bijou vs. Gravity. So, how did they get your girlfriend to pummel you? Shikamaru asked Sasuke as they ran into each other on the streets of Suna, both looking like walking bruises. They slipped one of the books that Naruto's perverted godfather writes into my bag, and Sakura recognized the corner they left visible, Sasuke replied past a split lip, and she only realized it was a prank on their part after she did this to me. You stole my wallet and put it back in my hotel when I was supposed to buy dinner for me and Temari. They are both so dead, Sasuke said. When I get my hands on them, I will show them exactly what one of my training methods was originally used for. This is going to be troublesome. We are going to have to catch them in the act first, Shikamaru said. Otherwise they would just deny the whole thing and be a bit more careful not to draw suspicion. Like I said, it is troublesome. In that case, we are going to have to be on guard for them to target us again, or anticipate one of their targets and catch them in the act there. Before they could speculate any further on their strategies, there was a pop and a splash, followed by a few screams. Sasuke and Shikamaru immediately went to investigate, and saw a bunch of monkeys running away from several wet people, the remains of water-filled balloons nearby. It's too troublesome to go after those monkeys, Shikamaru said. They would just dismiss themselves upon being caught anyway. We just need to figure out where those two will strike next. Let me think. What is one target that would be absolutely irresistible to them, and would be a challenge they would relish? Who is responsible for all of these stupid jokes? Kankuro asked no one in particular. Is it really that hard? Temari asked her brother. Think about it. The pranks start after the exams start. We have the sibling and the apprentice of one of the world's most notorious jokesters participating in said exams. While that only makes them the most likely suspects, we should also take into account the Namake's family's obsession with ramen, hence the joke with all the instant ramen in the stores. And then there is the use of shadow clones, which said prankster is rather known for after his liberal use when he took the exams, and the fact that monkeys that are not native to this desert are being used, and that the grandfather of one of said suspects was a famous monkey summoner himself. The dots connected in Kankuro's mind before he shouted, "Oh, that's it! When I get my hands on them, I am going to kill them with the most painful poisons I have at my disposal. And then I will use my statues as exam proctor to throw them out of the exams." No, you won't, Temari said. So far, they have not caused any property damage because the goods they switched the instant ramen out for were soon found, the glue washed off of those restaurant seats, and we were getting now uniforms for the ANBU anyway. And other than tricking me and Sakura into launching assaults on our boyfriends, there were no injuries either. The jokes are infuriating, but relatively harmless. And Naruto would kill us if we tossed his sister out of the exams. Fine, but I will still get revenge somehow, Kankuro vowed. No one messes with my war paint and puppets and gets away with it. Who are you? The wandering ninja said to the Sharingan bearer. Are you of the Uchiha clan? And are you with the Akatsuki? Since I am going to take you prisoner, it does not matter if I tell you, so I will, the armored man said as his Sharingan bored into the wanderer. My name is Raisin Genshikui Atsuri. I am not of the Uchiha clan, these eyes are prizes of mine. And yes, I am with the Akatsuki, and am here for the Rokubi you have sealed within you. Come quietly, and save yourself some trouble. I can tell you that it would be absolutely pointless to resist. I have no intention of surrendering to you. I am not by any means a weakling, Utakata replied. Raisin did not respond. He only gazed intently at his target before flaring his killing intent. OSD emoji plays. Utakata froze as an extremely oppressive feeling overtook him. It was a lot like being submerged at the bottom of the ocean with the pressure crushing you, and being surrounded by thousands of hungry great white sharks. The missing Kirinin was paralyzed as he witnessed several visions of himself dying in the most gruesome ways he could imagine. This is just killing intent? Utakata managed to think. What the hell is this guy? Don't tell me it's already over, Raisin said as he strode to the wandering Jinchuriki. All I did was flare some killer intent, and you freeze up on me? And here I was, hoping for a chance to get some exercise. Move, damn it! Saiken shouted within his host, and leaking his will into him to help him resist the killing intent. Utakata gave a start and jumped back, pulling out his bubble blower as he did so. You need to run. Now. This guy. He's way too strong for you to hope to win against. Trying to escape is also a bad idea, Rokubi, Utakata replied as he blew several of his bubbles at Raisin, hoping to make a distraction when they detonated. He would just chase me down easily. Our best chance is to try to fight and make an opening to escape. You're probably right, Saiken conceded. I'll loan my chakra to you, and you may even call me forth fully if you need to. The bubbles went off, engulfing Raisin in their explosive blasts, and Utakata cast his next jutsu. He was encased in one of his own bubbles, which shimmered and turned into the same color as his surroundings. While he knew his explosive bubbles hit, he had more than doubts that would suffice to subdue his foe, so he prioritized escape above all else. Before his bubble could float very far, Raisin practically materialized in front of him with incredible speed, his armor smoking. Hate to burst your bubble, he said, pun intended, as he launched his fist at the camouflaged Jinchuriki, causing the bubble he was hiding in to pop, and Utakata was blasted backwards. But these eyes I acquired can see chakra. That means anything you could use to try to hide from me is pretty much pointless. Damn, Utakata cursed as he knew escape would be close to impossible because of that. But it's not just the eyes, Raisin continued. They are merely my least tedious means of flushing out foes. I have other means at my disposal. I guess I am just going to have to beat you then, Utakata said as he tried to form his ink bubbles to completely vaporize Raisin. Before they could even get close to the gravity manipulator, they suddenly sped up, and I mean that as in they went skyward, really fast. What the hell? Utakata asked before he suddenly felt so heavy he could not even stand and went down like a ton of bricks. Ugh, it's my gravity-style jutsu, Raisin said. The Kekkei Genkai of the Genshukoyatsuri clan allows us to freely manipulate gravity to various effects, such as creating a repulsive or attractive force, or making objects heavy or so light they float, similar to what the fence sitter of IWA is capable of, only we don't have to be in physical contact with our targets to make that work. There are countless other practical applications to it as well. For example, this gauntlet here. He removed his left gauntlet, showing his skin to be rather dark, but completely black, and held it out for the helpless Jinchuriki to see. When it was forged out of titanium steel, while it was in its molten state, I used my powers to increase the pull, if you will, of certain spots in the metal and made it far denser as a result. The downside of this far stronger protection is, well, this. He dropped the gauntlet, and it blasted a 10-foot deep crater into the ground. Utakata looked in shock at the smoke coming from the crater. How can you walk around in an entire set of that? True, you would need more than intense strength to be able to casually move around in this. But that is not how I do it, though my strength is nothing to sneeze at. I simply constantly keep the armor light enough to wear with my power. It's a very basic yet effective chakra control exercise my clan used to use. Our reserves were always unnaturally high, but we practice control to a point where we are very precise in the amount we can use. I dare say that my reserves are even higher than most Jinchurikis, but my control good enough to use medical ninjutsu. Utakata growled as he struggled to rise, but he was still too heavy. Finally, red chakra bubbled forth, and he roared as there was an explosion of power, and Raisin found himself staring at the full power of a bijou as he put his gauntlet back on. Let's see your armor withstand this, Saiken bellowed as his 6 tails trailed in front of his mouth and a bijou bomb began to form. You seem to be under the impression that my armor is my best defense, Raisin said as the bomb was fired right at him. I could just blast that away with my gravity manipulations version of the Rinnengan Shinra Tensei, but I think I will use this power instead to avoid getting rusty at it. Raisin mused as his hand extended and he said, Burakuru. Within his hand, a single black point no larger than the point of a pin appeared before it seemed to suck in the very light around it, creating a black void about the same size and shape as a Rinnengan. He held the sphere before him, and the bijou bomb struck it, only to simply be sucked right into it. Saiken could only look in shock at the sphere, and Raisin gazed right at him. This is the ultimate result of gravity manipulation, Raisin stated, as his feet left the ground, clearly him using his power to levitate. Now let me show you how it applies to create my absolute defense. Jinga no Chushin. About 20 more of the spheres appeared around Raisin, and they seemed to orbit around him. He crossed his arms and said, Your move? Saiken desperately formed the largest bijou bomb he possibly could, and swallowed it. The resulting beam of compressed chakra went straight at Raisin, devastating the landscape, and hitting Raisin, who made no attempt to dodge, clearly confident in his defense. Sure enough, none of the chakra even touched Raisin, and all of the void sucked in the chakra. You bijou are powerful, but your power is insufficient to even wound me. I don't even need the Sharingan I acquired to face you, so I won't use it. But I am certainly eager to show you why only your father has ever been able to best me in single combat. Saiken was well and truly speechless. This guy had fought against the Rakuta Sannin. Now that you've seen my absolute defense, it is time to show you my absolute offense, Raisin declared as he clasped his hands together. But don't worry. I will weaken the attack enough to allow you to survive. I do need you alive after all. A single one of the voids glowed pure white. Quesa. The surrounding area was engulfed in a blinding radiance, and OST. This is going to be the best joke Suna will ever see. Akari sniggered as she and her partner made their plans to get into the Suna council chambers without getting caught. I can't wait to see the footage of the council members' faces when they get a load of how we portray their leaders. Kenoamaru laughed as he made adjustments to the video camera. They would hide in the room to see the reactions of the victims when the prank was done. They were just agreeing on the final details of their big joke, when there was a shout of "Hey, Akari!" from Desauki, and both of the pranksters looked up to see Desauki run up. Just got finished training with Sasuke-sensei for the day, Desauki said. Do you want to go to the ramen stand with me? My treat. Awesome. Let's go, Kenoamaru, Akari said, and Desauki's face fell slightly. He had been hoping for just the two of them. Meanwhile, Kenoamaru noticed the way Desauki looked at Akari, and found he did not like what he saw. Don't tell me he has a crush on her too, Kenoamaru thought frantically. Heck no, I gotta make sure I impress Akari at the exams by beating him so she will like me better for sure. Don't get me wrong, I like Kenoamaru a lot, he's a funny guy, Desauki thought. But if he and I both like the same girl, there can be no holds barred. They do say all's fair in love and war after all. Well, when Aunt Azumi told me that, she hastily added, except no hitting, but does she really call that war? I am totally going to kick his ass in our match. Both Desauki and Kenoamaru thought at the same time. That was sooner than I expected, Pain said as all 8 figures appeared in the cave on the fingertips of the Genyamaru. Raisin and Zetsu strolled into the cave with the captured Jinchuriki under Raisin's arm. Raisin shrugged before he set Utakata down and flew up to his place on the statue, while Zetsu simply did his plant-growing thing to his tip. We were lucky enough for Zetsu to locate him quickly and I can get around fast, and I was able to subdue him without any trouble. Hopefully, we will get our first bijou with no interruptions this time. Well, we do have a good portion of the Nanabai's chakra now, Toby thought as he spied on the proceedings form a hidden hollow area in the top of a wall in the corner of the cave. If we are unable to claim the whole thing later, that part will have to suffice for my goal of bringing back the Jubi. Seems Toby is keeping an eye on things, Kabuto mused as the process to extract the bijou from Utakata began, though he gave no indication he knew Obito was around. But of course, he is the true leader of the Akatsuki. Flashback. It seems you know that Pain is merely a figurehead in the grand scheme of things, Toby said as he approached the snake-like boy from behind. Well, you did try to work with my former master after all, Kabuto replied as he pushed up his glasses and turned around. I believe that you wanted to make sure you had an ally in the shadows when the time came to seize power in this organization, and also make sure you could beat that Raisin character. Is he really so threatening to someone who dares to use the name of Madara? What are you talking about? Toby demanded as his single visible eye narrowed. I am Madara, not some imposter. Really? Then who is this I have here? Kabuto asked as he clapped his hands together, and a coffin came out of the ground, and the lid popped off. What? Toby demanded as he saw who was in it. Grr, it seems as if you and that master of yours have ultimately figured even my greatest secret out. But where did you find the DNA to summon Madara? I have a few secrets of my own, so I certainly know how to keep yours. No one else knows. I also have Hashirama's DNA. But I am not fully confident I have the ability to control him, so I have yet to actually use him. Toby said as he thought something over. Tell me, just whose side are you on? Whichever side has the best chance to win, and can benefit me the most, Kabuto said with brutal honesty. I suppose that is good enough for now. Come with me, Toby said as he grabbed Kabuto by the shoulder and teleported them to the hideout where he had the Genyamaru usually stored when not in use by Pain or to extract bijou. They came face to face with Hashirama's living clone. Interesting, Kabuto said as he gazed intently at said clone. I take it that stolen cells were used to grow this, either by you or Madara while he was still alive, correct? For what purpose is this around? Mainly to supply me with an army, Toby said. I plan on using that and the chakra within Genyamaru after a few bijou were absorbed by it to create as many clones of White Zetsu as course. Those would not be very powerful, but they have their own trump cards to play. However, if you were to put the Edo Tensei of Hashirama into the clone, we may be able to use his power to spawn more and possibly increase the power of the clones. The thought would have crossed my mind as well. How many clones do you think that will help make by the time we need them? If we do it right, we should have tens of thousands, and if we are able to claim a few full bijou before we need to use the army for anything, we should have over 100,000, and that's a low estimate. Very well then, consider it done, Kabuto said as a coffin came out of the ground. And flashback. Toby is very well planned and has the power of both Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama Senju at his disposal, Kabuto thought. I wonder just what about Raisin scares him so much. I have yet to actually see him in action. Chapter 55 Return. Hard to believe we are going to be returning in 2 weeks, huh? Naruto asked as he turned part of his arm into some kind of machine. Man, the Azura path just feels odd to use. I would prefer for your Rinnengan training to be complete before you returned. But Itachi had a message returned, Felix said. The Akatsuki are active enough to justify returning to your dimension despite the development with the Rinnengan. In fact, we already are later than originally planned. Well, I already have gotten to Nagato's level with most of the paths, and I should have a better grasp of them by the end of the 2 weeks. Do you know what bijou the Akatsuki have laid claim to yet? About half of the Nanabai, and we have reason to believe that the Rokubi has been captured. Kiri's ANBU had spotted it a distance away, but before they could investigate, some flash of light engulfed a large area of the forest, and the leading group had been inside that area. They were not seen since, so it's safe to assume they got vaporized by whatever the light Itachi mentioned in his message was. Naruto thought about that, and said, the only Akatsuki member capable of that I can think of is Deidara, but he would have to blow himself up for that. I wonder if someone from this dimension is responsible instead. It seems likely, and if they would use that to capture a bijou, they will be incredibly powerful. I do not look forward to fighting most of these foes, to be honest. Though I will enjoy the chance to kill Caius for what he did with my father's soul. That Edo Tensei jutsu truly is cruel. Hinata looked a little scared at the thought that they would soon have to return and face the Akatsuki. She was scared for Naruto, and she wanted him to get at least a little stronger before he risked fighting against them and the new foes. But she also knew that was a good reason for her to strive and get strong enough to face them alongside Naruto. She was definitely stronger than she had been before, but she still felt she would not be strong enough to defend Naruto if she had to. Naruto noticed this and said, Hinata, don't worry. You are strong enough to fight against most of our foes, and I think you can hold your own against the strongest of them. Trust me, when we get back, your enemies won't even know what hit them. Busted! Kankuro shouted as he, Temari, Gaara, Sasuke, Shikamaru and Sakura burst out of hiding as Akari and Kenoamaru approached the Kazekage statues with paint in hand. They gave small jumps of surprise before Gaara's sand wrapped around their ankles and they were being dangled upside down. Ah man, how did you find out it was us, Sasuke-sensei? Akari grumbled while still upside down, and the six apprehenders face palmed. Like it was that hard. Sasuke grumbled. Well, Kankuro needed a little help figuring it out himself, Temari said. I did not. I was just playing along to lull them into a false sense of security. Kankuro defended. Right, all 7 others present said cynically, causing Kankuro to face fault. So what do we do with you two? Gaara asked. We could just throw you out of the exams for your jokes. Both Genin paled as they hastily began begging. No, please, anything but that. Well, I have an idea, Kankuro said as he rose, an evil grin on his face that scared Akari and Kenoamaru shitless. If they are willing to accept a little poetic justice I will dish out, they can stay in the exams. Despite their misgivings about the look Kankuro was giving them, they quickly agreed to do so. The next day, there was an 8-hour show in the square of Suna. Wearing makeup that made them look like puppets, Akari and Kenoamaru were actually being used as them by Kankuro, and they were made to do a slapstick comedy special. By the time the show was over, Akari had been made to kick Kenoamaru's crotch 5 times, Kenoamaru had retaliated with several punches to her gut. There were a few times when both were made to try to poke each other in the eyes with that 2-finger gag, and at one point, Kankuro made Akari try to strangle Kenoamaru with his own scarf. Now this is entertainment, Sasuke grinned as he filmed the entire ordeal. I bet they wish they had thought twice about messing with us. He chuckled again as Akari was guided right into a pitfall trap by Kankuro's strings. Needless to say, Akari and Kenoamaru were mentally declaring war on the puppet master. Well, I hope you learned your lesson? Sasuke asked Akari sternly as he watched her do the water walking exercise while sticking leaves to her body, and with a sponge in one hand and a stone in the other. A stick was in her mouth. She was trying to simultaneously make the sponge wet, the stone crumble, and the stick grow a few leaves while her mind was occupied on yet 2 other tasks, something which required very fine chakra control, which Sasuke had had her do almost non-stop for the past 2 years. Yeah, don't get caught again, Akari mumbled through the stick, and Sasuke face-palmed. No, I mean that you should have learned not to pull such childish pranks in the first place. Ah, come on, Duckbutt-sensei, they make life fun, Akari said as the stone crumbled into dust, and the stick had exactly 3 leaves, the amount Sasuke had made her specifically go for. She squeezed the sponge, and water poured out. Sasuke froze, though not at the feat she had just done. You just called me Duckbutt-sensei. Yeah, so? I call you that all the time. Oh yeah, the bet. Oops. Sasuke started to sweat as Akari came ashore and handed him his money. So far, her luck had always seemed to be exactly like Naruto's, meaning that she always won her bets, unless something bad was going to happen soon. Come to think of it, Sasuke had started to have an uncomfortable feeling that was getting stronger as the days passed. Come off of it, there was no way she was going to win that bet, Sasuke thought as he tried to reassure himself. She couldn't go a week, let alone a month without calling me that stupid nickname. It would be prudent to keep an eye out for danger, but I need to be sure not to obsess. Oh my gosh, Lady Tsunade, you are on a winning streak! Shizen gushed as Tsunade put her hand down, showing a straight flush, which beat her opponent's full house. Gah, how do we keep losing? One of the other players cursed. This is the legendary sucker. For Kami's sake, Tsunade was meanwhile deep in thought, her hand on her forehead. This can't lead to anything good. Come to think of it, Why do I even gamble when I either always lose, or I win, and it turns out to be an omen? Take that, four of a kind! Naruto shouted at Matthew as they and Felix were also playing poker at the moment, along with Felix. Matthew cursed as his flush was beaten, but then Felix cleared his throat and put down a royal flush. Gah! Naruto shouted as Felix took the play chips from him. They had agreed long ago not to play for money, because that would just be giving Naruto free cash. Felix and Naruto both paused and looked at each other, the same thought running through their minds at the same time. Oh! On Mount Myaboku, two men who were in meditative poses gave a small shudder, and they looked at each other, both having the same yellow eyes with a block-like pupil in them and a sort of reddish pigment around the eyes. Hey Jiraiya. Did you feel that too? Minato asked his former teacher. The white-haired man nodded solemnly. Yeah, this is the same feeling that normally comes when Tsunadeheim starts winning bets that don't involve Naruto. And so far that only happened before Orochimaru team left the village, and before the Kyuubi was set loose on the village. Shit, they both said at once. I'm going to consult my spy network again, Jiraiya declared as his sage mode wore off. Good idea. The day of the exams had finally arrived, and the seats were rather packed. There was a bit of excitement over these semi-annual exams, since a team led by one of the Kazekage's sons would be participating, and two Kage descendants were also in said exams. The Kazekage looked up from his seat as three figures entered the Kage box. Ah, nice to see you made the trip, Itachi-san, the Kazekage said. Itachi gave a bow of respect and said I wouldn't miss this for the world. He sat down in the seat prepared for him, flanked by Kushina and Azumi. Baki and a nameless Sanjonin were also present to ensure their Kage's safety. I believe we have already met once or twice, Kushina-san, the Kazekage said as he inclined his head to the red head. But I don't believe I am acquainted with your other guard, Itachi. I happen to be his girlfriend, Azumi said, and the Kazekage seriously. Why didn't Kishimoto give this guy a name? I think I should just give him one myself for the purposes of my story. Nodded. I am also the aunt of Desauki Uchiha, one of the exam participants, Kazekage-sama. I see, it was kind of you to bring the relatives of two of your exam participants, the Kazekage said to Itachi, who chuckled nervously. Ah yes, they can be quite persuasive when they want to be, Itachi said as he started to sweat, with both women behind him giving him dangerous smirks. Good to be back, Naruto muttered as he, Hinata, Felix, Alex and against their better judgment Isaac presented the tickets that had been bought for them ahead of time to the gate guards of Suna. Isaac had decided to come to Naruto's dimension to participate in the fight against the Akatsuki, since he was not kept on very active duty by the elder dimension higher-ups. They had tried very hard to dissuade him, knowing his eccentric tendencies, but he just did not take no for an answer. This ought to be good, he. Come on, we had better go find Sasuke and the others, Felix said. I think you guys should catch up at least a little bit before the exams start. Catch up? Isaac said as he looked around. Where? That stuff is so good on fries. Knew bringing him along was a bad idea, Naruto deadpanned, and everyone else nodded. As soon as they were out of sight of the gate guards, Naruto slapped his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A small black fox with Rinnengan eyes appeared. Oh hey Naruto-sama, the fox said. This Rinnengan summon was the only one Naruto had decided to create a soul for. Naruto had decided that after he had the theory for the technique, he should at least attempt it once to be sure he could do so, in case he ever found that he actually needed it. After both the physical and mental drain of using the creation of all things for that purpose, Naruto had come to the conclusion that he should not do that very often. This creation was made by Naruto for scouting purposes, which he was very good for, since he had the ability to send a sort of subconscious message to Naruto to activate his Rinnengan, so their lines of sight could be linked. I need you to scout around the village for me, Zenko, Naruto said. I went into sage mode just a little bit ago to pinpoint our friends and noticed that here seems to be a group of people in the village that are suppressing their chakra somehow to avoid detection, though I was still able to get a general read on them. Alright, consider it done, Zenko said before he ran into an alleyway to look around the village. Funny you chose to try giving a mind to a fox of all things, Kurama chuckled. Hee. I hope you're wrong about any bad hunches you may have, Naruto-kun, Hinata said nervously. So do I, Hinata. Once again, congratulations for making it this far into the exams. Gaara told the 12 genin in front of him. The arena they stood in had a sandy center, though there were a few trees and cacti around the edges. Now then, a final reminder on the rules and the matchups. He proceeded to inform them of the said things. Hey, long time no see, Naruto said as he and Hinata entered the box for participants and jonin instructors. Sasuke turned to face his friend. I like your new outfit by the way, much better than what you were wearing before, Naruto continued, obviously referring to what Sasuke had worn at this point in time at the previous timeline. For those who have forgotten, Sasuke was now garbed in something similar to an ANBU uniform, but without the mask, and he had the Uchiha crest on the back of it. Yeah, well, I see you have still not abandoned your taste for weird orange jumpsuits, Sasuke replied as he looked over the fact that Naruto had the same thing he had last time. Hinata had also changed her outfit very little. What's wrong with orange? Naruto asked defensively, and Sasuke smiled. It would be easier to tell you what was right with it. Naruto face faulted. I actually happen to like orange, you jerk. Well, that's one checked off on the longer list then. Why, I oughta dash. Will both of you stop it? Sakura shouted at them, using the big head jutsu known to all Chunin instructors. This is the first time in 2 years you two have seen each other, and you are already going at it. Sorry, Sakura. Both boys said hastily, weeping anime tears of fear as they did so. Hinata giggled. So Hinata, Sakura said to her fellow kunoichi. How was the training trip you went on with Naruto Baka and Felix? Well, it was very interesting. Hinata stalled, knowing that Sakura was not to know the sensitive details, such as the fact it was an entirely different dimension they were in. Come on, details, details, Sakura demanded. Hinata was saved when a San Jonin entered the box. The exams are about to start. I am afraid that you two are going to have to go to your seats. Ah well, see you guys later, Naruto said as he and Hinata hurried out. I wonder just how much stronger Naruto has gotten over the past 2 years, Sasuke said. Knowing him for as long as I have, I would bet all of my Rio that nothing would surprise me. All genin other than the 2 current combatants please leave the arena, Gaara said. We shall start the match soon. Once his request had been complied with, Haku and Itetsu faced one another, the latter looking extremely nervous about his foe. Remember, if I feel that the fight has gone far enough, I will step in and declare the winner, Gaara said. Begin. OST Shippuden plays. Itetsu wasted no time in throwing several kunai at Haku, who responded by throwing several of his own weapons at Itetsu's. Senban? The San Genin though as his weapons were deflected. That means this girl guy, focuses on accuracy above all else. Wind style gust Senban. Haku shouted as he made seals. Wind style? Itetsu asked as near invisible Senban made of air struck him in a few spots almost instantaneously. He staggered back and recovered, charging Haku as he did so. This guy clearly uses long-range attacks, so I need to close the distance and attack fast, Itetsu thought as Haku began casting signs again. Itetsu smirked slightly as he turned one of his silver arm guards just right and flashed the sun's reflection straight into Haku's eyes, causing the Yuki to wince, but he kept at his signs. Water-style hydro missile. A large sphere of water bigger than a usual liquid bullet was fired from Haku's mouth at his oncoming foe, who was prepping a jutsu of his own, Earth-style charging earth wall. Itetsu shouted and a barrier of stone appeared between him and Haku, taking the water blast dead on as it moved at the Yuki, pushed forward by the San Genin. Haku was struck by the barrier and thrown back, only to turn into water. A water clone. When did he dash? Itetsu started to ask before he felt the temperature plummet. What the dash, he said as several mirrors made of ice appeared around him. Sorry, but you are already beaten, Haku said as his image appeared in each mirror. Surrender now if you don't want to get hurt. Like I will go down that easy. Itetsu shouted as he cast signs, having deduced the fact that Haku's jutsu was meant to attack from all sides. Earth-style rock dome barrier. He was quickly encased in said defense, and Haku began his assault, only to find the dome hard to penetrate with low-power Senban, regardless of speed. In that case, Haku said as he formed a large icicle around one of his arms. This will slow me a bit, but it won't be enough to make a difference. Ice-style certain kill spear. He attacked again, this time, his weapon penetrating the dome and stopping just short of impaling Itetsu through the head. Earth-style exploding rock. Itetsu shouted, causing his barrier to fly off in all directions, and blasting Haku back. Several boulders impacted the mirrors, though they did no damage to the ice. Itetsu followed up with more kunai at his down target, and they hit the Yuki, only for him to dissolve into water again. What? Itetsu asked before he felt a prick in his neck and promptly lost all feeling from that point down, causing him to go down. Sorry about that, Haku said. But I did say you were already beaten. How did you switch yourself with 2 water clones? Itetsu asked from the ground. That first one was when I had hit you with my gust Senban. While you winced in pain, I made the clone and circled around behind you. The second one was the moment my certain kill spear was forced to stop by your jutsu. But I did not even notice, Itetsu protested. You would have had to move so fast to have taken those short windows. Exactly. Speed is my greatest ally. But if you were that fast, why didn't you just end it earlier? All it would have taken was one Senban right where you just got me, and I would have been down like I am now. You're right, I could have. But that would have denied you the chance to show your own abilities to the judges and at least have a chance to make Chunin. You were helping me out? Not quite, I merely let you have a few openings to show what you were capable of, Haku said before he rose and said, you should be able to move again in a few minutes. The winner of the first match is Hakuyuki. Gaara shouted to the crowd, all of whom cheered as Haku helped Atetsu back to the Genin's box. You ready to take on Kyoshi? Kenoamaru asked Udan, who nodded nervously. Both combatants of the second match entered the arena and faced each other intently. Good luck, Kyoshi! Akari shouted at her comrade, who gave a small smile. Begin! Gaara shouted and Udan immediately jumped back, throwing a few kunai at Kyoshi as he did so. Kyoshi was able to dodge all of them before whipping out his crossbow and firing a bolt at Udan, who actually caught the deadly projectile a few inches from his chest. Nice reflexes, Kyoshi whistled as he cast a few signs, his seemingly unloaded crossbow held between his arm and side. Lightning-style shock bullet. He fired a sphere of lightning chakra from his hand at Udan, who was able to avoid it and ran at Kyoshi, who was trying to reload his crossbow. Udan took out a kunai as he closed in, thinking himself safe from Kyoshi's weapon until it was reloaded, only for Kyoshi to level the bow and fire the hidden bolt at near point-blank range. Udan was fast enough to just barely avoid the bolt, though it grazed the side of his head. Kyoshi put his weapon away and engaged Udan in close-quarters taijutsu. It was clear that they were both skilled at it, but eventually Udan was able to kick Kyoshi in the gut and throw him back, as well as throw an exploding kunai at his opponent. Kyoshi recovered fast enough to regain his feet and jump to the side, though he was still caught in the blast, and thrown against the wall of the arena. Udan took out a few kunai and threw them at the injured foe, though he kept one as he attempted to close in again. Kyoshi took out one of his own kunai and deflected the thrown ones with it, discreetly casting a few signs with his other hand. Demonic illusion hiding limb jutsu, he muttered. Udan got close enough to stab his kunai forward, but Kyoshi rolled out of the way and got to his feet. He then tried to bring his kunai down on Udan by raising his arm and stabbing downward. Udan tried to stab Kyoshi as well, and used his free hand to try to grab Kyoshi's kunai arm as it came down at him. Kyoshi also made to grab Udan's kunai wrist. Udan was not surprised when he felt his own wrist grabbed by Kyoshi. He was surprised, however, when his hand just went through Kyoshi's wrist, and Kyoshi's arm seemed to disappear, right as Udan felt the point of a kunai he could not see at his throat. He looked down and saw Kyoshi's arm shimmer into view, holding the kunai to his opponent's neck. What did you do? Udan asked. I used a low-power genjutsu called Hiding Limb, Kyoshi said. In short, it creates an illusion of any of my limbs that I choose and renders my actual limb invisible. While you were occupied with my false arm, my actual arm got to you as a result. The winner is Kyoshi! Gaara shouted and the crowd roared their approval. Chapter 56 Intense Battle. It is time for Akari Namikaze and Genyamaru to come down and face each other, Gaara said. Akari gulped nervously. She may be a genius that had trained her butt off under Sasuke's tutelage, but Genyamaru was one of Zabuza's students for the past 2 years, and supposedly on the same level as Haku, who Akari knew to be Jonin level by now. Yeah, Akari, kick his ass! 2 voices shouted at once, one from the Kage box and the other from the stands. Akari gave a small jump and looked up to see her mom leaning over the edge to shout encouragement, held back by a frantic Itachi and Azumi to keep her from falling over the edge in her excitement. Hey, that's my mom, Akari chuckled before she looked over to where the other voice came from, to see her brother in the stands also shouting encouragement. When did Big Brother get back? She asked, before she smiled to herself. Immature as her family was, it did give her a lot of heart to hear their encouragement. I can do this, she breathed before she looked up at the Genin box where she saw Sasuke give her a nod. If anything could have bolstered her confidence more than it already had been, it was that. Genyamaru was already waiting for her in the center of the arena, looking confident himself, though he was privately considering all of her abilities and was mentally worried about facing a wood-style user. He was cautious himself, and would not allow himself to underestimate his opponent. Wordlessly, he unsealed his signature spiked ball and chain. Akari gulped again when she got a good look at the size of it, and despite its mass, she knew that Genyamaru was by no means slow and clumsy with it. But she steeled herself and prepared. Ironic, Zabuza mused. We have ourselves the youngest in the exams versus the oldest. Never thought of it that way, Sasuke replied. Do you think Akari can win? Konohamaru asked. I have faith in her, Desauki said, and Zabuza snorted. I would not count on it. She is talented, yes. But Genyamaru is an absolute monster on the battlefield, he said. He handled a B-rank mission almost single-handedly. Though the mission was hardly ranked accurately, the foes were absolute pansies. Haku could have done things with more finesse, but Genyamaru's way was undoubtedly faster. In terms of combat, he is the strongest leaf genin around, though Haku is definitely smarter and beats him in spars most of the time. Akari won't beat him, I can vouch for that. That's why it is called a bet, Sasuke said. It would be no fun if both of us knew from the get-go who would emerge triumphant. And I said my money was on Akari, didn't I? She may be young, but she is the right kind of prodigy. Right kind? Desauki asked. Meaning that even though she is a natural-born genius, she still puts her heart and soul into all of her efforts, Sasuke said. Something you and she both have in common, Desauki. Huh? Me? I'm not that good, Desauki said, while Kenoamaru clenched his fists at the thought that Akari and Desauki were alike in some way. Don't sell yourself short. While Akari is still a good bit stronger than you are a prodigy in your own right, and you don't let it go to your head. OSD hidden will to fight plays. Begin! Gaara shouted. Akari was fast to jump back as fast as she could, while Genyamaru closed the distance at an unbelievable speed himself. While Haku was faster, Genyamaru was fast enough to keep up if a fight between them occurred. Akari was worried as Genyamaru launched his spiked ball right at her at an alarming speed she knew she could not easily dodge in midair. Keyword easily. A wooden pole shot out of her hand and slammed into the ground, vaulting her up, out of range of the deadly ball. She launched herself off of said pole and above Genyamaru's head as his weapon smashed through the pole. Earth-style stone bullet, she shouted as she sent a clod of rock the size of a human head at the back of Genyamaru's head from her position above him. Surprisingly, the attack hit dead on, shattering against Genyamaru's head, but he didn't even flinch. He simply stopped, and cracked his neck a few times by pushing his head with his hand. Holy crap, that guy is like a tank, Kenoamaru said as he stared at the fact that Genyamaru was almost totally unfazed by such a brutal hit. Of course, Zabuza said as they watched Genyamaru charge at Akari again, and she was quickly put on the defensive by her older opponent. While his Kekkei Genkai is not the Sharingan or one of the other more acknowledged bloodlines, the way it makes him naturally stronger and more durable without even needing to consciously use chakra is nothing to sneeze at, and when he actually does use chakra to boost his durability, he is nearly indestructible. Nothing short of a mid-B ranked jutsu will harm him in the slightest. Akari immediately jumped over another swing from Genyamaru's weapon and clasped her hands together, resigned to losing a ton of her chakra. Wood-style deep forest emergence. Genyamaru's eyes widened as the ground itself seemed to rip apart, and a large number of roots tore their way free from the crust of the earth. Genyamaru quickly jumped back, and smashed a root that tried to wrap around his leg with his spiked ball. Wood-style? Naruto gasped, and Hinata also made a small exclamation. I thought that pole she used earlier was a stored one, but she can actually use wood style instead. Damn, she's going to be a beast in a few years if she isn't one already. Hinata smiled her agreement. Sasuke smirked. Bet the dobe is far more surprised right now than anything he could do now would surprise me. Yash, show Genyamaru the power of your youth, Akari. A familiar voice shouted and both Naruto and Hinata whipped around to see Lee and Tenten a few rows behind them, the latter sweat dropping. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked after getting over his initial shock of seeing them here. Lee won tickets to see these exams, and he invited me along, Tenten said. Huh, Naruto said as Akari took a perch on top of one of the higher branches, panting slightly. Okay, so I can get away with not taking a food pill for a little while now, Akari thought. So I had better save it for now. Or I could take it after doing this. She bit her thumb and wove several signs as she made her plans. Summoning jutsu, several monkeys appeared, a few being the small messenger types, and the other two being the combat assassin type she had used on 2 IWA genin during the second exams. Summoning the 5 monkeys drained her remaining reserves, so she popped one of her food pills. She felt the effect restore her reserves to a decent level almost instantly. She yanked out a scroll and unsealed several oversized weapons from them. The roots of the forest she had summoned grabbed the tools and moved towards Genyamaru. According to Sasuke, this was a tactic often used by Hashirama in his life. Genyamaru started to move backwards to avoid the weapons, and found his feet bound by roots and the 2 combat apes Akari had summoned were closing in from behind. He took in a deep breath. Wind-style storm wave. He exhaled rapidly, and a blast of wind chakra burst from his entire body, slamming everything within a 10-foot radius away from him, most strongly in front of him where he was exhaling. He tried to run at Akari then, but more and more roots beneath his feet kept on grabbing him, forcing him to instead jump up and slam his spiked ball into the ground to rid it of forestry. Akari began casting signs again. Wood-style flowering trees. Flowers came from the trees closest to Genyamaru and began to excrete some pollen, which Genyamaru hastily responded to by pulling his tunic over his nose and as an extra contingency, held his breath. He spun the chain of the spiked ball to produce a gust of wind to blow some of the pollen away, but more kept coming, continually produced by the flowers. Gritting his teeth, Genyamaru unsealed a vest covered in exploding tags, to the confusion of everyone else present. This confusion was further magnified as he slipped on the suicide vest and used the chain to blow away more pollen to clear the air in front of him before he pulled the front of his tunic back down and took in a deep breath as the tags ignited. Wind-style storm wave. He shouted again, timing the attack with the exact moment the tags went off. This resulted in the explosion being blown away from his body, and magnified the same way fire chakra is enhanced by wind chakra, and a good 20-foot radius circle of forest around him was blasted to smithereens. The result was a heavily forested 100-foot radius arena with a freshly made clearing, and the edges of said clearing burning. And OST, that's actually pretty creative, Naruto mused as he looked at the results of Genyamaru's handiwork. But that is a rather risky double-edged sword, he continued as enough smoke cleared to show Genyamaru, with his skin smoking slightly, covered in high first-degree and low second-degree burns and his tunic almost completely shredded by the explosion. You're right, Hinata said, having had her Byakugan active since she saw Genyamaru take out the vest to try to figure out his strategy. Even though his wind chakra pushes the flames away from his body, he still has a moment when the fan flames are right up against his skin. That causes a good amount of backlash damage to him. If it weren't for that superhuman durability of his, he would have been hurt far worse. Naruto nodded as he went into deep thought. Man, I knew Genyamaru had a great deal of potential ability, just based off of the fact that he got body jacked by that snake team, but this is ridiculous. OST emergence of talents plays, okay. Akari thought as Genyamaru situated himself in the center of his newly made clearing. He took a look at the shredded remains of his tunic before tearing it off, baring his body from the waist up and causing a few fangirls in the stands to pass out from massive nosebleeds at the sight of his muscular physique, and also earning a few death glares from both fathers and boyfriends of said fangirls. He now has more breathing room now that the fact that the part of the arena is no longer forested. But if he tries to come to me, he puts himself in danger by entering my element. As long as I stay in the forest, and make sure he has to think twice about coming after me, I should be fine. Her combat apes seemed to be thinking along the same lines and started unsheathing their throwing weapons as Genyamaru finished his casual stretching. He reached into his pouch, which was mostly unharmed due to the fact it was woven out of fire-resistant fibers. Darn, should have made sure my tunic was made the same way, he muttered as he pulled out another scroll. It may have reduced the damage a good deal, and possibly stayed intact enough to still wear. Oh well, they say hindsight is always 20/20ths, but my foresight could use glasses. His eyes narrowed as he took in the fact that Akari's smaller monkeys were busy setting booby traps to keep Genyamaru at bay, most of them involving several layers of tripped wire and a rather liberal amount of explosive tags. Great, there is no way I can go in there and come out in one piece between her control of the forest and those traps, so close-range combat is out, at least until I can wear her down enough to make her control of the environment she created falter at least a little, or unless I destroy enough of the environment to so while it may not be my specialty, long-range combat it is. He thought as he unsealed about 10 more spiked balls in a circle around him. Akari raised her eyebrows, wondering how he planned to wield 11 at once, before she noticed that none of these new ones had chains attached, but rather simple handles. Her eyebrows went even higher as Genyamaru set down his chain ball and picked up one of the new ones. A horrible suspicion gripped her mind. Don't tell me he's... Her fear was confirmed when Genyamaru channeled wind chakra into the ball, spun twice to gain momentum, and hurled it at her with lethal accuracy. Shit! Akari shrieked as she hastily jumped to lower branches and backed further away into the forest as the deadly projectile blasted through the dense upper forest. Kushina developed a tick mark. Did my 9-year-old daughter just swear? Oh, when I find out who spoke so liberally around her, they are going to get it so bad. Sasuke sneezed and developed an ominous feeling that could only be described as utterly screwed. Genyamaru again picked up a ball, but this time unsealed some more exploding tags to slap on the weapon, before hurling it into the woods again in Akari's general direction since he could no longer see her. As the ball impacted the vegetation, the tags went off, and the wind chakra infused in the weapon further fanned the flames, which burned out even more of the forest, this new clearing about 15 feet, partially because Genyamaru had triggered the traps set by Akari's monkeys with his tools. This isn't good, Akari thought as she sighed with relief that the attack had not quite reached her. He's completely demolishing my forest. She winced as the third ball blasted through another section. If he throws the remaining 7 like that, I won't have enough cover to keep him at bay, and I don't have enough chakra left to make another forest. Even with my food pills and without an environmental advantage, he will get close to me, it's only a matter of time, and if he does get close enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat I am screwed. Only thing to do is end this now, she finished her thought as she cast several hand signs, making a hasty plan, praying it would work. Come out wherever you are, Genyamaru said as he hurled his 4th ball. It blasted through the forest, clearing a good deal more of it. He reached down for the fifth, but that is when Akari made her final gamble. Several kunai with tags attached flew from the trees at Genyamaru, who hastily straightened up to grab his spiked ball and chain to make the gust of wind with to repel the attacks, only to see all 5 of Akari's monkeys already on it, the small ones having attached a bunch of ninja wires to the links of the thing, while the other 2 larger ones were tying the other ends to various trees. Genyamaru knew he would not get to use his main weapon to repel the attacks, so he simply punched at the oncoming kunai to deflect them off of his metal knuckles as far as possible from him before the tags could go off. Several of the explosions obscured his vision, and when all of them had gone off, doing almost no damage, he saw about 30 wood clones charging him while another Akari was throwing several wooden spikes she was producing at him. Using wood clones and projectiles to keep me at a distance and busy, eh? Genyamaru asked as he got into his taijutsu stance, avoiding 2 wood spikes as he did so. Well, it won't work, he shouted as he rushed at Akari's position, simply knocking all wooden spikes out of the air as they were thrown at him, and he closed with the small wood clone army. He easily mowed through 20 of them before one managed to tag his left shoulder with a basic chakra-suppressing seal, though Genyamaru's chakra was so strong it only served to dampen his chakra-enhanced abilities slightly before he roundhouse kicked the culprit into another clone, before he leapt at the original. Akari threw 2 more stakes, with tags attached, but Genyamaru once again deflected them, though the explosions did a bit more damage this time due to the chakra seal reducing his durability slightly. His hand closed on her neck, and she was slammed painfully into the ground. He held his other fist over her face and stated, "I win." And OST. He was surprised when she grinned at him and asked, "Think so?" Before she turned into wood, showing her to be a clone all along, and with a final tag attached to her. Genyamaru's eyes widened as the tag went off in his face, disorientating him. OST heaven-shaking event plays. Rinnengan. He heard her voice behind him as the real Akari detached herself from her remaining clone group that Genyamaru had left behind and ignored in favor of taking out the original. Genyamaru only had time to turn his head to look behind him when Akari smashed the sphere of spiraling chakra right between his shoulder blades, causing some bones to crack and break. Gah! Genyamaru choked out as blood escaped his mouth and he was thrown forward into one of the trees, which he smashed halfway through before he came to a rest in the crater of the hardwood. Can't believe I fell for such an obvious ploy, Genyamaru said as he struggled to rise, and Akari fell on her but herself, suffering from moderate chakra exhaustion. "That's my sister all right," Naruto said proudly. "Will Genyamaru be all right?" Hinata asked worriedly. "He won't get any time soon if past experience is anything to go on, but he is built tough enough to avoid mortal damage. As long as a medic sees him, he should be fine," Naruto reassured her. Genyamaru managed to get to his knees before he collapsed again. "I guess you got me," he chuckled slightly as she got to her feet. "Brain beats brawn any day." Akari laughed, and Genyamaru would have face-faulted if he wasn't already on the ground. "You say that like I'm a dumb brute," he said, a little irked. "Oh, you're not dumb, you're just not as smart as me," Akari replied. "And you rely on physical strength a bit too much. The winner of the third match is Akari Namikaze," Gaara shouted as he used his sand to lift Genyamaru up and carry him in the direction of the medics with the stretcher. "Would Kyoshi and Haku please come down, now that they have both rested?" Akari groaned as she staggered slightly, before she accepted some assistance from Desauki, who had beaten a privately fuming Kenoamaru to the punch, in getting to the resting area. And OST. Zabuza meanwhile fumed himself as he handed Sasuke some Rio. "Don't sweat it too much," Sasuke said with a grin. "There is still a chance of double, or nothing if she faces Haku." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, sensei," Kyoshi grumbled as he headed down to the arena. "Sorry Kyoshi, I did say if," Sasuke said, though he and Kyoshi both knew full well that Haku would almost certainly beat him. Kyoshi steeled himself before he leapt the railing for a fast entrance. Chapter 57 Further Thinning. OST Mission Plays. Begin! Gaara shouted at Kyoshi and Haku. Haku immediately threw several samban at his foe, and Kyoshi was just barely fast enough to avoid the projectiles. Haku then practically materialized behind him and tired to strike the same spot he had done with the Tetsu in his previous bout, but Kyoshi dove forward, avoiding this as well. While Kyoshi was not nearly as fast as Haku, he was definitely a bit faster than a Tetsu, and could react to Haku's attacks for now. He turned his dive into a roll, and while he was still upside down, he managed to fire his crossbow at his foe, only for the lightning-laced bolt to be dodged. Acting fast, Kyoshi cast 2 signs. Lighting-style shock shield. A burst of lightning chakra similar to a Chidori stream came into being, and Haku almost ran right into it. As it was, he was barely able to stop his attack in time to avoid running right into the trap. Haku jumped back and threw some more samban, one of them tagging Kyoshi in his shoulder. He skidded back and said, "Darn. I was hoping to use your speed against you there. Sorry to disappoint you, But my reflexes can keep up with me, Haku replied. Then he cast several signs with one hand while throwing yet another handful of saban, which Kyoshi dodged, though he had to deflect a few of them with his crossbow. He aimed and fired again, but Haku simply sidestepped, and Kyoshi threw some shuriken in Haku's path with his free hand. Haku actually ignored the shuriken and they phased through him, and the arm that threw the shuriken faded to show that Kyoshi had used his demonic illusion again, and had been waiting for Haku to dodge the false kunai to catch him off guard. All this happened within the span of a few seconds as Haku finished his seals. Water-style water dragon bomb, Haku shouted as he dodged the hastily thrown kunai Kyoshi launched at him. The dragon made of water burst into being and slammed into Kyoshi, who was thrown into one of the trees Akari had created. Haku then rushed forward again at a high speed, and Kyoshi leveled his crossbow again with a smirk. He had in actuality cast a genjutsu on his crossbow, making Haku think he had already fired off his second arrow, but the second shot he had supposedly taken was actually an illusion. This actually let him tag Haku in the thigh with the bolt as the Yuki had made his charge, causing Haku to falter in his charge. The bolt was also laced with lightning chakra, but in a manner in which instead of having a serious cutting edge, but instead delivered a devastating electrical shock, causing the feminine boy to cry out in serious pain. Haku still managed to keep his balance however and cast a few hand signs that caused a bunch of icicles to form around Kyoshi, trapping him and threatening to impale him, though several vital, and a few awkward places. Proctor, I withdraw, Kyoshi said, realizing he was at his opponent's mercy at this point. Haku Yuki is the winner! Gaara shouted as Haku let the icicles melt back down into water. How were you able to track me so well? Haku asked as he was forced to limp due to the damage the crossbow bolt and electric shock had done to his leg. I was moving rather close to my top speed. Sasuke-sensei's training, Kyoshi responded. He cast a potent genjutsu on the three of us at times that slowed our senses and made it seem that the world was moving around us at a faster rate than normal. That means that even though I was not nearly as fast as you, I was still used to perceiving such fast movements by now. He also introduced us to Ali a few times, and that was rather intense training right there. Not bad. Yukata and Moegi, please come down to the arena, Gaara called, and they complied as Haku and Kyoshi left. Begin. Moegi immediately threw several kunai at Yukata, who dodged them easily, and asked, Is that all you got? Moegi responded by throwing several more kunai, only to be dodged some more, before she tossed one with a tag attached to it at the ground where Yukata was moving to. Oops, Yukata shouted as the tag went off, but Yukata was just fast enough to avoid it. She formed a wind blade over two of her fingers and charged Moegi, who hastily retreated, covering her retreat with two more tagged kunai. This turned out to be a mistake as Yukata thrust the palm of her other hand out to release a gust of wind before the kunai got too far from their owner, causing the explosives to rebound to Moegi. Crap, the girl said before they went off, throwing her back. Trying to keep me at a distance won't work, Yukata shouted as she rushed her foe at a pretty good speed while she was getting up. Take this. Yukata thrust her hand with the refined wind bladey Moegi, who managed to move her head out of the way and thrust her fist forward at Yukata. Yukata smirked as she reacted to easily catch the fist. That was when Sakura and Moegi gave smirks of their own. The moment Moegi's fist made contact with Yukata's hand, the black-haired kunoichi was blasted back by the sheer force of the blow, and she slammed into one of Akari's trees hard enough to choke up blood. What the? Yukata demanded as she tried to get back up, only to freeze when she spotted another exploding kunai thrown at the ground in front of her, and Moegi form a ram seal. Move and I'll detonate that, she warned. You really taught her how to hit like you. A sweat-dropping Sasuke said to Sakura, and she laughed at his expression. Not quite like me actually. I would have actually put her through that tree with my hit, she chortled, and Sasuke made yet another mental note to avoid pissing her off at all costs. I yield, Yukata reluctantly said. How did you hit so hard? My teacher is a good one. While I specialize a bit more in medical ninjutsu, I can also throw a punch thanks to Sakura-sensei's lessons. Of course, I still had to get you with my fist. That's why I acted like I did not want you to get close to me, because that would make fighting me up close seem attractive to you, and it lured you in while making you think I would be helpless. Matsuri and Kintsuchi are the next two opponents, Gaara shouted to the crowd as Moegi and Yukata left. And OST, Zenko snuck through the streets of Suna, noting how empty they were due to the exams as he went. He turned a corner and sighed. Man, how hard can it be to find a few suspicious characters Naruto-sama sent me after? The Black Fox sighed. Guess I'd better use my extrasensory ability. He closed his eyes and focused. Byakugan, his Rinnengan eyes went slightly paler, and veins became visible under his black fur. When Naruto had used his Rinnengan to create the fox, Hinata had volunteered a few of her hairs to give the one sentient Rinnengan summon of Naruto's her dojutsu to make him a better scout/sensory type. With his small size, his keen hearing and sense of smell, and eyesight made extra sharp, he was very well suited for his job. He also had several other tricks given to him by Naruto, though those he would have to use later. He spotted something that made his eyes widen. Near the edge of the village, there was a figure with enormous chakra coils, about the same size as Naruto's give or take a little. There were 4 others with him, and Zenko could tell that they were Akatsuki by the cloaks he could see. Naruto-sama, he thought frantically. Naruto was watching as Matsuri and Kin faced each other in the arena, noting that Gaara was silently wishing Matsuri luck, when he heard the incessant buzzing, which turned into a clear voice in his head when he closed his eyes to hide his Rinnengan as he activated it. Naruto-sama, we have a situation. Yeah, I can see that, Naruto mentally replied as he cursed the fact that his hunch was right. Go in and get closer so you can hear what they are saying. I want to know exactly what they are planning. And put one of my tags where you are right now. It seems like a private enough spot to do what I need to. Hi, Naruto-sama. Zenko thought as he placed his paw on the ground and a Horatian tag appeared beneath it. Meanwhile, Naruto secretly formed a cross seal, keeping his hands hidden from his surrounding fellow spectators, and only letting Hinata notice. His newly created shadow clone immediately flashed to Zenko's position, even taking the smoke with it before it was noticed. Zenko quickly made his way to where he spotted their quarry, and both the original Naruto and the clone narrowed their eyes. That looks like Drachmas who is here, and Caius as well. I'd better let Felix know. There's also Deidara, Sasori, and Obito. Caius seems to be concentrating. He must be watching something somewhere else with an Edo Tensei. They must be plotting to attack Suna at some point during the exams. Question is, when, and what's their plan? His clone made the cross seal to make a bunch of clones to spread his mark around. Better have seals all over the village to be safe. Zenko, make sure you catch every word between them. OST sure and plays. Begin! Gaara shouted, and Naruto was snapped back to the fight at hand on time to see Kin throw some lightning-laced samban with bells and ninja wire attached. Matsuri avoided them and whipped out her Johio to lash at the former sound Kunoichi, who dodged the tool. Matsuri then used the distraction to cut the ninja wires with a wind blade formed with her fingers in a similar manner to yukata, so Kin could not ring her bells. Kin widened her eyes before she demanded, "How did you know to do that?" "Well, it was fairly obvious that you need to ring the bells for something, else why would you have ninja wire to do so?" Matsuri asked as she lashed with her Johio again, and managed to wrap the dart end around one of Kin's arms before said Kunoichi smirked. "Not bad, but you will have to do better," she said as she grabbed the rope and conducted her lightning chakra through it. Matsuri cried out as a deadly shock racked her body, and she collapsed. "Little tip, don't have anything connecting you to an experienced lightning style user," Kin said as she ran at Matsuri with more samban in hand and threw them halfway. Matsuri had no chance to dodge them as she was still stunned by the shock of Kin's earlier stunt, and took all 4 thrown samban in her arms. "You're mine!" Kin shouted as she pulled out a kunai to end the match. Sure, Gaara would stop it before she had to do anything drastic. Just as the kunai touched Matsuri, however, the sand Kunoichi suddenly shimmered and faded. "What the dash? Wind-style weasel net jutsu!" Matsuri's voice behind Kin shouted, causing the girl to whip around in time to be hit by a small blast of wind launched by a hand fan Matsuri held. Kin was thrown back, having been cut a little, but nothing too serious. Temari smirked in the stands and said to Shikamaru, "It's definitely not as powerful or as far-reaching as my jutsu, but it is faster and good at keeping foes at bay to restrain with the Johio. Matsuri's specialty is capturing foes without having to seriously injure them." "What kind of genjutsu did she just use though?" Shikamaru asked. "It's not a genjutsu. It is a wind-style jutsu, called Desert Mirage. Let me guess. She uses her wind-style chakra to affect the hot and cool air around the area, creating images, right?" I bet she knew Kin was going to try to shock her, so time dropping the Johio to avoid that, and cast the jutsu at the same moment to fool Kin into attacking her so she could circle behind her. And since the Desert Mirage is not an actual illusion, it is easier to trick genjutsu specialists with it, right? Not much gets by you, does it? "Not bad at all," Kin said as she got to her feet and leapt back from another small wind burst from Matsuri. "But now it is time for some real fun." She took a scroll out and said, "Time for you to see my secret weapon." She then unsealed the Kuzurigama. With the handle the blade was attached to perforated with small holes. Chapter 58 The Plans. OST sure and plays. That can't be good, Matsuri thought. She seems to model her weapon choice in a similar manner to her teammates. She uses samban like Haku, and a chained weapon like Genyamaru. Matsuri then picked up her Johio and thought for a second. Using this may not be a good idea if she manages to catch me off guard and get another shotgun on me, so I had better stick to the fan for now, she thought as she put the Johio away. Kin immediately charged, whirling the Kusarigama as she went, before swinging it off the 10-foot chain to attack Matsuri, the holes in the handle releasing a whistling noise. Matsuri used her fan to deflect the weapon, and it seemed to work at first, though the whistling noise got louder as her wind-style jutsu ran through it. Then her vision and balance suddenly seemed shot, and she felt nauseous as a searing pain went through her ears. She fell to her knees and vomited her lunch onto the sand of the arena. Kin pulled her tool back and caught the handle and rushed Matsuri again while she was down. Galled, I took a leaf out of Dosa's book with this tool, Kin mused as she leapt above Matsuri, and brought the blade down to injure her opponent enough to end the bout. Matsuri was just able to recover her wits enough to roll on her back and swing her fan again, knocking Kin back out of the air. Kin cursed as she flipped back to an upright position to land on her feet before she skidded back and threw yet another handful of Saban of lightning-laced chakra. Matsuri rolled again, not able to get to her feet, and deflected two Saban she had not been able to get out of the way of. Matsuri panted as she wiped her face clean of the cold sweat. She grit her teeth and got to her feet, swaying like she was a little drunk as she did so. She felt her ears to note they were bleeding. Sound-based attacks. At least I can still stand, but it will be a while before my motor functions return completely. Matsuri thought as Kin made to attack again. Matsuri forced herself to jump back, formed the ringing weapon, though she landed far from gracefully. She dropped her fan and clapped her hands over her ears before Kin could use her chakra to guide the sound into them. Already figuring out how to counter my abilities, eh? Kin said with a smirk. But a lot of damage has already been done. You have already gotten to the point where victory is close to impossible for you. Don't get too cocky, Kin, Genyamaru, who had just gotten out of the infirmary to watch the fight, silently urged. And OSD, she's right. Matsuri thought a little frantically. I can barely fight in my condition. I have to heal the damage to my ears, at least a little, but I need to keep her at bay while I do so, but my best weapon for that can easily be used against me, and if I repel her weapon with the fan, she will take advantage of the wind moving through it for more devastating sound waves. But maybe. A few ideas occurred to Matsuri as she took out her Johio, causing Kin to raise her eyebrows. OSD Naruto's main theme plays. That is a bad idea, unless you plan to trick me like you did last time, and if that's the case, it won't work a second time, Kin said as Matsuri lashed out with the tool, and used her other hand to perform a basic medical ninjutsu on one of her ears. Kin caught the Johio and shouted, lightning-style livewire jutsu. To her shock, no pun intended, the lightning chakra rebounded on her and gave her a small jolt, and caused her to yelp and drop the tool. What the? She demanded before she dodged the Johio again, this time taking a closer look. Oh, I see, you channeled your wind chakra into the tool to counter my lightning chakra. Very nice, using your elemental advantage to good effect. But she continued as Matsuri had done what she could for one ear and switched hands to wield her weapon and heal the other ear. I can still strike you from a distance myself, and my attacks don't need direct hits. With that, Kin swung her chain sickle again, and Matsuri leapt back with slightly better balance as the blade cut her cheek. Can't cover your ears while one hand is holding a weapon, now can you? Kin thought smugly as she guided her sound waves to Matsuri's ears, but to her surprise the waves encountered some kind of barrier that kept them from going any further. How did she never mind? The blade is still poisoned as an extra contingency, just like my Samban, so she should still have problems, even if my sound waves no longer work on her. Sure enough, Matsuri was suddenly seeing the world spin slightly, and several images of Kin. Not good, Matsuri thought as she tried to distinguish reality from illusion. She formed a tiger seal and said, release. Nothing happened. Sorry, that's not a genjutsu. It's a result of a potent and fast-acting hallucinogenic poison on the blade of my weapon, so normal dispelling tactics won't work on it. Time to end this. Matsuri glared up before she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I am the last genin of the Sand Village still competing in the finals. I can't have my team be the only one to not have won a single match on our own home field, she declared as she tried to view Kin and the phantoms of her. Kin rushed Matsuri as the girl formed her signs, preparing to use the last of her chakra. Wind-style banshee shriek. She shouted the last words out, and a blast of wind that came close to Temari's normal attacks blasted from her mouth, and struck Kin at near point-blank range. What the hell? Kin thought as she was thrown back and impacted one of Akari's trees with enough force to break several bones. She fell unconscious to the ground and Gaara checked on her. And OSD, the winner is Matsuri! Gaara declared and the crowd cheered. Why didn't she use that banshee shriek before? Shikamaru asked. Because it is a one-shot jutsu that can damage the throat if too much force is put into it, Temari said. But at that point, Matsuri needed a jutsu that could finish things in a hurry, and if she was hallucinating, she also probably needed a mass effect area as well. Gaara checked on Matsuri, who was being assisted by a few medics as Kin was taken out of the area on a stretcher. "You alright?" he asked, and she gave a small smile. "I've been better, but I will live," Matsuri replied. "How did you stop the sound-based jutsu from affecting you after the first time?" "It's not something I have tried before, but I am glad it worked this time. I used my ability to shift minor occurrence, the same concept that I used to cast Desert Mirage, to take all the air out of the area around the opening of my ear, creating a vacuum. And since sound waves can't travel through a vacuum, I remained unaffected." "Not bad," Gaara said before Matsuri had to be led away. Gaara then cleared his throat and shouted, "Desauki, Uchiha and Konohamaru Sarutobi are our next fighters." Zenko and the Naruto clone had heard enough. Thanks to Obito still acting like the idiotic Tobi, he had gotten a lecture from Deidara about why they still had to wait before they could attack the Sand Village. Apparently, they were waiting for Akari to lose so she would be an easier target to capture, or until the exams ended with her winning, whichever one occurred. Gaara was also their target. And Zenko had overheard enough to know that there was also going to be an attack on IWA and Kumo at about this point as well. Naruto's clone immediately formed two other clones, who hirishin to different locations. During the mission to Sound 2 years ago, Naruto had made sure to tag some of the interiors of the bases in case he ever needed a place to hunker down. And though the experiments and most of the results of Orochimaru's work had been destroyed, the bases themselves had been left mostly intact. One clone had gone to the base that held the closest tag to IWA, while the other one had gone to the base with the closest to Kumo. Both then proceeded to summon a falcon with Rinnengan eyes to their locations. Naruto had made several of these mainly for messenger purposes, but this was another practical use. Both clones rummaged around based on their memories, and found a few Hiraishin kunai that the original had hidden earlier in the bases. They each handed a kunai to their falcons, and the birds flew off to their respective destinations as the clones poofed out of existence. The clone who had made those two then began laying the groundwork for the counterattack in Suna. First thing he needed to do now was inform some people and buy a little time. The original Naruto looked at Hinata and started whispering things in her ear based on a code they had made a few months ago. Hinata nodded as she processed the intel Naruto had just told her. Desauki and Kenoamaru faced each other in the arena, and Gaara called for the match to start. "Hey, before we fight, I have a question for you," the Sarutobi said to Desauki as Desauki unsheathed his katanas. "What's that?" Desauki replied, though he just had a feeling that he was not going to like what Kenoamaru was going to ask. "What's between you and Akari?" Desauki should have bet on his earlier feeling, while Akari just sweat dropped as she heard that, and prayed to Kami, "Please don't let those two have a fight over me," or something along those lines. "She's my teammate and a precious comrade," Desauki said. "That's not what I meant and you know it." Kenoamaru growled, "Enough. This is an exam for determining whether we are ready for the rank of Chunin," Desauki said as he pointed one of his swords at Kenoamaru. "If you want to try to bring any personal conflicts into the exams, please leave me out of it." Kenoamaru seethed mentally. Desauki had just made him look like an immature jerk with that statement. "Fine, we'll have this conversation later, and I'll kick your ass now." OST Hidden Secrets plays. Naruto meanwhile growled under his breath as he watched Kenoamaru take out his shuriken. He now had two boys crushing after his sister, and he did not like the idea at all. Kushina meanwhile was having similar thoughts. Both boys shuddered for a second as they felt bloodlust, and Desauki mentally cursed Kenoamaru for his big mouth getting them into this, before he was forced to deflect the projectiles Kenoamaru threw at him. "Great, I just know that Mom and Big Brother won't leave me alone for the next few years," Akari groaned. Desauki jumped back to get some distance between him and his foe before he adjusted his grip on his weapons so he could run through some signs. "Fire-style giant fireball jutsu," he shouted and launched the inferno at Kenoamaru. "Is that the only thing your clan is capable of?" Kenoamaru asked, as he leapt away from the fireball. Desauki then charged the Sarutobi, his Sharingan active as he did so. Kenoamaru took out a kunai and backed up as he deflected blow after blow, smirking as he did so, and he finally kicked out at exactly where he anticipated Desauki's leg would be when his foot got there. Desauki changed the trajectory of his legwork to avoid the attack, and continued his assault, only for Kenoamaru to spit in his face, not just a small glob of saliva, but a liquid he had kept in his mouth ever since Desauki's view of him had been obscured by his fireball. This liquid was a very spicy solution that was very painful to get in the eyes, and Desauki had just found that out the hard way. As the young Uchiha fell back, clawing his face as he did so, Kenoamaru stabbed him in the gut with kunai. Only for Desauki to go poof, and another Desauki came in behind his now gone clone, having made said clone with the same means of hiding it as Kenoamaru, and using his Sharingan to replicate his clone's motions perfectly from behind to keep hidden from his foe. Kenoamaru's eyes widened as Desauki thrust his blades forward, before he smirked, turned his body to the side, so both thrusts went past him, and he moved into Desauki, grabbing his shoulders, and used his momentum to throw him at a tree. Unfortunately, Desauki was lithe enough to regain his balance in midair and landed with his feet sticking to the tree. Not bad, but you will have to do better, the Uchiha said. Kenoamaru nodded, bit his thumb and cast his signs, saying Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 59 The Semi-Finalists. OSD Ultimate Secrets plays. With a burst of smoke, Michiko came to the battlefield. The ape gave Kenoamaru a glance and said, I hope you are not wasting my time with a foe you could beat without my help, boy. Sorry if it's an inconvenience, Michiko, but this guy is tough enough to warrant your aid. I probably could win without your help, but it would not be a sure thing. Oh, that's right, Desauki said. Akari told me she shared the monkey summoning contract with you. It's not going to be easy fighting you and your friend at the same time. Better even the odds just a bit. Desauki then made about 5 shadow clones. I can do that too, Kenoamaru shouted as he made 10 to match Desauki. Desauki's eyes narrowed and he made 20, though he was panting afterwards. Kenoamaru paled at the prospect of outdoing that without Akari-level reserves, but his hands went into the cross seal before Michiko put his hand on the boy's shoulder. You dolt, can't you tell that he's just acting tired and that those are just regular clones? He's baiting you and trying to make you exhaust yourself, the ape lectured. Darn, you saw through my ruse, Desauki cursed as his now revealed to be normal clones faded. Oh well, at least it worked partly. Ha, 10 clones should be able to handle you easily, Kenoamaru claimed before he and his clones ran through signs and shouted, Fire-style blazing blanket jutsu. A wide area effect jutsu spawned from the mouths of each clone. Though the jutsu was normally rather weak because of the lack of concentration of the flames, when all 11 combined into one jutsu, it would turn out devastating. Desauki cursed again as he leapt over the encompassing flames, and was met by Michiko, who threw a punch at Desauki, obviously intending to send him back into the path of the flames. Desauki had been expecting this, however, and had a few signs already cast. Fire-style fireball jutsu. He shouted and Michiko was forced to do a spinning maneuver in midair to avoid the fireball, and Desauki managed to cut the monkey's arm a little as he passed him. Desauki landed on the branch of one of the trees and saw 5 of his opponent's clones running at him at full speed, each holding a kunai in each hand. Desauki cast another fireball jutsu at the group of clones, and took them all out in that one shot, only for 2 more to get behind him and stick exploding tags on him. They went off, taking out the clones too, but when the smoke cleared, the original Kenoamaru only saw the splintered remains of a log. He cursed as he and his 3 remaining clones saw Desauki throw a kunai with a tag attached, and cast a few signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. He shouted and Kenoamaru paled as he and his clones scattered. However, Desauki just chuckled. He only knew the signs to the jutsu, not how to actually do it, so what happened was that he had just made Kenoamaru look like an idiot with his bluff and made it easier to pick him and his clones off. He threw kunai at each Kenoamaru after his tagged kunai exploded, and Kenoamaru's 3 clones all took hits and vanished, though the original was able to catch his and without fully stopping the trajectory of the kunai, spun and relaunched it at the Uchiha, who still easily avoided it thanks to his Sharingan. However, he was still having problems with Michiko, who pursued him mercilessly, and was attacking with highly advanced taijutsu. If it weren't for the Sharingan, Desauki would have had no chance at all keeping up with his persistent foe's attacks. He looked Michiko in the eye and cast a brief genjutsu that temporarily caused the ape to freeze in place and stop his attack, giving Desauki the chance to kick him in the gut and get enough distance to cast a sign to make 3 shadow clones. Careful, Michiko! Kanehara shouted as he leapt at the clones, removing his scarf as he did so. He'll hide behind his clones and mimic their movements with his Sharingan to attack the moment you dispel one. Got it! Michiko replied as he returned to action, removing a pair of nunchaku from a pouch and going toe-to-toe with 2 clones at once. Kenoamaru meanwhile swung his scarf at Desauki and the other clone. Ninja Art Steel Whip! Kanehama shouted and the scarf turned into flexible but hard metal and surprised Desauki. The whip-like scarf took out one of Desauki's clones and tied Desauki up as he failed to deflect it with his 2 blades. But he disappeared in smoke too, the original coming charging behind his failed clone. Not getting me with that trick! Kenoamaru shouted as he ducked the katanas, grabbed Desauki's arms, and pulled him forward as hard as he could, kicking Desauki hard in the gut as the Uchiha's momentum made the kick impact his gut with more force. I can see Michiko's point with using an opponent's momentum against them. Kenoamaru chuckled before yet another poof was heard and a log covered in exploding tags was used in a substitution jutsu Desauki had cast. Shit dash! Kenoamaru instantly tried to back off, and was saved by Michiko, who had finished his 2 opponents, and come in on time to kick the tagged log a few feet away from them before it went off. Still, both the ape and the Sarutobi were thrown backwards hard, Michiko taking the worst of it, having been closer to the log himself. You had better go, Michiko, Kenoamaru said. You would have fared far better in this fight if you weren't covering my ass as well. Michiko simply gave an irritated grunt as he disappeared. Desauki meanwhile panted slightly to show his mild chakra exhaustion as he stepped out of the forest. He still brought his katanas to bear as Kenoamaru made a shadow clone and held his hand out to it, allowing the clone to weave its hands over Kenoamaru's hand. Desauki's eyes widened as a small sphere of chakra formed. That's dash, he said as Naruto gave a small groan in the stands. I didn't teach him that this time around, he muttered. Great, even without my help it's getting more widespread. Gotta make sure no one else learns it before it gets more popular than it can I. We all do need our specialties after all. Besides, last thing I want is to give Obito the opportunity to copy it. If he used it, I would really get pissed. Akari felt somewhat uncomfortable as she felt long-distance glares from Kushina and Naruto. And she was pissed herself. So help me, Kenoamaru, if you seriously hurt Desauki with something I trusted you with, I will kill you 1 inch at a time, she muttered, an aura similar to a dangerously close to enraged Kushina manifesting and making the Sarutobi shudder unconsciously. My survival instincts are going haywire, Kanemaru thought fearfully. But I have to win this, so I gotta proceed with my attack. It's a good thing I didn't plan on a frontal attack. It's smaller than Akari's, but I have no doubt that if it hits me, I won't get back up anytime soon. Desauki also thought with a bit of fear. So I better avoid it at all costs. Once the Rinnengan had formed, Kenoamaru's clone rushed at Desauki, the original following behind with the jutsu, and the clone weaved signs. Fire-style blazing blanket jutsu, that again? Desauki asked as he countered with a fireball. No doubt he is trying to obscure my vision to surprise me with the Rinnengan, obscuring where he will attack from next. An aerial attack is a little obvious, so his attack will likely come from below, the last one he had thought at the last second when Kenoamaru burst out of the ground, hand extended. Desauki dropped one of his katanas and grabbed the arm, only to widen his eyes in shock when he saw no Rinnengan. Kenoamaru dispelled, and a second one ran through the fading flames of the previous jutsu. Desauki stabbed his other katana forward to catch Kenoamaru off guard, but saw that this Kenoamaru also lacked a Rinnengan, instead holding a vial of what looked like chili pepper juice, which is what he spat in Desauki's eyes earlier. Desauki cursed as he realized that Kenoamaru's clone must have made another one under the cover of the flames. The clone was stabbed, but was able to fling the juice into Desauki's eyes again, causing the Uchiha kid to claw at his face, and the real Kenoamaru this time jumped above Desauki and slammed his Rinnengan into the thick branch above Desauki's head. I don't care how fancy the Sharingan is, once it's been blinded, it is as useless as a regular eye in the same situation is. Kenoamaru thought triumphantly as the branch fell. Desauki looked up, the whites of his eyes almost as red as his Sharingan from the serious irritation, and blurrily saw the branch come down on him. Yes, I got him, Kenoamaru said as he sat down panting, before he felt a sudden pain in his back. Then his chest and the point of Desauki's blade emerged from the front of his shirt. Don't worry, I miss your vitals, but if I have to, I can easily change that, Desauki said from behind Kenoamaru as he sank to one knee, though he kept a firm grip on his weapon. And you used the substitution again, didn't you? Kenoamaru asked with a small amount of blood in his mouth. It took the last of my chakra, but yes. I always could weave signs faster than most eyes could follow. It's one of the skills I practiced most growing up. Out of chakra, Kenoamaru asked as he shifted just slightly and Desauki gripped his katana tighter. Don't try anything, Desauki warned. No way I'm going to give dash, Kenoamaru started, before a wave of sand came out of seemingly nowhere, and Desauki's blade was pulled from the Sarutobi's chest by it, and Kenoamaru found himself restrained. That's enough. Any more and your life would be in danger, Gaara said, not having moved from his position. Desauki Uchiha is the winner. Kenoamaru looked like he was going to argue, but when he saw the look in Gaara's face, a sort of subtle threat, he thought better of it. Gaara released Kenoamaru and the Sarutobi sighed. Listen, Desauki said to Kenoamaru as they both headed back up the steps, Kenoamaru not needing immediate treatment because Desauki had done a very good job of not making the last injury serious. It's clear that we both have some kind of feelings for Akari. I don't know if mine is a simple crush, a brotherly and sisterly bond, or actual love or not, but it's not our feelings we need to consider most if a relationship does end up occurring, but hers. And you are a great guy. I don't want something like this to come between any friendships we may have. Kenoamaru looked a little thoughtful at this before he took a turn that would lead him to the infirmary, muttering something about getting his injuries checked. Desauki sighed, hoping Kenoamaru would figure out what he was talking about. He dimly noted the shout of Gaara declaring that Matsuri and Moegi were to come to the arena for the next fight. What hit me? Kin groaned as she groggily stirred in the infirmary, Haku sitting next to her, reading a book. A wind-style jutsu fired by a kunoichi on the ropes, changing the battle in a heartbeat. Haku laughed. Great. I better still make Chunin. I don't want to have to take the exams again a third time. I'm going back to sleep. With that, she laid back down and within a minute, was asleep again. Haku chuckled as he set his book down. Psst, Haku, we need to talk, Naruto's voice said, giving Haku a start. He looked around until he saw a small black fox on the infirmary floor. Naruto-san? What are you doing here, and why are you using a transformation technique? And what's with those eyes? Long story, but I am not using a transformation. I am speaking through a link I have with Zenko here. I'm just giving him mental commands on what to say, and he's throwing his voice to sound like me. But I need you to listen for a sec. The Akatsuki are here, Haku gasped, and Zenko continued, I have already sent warnings with a jutsu called the Wind Whisper to Itachi-sensei, the Kazekage, Sasuke team, our friends from the Elder Dimension, Gaara, and a few others. Here's what I need you to do. How do I know that you are Naruto? Haku asked suspiciously. Itachi fell for the gag that you were a boy though you look feminine, and I could have told him beforehand, but decided that was no fun. Haku nodded. That was a rather obscure detail not many outside the three who were there at the time could ever have known, but he still wanted concrete proof. Who was the first person to hit on me when we got back to Konoha? Kiba. Who was upset about it? Sasuke because he was dumb enough to bet against it, and me. There was another bet you beat him at right beforehand. What was it? Zenko was grinning as he was hearing about his master's past exploits, and the more amusing ones at that. That Akari and Kenoamaru would be in the middle of a prank the moment we were in the village again. What was the prank? I never found out for sure, but considering that Kenoamaru was holding a microphone while he and Akari were running from an enraged Ebisu, and that he looked beaten up, and he was holding some kind of recording device while he was running from a bunch of women, I would bet a lifetime supply of ramen that they slipped the device somewhere on his person after programming it to play anything Kono said into the microphone in Ebisu's voice, and said a bunch of things that anyone who values their internal organs and outer layers of skin should never say to a lady into said microphone, while the closet perv was near the women. Which of the lenses of Ebisu's glasses were broken? Miraculously enough, either of them. Okay, you convinced me. Good. Now, the Akatsuki are not going to attack until either the end of the exams, or until Akari loses. She is one of their targets, and they want her to be as easy of a target as possible. So I need you to drag the fight that is coming between you and her out as much as possible. Do you want me to throw the match to buy you time? No, just keep it going until I finish a few preparations. I can't ask you to lose on purpose, and I don't want Akari to have an empty victory. Alright, I'll see what can be done. It was a bit of a risk, you know, coming here like this. What if a nurse or something came in? Actually, I had a deterrent set up. Huh? Haku asked as there was a mild explosion outside the door, and a certain Sarutobi who was about to come into the infirmary, and the medic with him were both assailed by the smell of Isaac's socks. Will you hold still? Moegi shouted as she threw yet another punch at Matsuri, who actually complied, only to be phased through, showing to be a mirage. Showing quick reflexes required of a medic Nin, Moegi jumped back in time to avoid a gust of wind from the hidden Matsuri's fan, and she threw a few kunai in retaliation. They missed, and Matsuri's jovial lashed at Moegi's right side. Moegi smirked, deciding to grab the tool and yank Matsuri to her, but Moegi's hand only met thin air as her hand phased through the mirage, and her left side was hit by the rope, and it wound itself through inertia around her. Think this will hold me? Moegi demanded as she strained against her bounds. Of course, the rope's stronger than it looked, and despite Moegi's strength, she did not make much progress with her escape before Matsuri closed in and chopped her in the back of the neck. Moegi went down for the count. Matsuri wins, Gaara declared after checking. There was acre for the last remaining Suna participant, and Gaara continued, we will have a 10-minute recess before we start the semi-finals. Akari got a little nervous. As an Uzumaki, she recovered her chakra faster than most others, but she still only had about half of her normal reserves, despite the rest she was taking and the energy food and drinks she had brought along to save her last soldier pill. It was rotten luck on her part, her first two opponents being the two strongest of Zabuza's team. If she had not outwitted Genyamaru, she would never have beaten him. And she knew Haku was on the same level, if not stronger, and he would be near the top of his game before the time for the fight came. At least she could still use the forest she had made during her fight with Genyamaru to her advantage, though it had been reduced to about half of the arena now. She turned to Desauki, who had a medic looking at his eyes. How are your eyes felling? She asked him. He looked at her, the red in the eyes receding a bit, before he stated seriously, I'd rather you kicked my sack again than take another mouthful of this stuff in my eyes. Should have picked a more painful spot to stab Kono. Akari giggled a little, and asked, You are sure you missed all vital areas, right? Yes, and if I came too close, a medic would be able to fix it easily. Good. With that, they both waited for the next round. After the 10 minutes had passed, Gaara called for Akari and Haku, and they both stepped down into the arena. It was a seemingly peaceful day in Kumogakure. The sun was shining, and not a single rain cloud was in sight. But soon, the quiet would be shattered. 8 figures stood near the outskirts, 6 of them having the Rinnengan eyes, one of them a woman with dark blue hair, and the last one being a fully cloaked figure. Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds. The leader of the group said. A village that is always warmongering, not caring for the pain caused to others, only focused on attaining power for itself, its own military. Garbage. Soon, they will all know the pain they have so carelessly inflicted. Chapter 60. The slaughter begins. About time you two showed up, Kisame grunted as Haiden and his partner appeared, Haiden bearing a new scythe. His partner was a man who was almost as tall as him, wearing a skin-tight metal bodysuit under his Akatsuki robes. He carried 2 swords, one a katana, the other a straight sword. The backs of his hands had protectors over them, the one over his right hand black and the other red. One of his light black shoulder guards was partially visible under his cloak, and it was undone enough to show his headband on a cloth large enough to tie around his chest. The insignia on it was that of the Hidden Moon Village, with the usual scratch along shoulder-length hair was pure white, and his eyes were deep black and bloodshot. This is an OC recommended by Akatsuki, and I like the idea. Hope said reviewer is happy he made his full appearance now. Sorry about that, Haiden's partner said. He absolutely refused to get his ass in gear until he found another of that scythe he is so fond of. Shut up, Zurui. It's not my fault weapons of this design are hard to come by, Haiden snapped. True, but it is your fault that you got careless and lost the previous one to one of your foes, not to mention that finger of yours. On reflex, Haiden forgot that he was missing said right middle finger and tried to make a rude gesture, causing Kisame to laugh. Kabuto meanwhile simply seemed deep in thought, currently scouting the area through Mu, the night-aimed Tsuchikage. Odd, that falcon that is approaching does not seem to be a native to this area. And what is it carrying? He asked aloud and maneuvered Mu to get closer before Kabuto/Mu's eyes widened and Mu quickly used the dust-style atomic dismantler to blast the bird, which was so intent on delivering a certain tri-pronged kunai to IWA that it did not realize that there was someone behind it until it was already disintegrated by the attack. The kunai also being blasted. What was that about? Kisame asked his partner as Kabuto exhaled a sigh of relief. That falcon had a Hiraition kunai that was either Naruto's or the Yondaime Hokage's. Judging by the fact that the falcon had Rinnengan eyes and reports indicate that Naruto had the Rinnengan, we would likely have had to deal with him in addition to our already top priority mission. So what? Haiden asked. You should have let him come. It would have given us a chance to take not 2, but 3 of our targets in one fell swoop. Don't be retarded, the one called Zurui said. We were given specific orders to avoid him until we could muster a good portion of our organization for his capture, and as Kabuto said, we already have other priorities. Naruto began cursing nonstop under his breath. One of his falcons had just been taken out by a flash of energy if the Rinnengan line of sight was anything to go by, and the other one was currently encountering strong headwinds as it struggled towards Kumo. That meant he would not be able to get a kunai to IWA anymore, and it would be longer than he had hoped before he could send a shadow clone via kunai to Kumo. He had to think about how to deal with the situation in IWA now. He knew his father had a kunai there, but one of the things about Hiraition is that one can only use their own seals to flash to locations. Then he had a thought. He mentally directed his clone in the isolated village area to do a few things for him. Said clone got the message? Ever since Naruto awakened the Rinnengan, he could establish a mental connection between his clones and his summons, the same connection that linked the lines of sight. The clone had enough chakra in it to withstand biting his own thumb to draw blood before he cast the summoning jutsu. When the smoke cleared, Gamakichi was the one present. Hey there Naruto, you haven't summoned me since the days you wanted my help with a few pranks, what gives? The growing toad demanded. Yeah, sorry about that Kichi, but listen, could you do me a favor? Back at the arena, a sweating Akari faced Haku, and Gaara raised his arm. Begin, OSD Sarutobi plays. Akari wasted no time in jumping back and forming hand seals, as Haku charged forward with an ice spear formed in a heartbeat. Wood-style wood shield dome. Akari declared, and a dome of wood sprang up and covered Akari as Haku closed in. A mere defensive approach will not beat me, Haku declared as he drove the spear forward, though he only managed to penetrate about a foot through the wall. Nonetheless, it was enough for Haku to do what he intended to. Ice-style expanding frost, Haku shouted after doing a fast sequence of one-head seals, keeping the point of his spear in the wood as he did so. There was a gunshot cracking noise as the dome split from the area of the spear point as more ice formed in the area at the point, basically putting pressure on the dome formed the inside and forcing it apart. Akari struck out with a wooden spear the moment she could see Haku, and hit him in the chest, only to frown as he dissolved into water. Water clone, she muttered as there was a whistling noise followed by two Senbon impaling her through the neck, and she turned into wood to Haku's outward irritation and inward relief. I was hoping that would be a clone, otherwise the fight would have ended then and the Akatsuki would have made their move. I still have to make this fight look good, or else people may get suspicious. So while I have to fight conservatively, I also can't go easy on Akari. So where is the real her? Haku thought as he searched for his red-headed opponent, his eyes falling upon the interior of the dome, where there was a hole in the ground. Ah, I see, she escaped underground while leaving a wood clone to divert my attention, so. Water-style flood wave, water quickly filled the hole, making it evident that Haku was trying to force Akari to either come out or drown. As Haku did this, however, Akari emerged from the other wall of the dome, having hidden herself within it, and threw several exploding kunai at Haku, who moved so fast that they just went right through the spot he had previously occupied, and he dashed at Akari again, and stabbed her in the gut with 3 Senbon. Once again she turned to wood. I see, Haku thought. She made 2 clones and a hole in the ground to keep me diverted while she moved to whatever her actual goal was. What? The last part was thought as he noticed a seal on the forehead of the wood clone. Release! Akari's voice shouted from the trees and the seal disappeared, and vines and roots grew at a fast rate from the wood clone, some anchoring to the ground, the rest of it wrapping around Haku's arms and legs. Haku struggled for a second. It does not matter how fast you are, Akari declared as she cast the summoning jutsu, bringing a gorilla with thin metal plates for armor and a large hammer for a weapon. If you can't move, speed is useless, so that's her game, Haku thought as he formed ice to freeze the restraining roots and break them. She placed some of her chakra in that seal, and the moment she released it, the wood clone responded to the chakra and grew at an incredibly fast rate. She intends to retrain my movements to take my greatest advantage away from me. The gorilla charged Haku just as the Yuki freed himself, but before he could get out of the path of the charging ape, some of the roots that anchored the clone to the ground emerged from the ground and wrapped around Haku's feet, once again restraining him. A contingency, Haku muttered as he realized he would not get free in time, so he hastily threw 3 Senbon at the charging berserker, hitting a few points of flesh, but nothing serious, before he raised both arms in a cross block and took the hit from the hammer dead on and was thrown halfway across the arena. Having been hit with so much force, his root restraints broke. He lay prone and Akari thought, did I get him? And OST Akatsuki plays. Begin, the Deva Path of Pain said, and the Azura Path grabbed the Animal Path, before throwing Animal Path right over the wall of the village. Animal Path sailed for a brief period before he shouted, summoning jutsu. With a large burst of smoke, a giant rhino, ox and dog came into being, and proceeded to cause instant chaos. The Animal Path landed as his summons began tearing buildings down, ignoring the inconsequential shinobi who were making hasty and pitiful attempts to stop the attack. The Animal Path then summoned the other 5 paths, Conan, and the cloaked figure, who lowered his hood. Not much was remarkable of this guy save the horizontal slit on his forehead. His hair was black, and his eyes were blue. He had a thin mustache similar to the Nidaime Mizuki's. Spread out and find the Nibi and the Hachibi Jinchurikis, Deva Path ordered Conan and the man. Remember Derek, you are here as backup, so avoid unneeded battles. I understand, Lord Pain, the man said as he unsealed 2 scimitars. And that is how my mission went, Raikage-sama, Jay told his boss. Very good, take the rest of the day off, A told his subordinate after reading the mission report off. In the background, several lightning clones were hard at work on the Raikage share of the Kage's curse. The ground suddenly shook and a large black sharp object burst through the wall of the office, aiming straight for A responded fast, putting up his lightning armor and grabbing the horn, stopping it as his back hit the opposite wall. Rah! A shouted as he exerted himself and literally snapped the horn off of whatever creature it belonged to. There was a bellow of pain and anger as the creature bashed a hoof through the wall, and A grabbed a hysteric J and jumped out of the office. Outside he had a better view of his office's assailant. A large ox missing the horn A had broken off. What the hell is going on? A demanded as the ox went off in another direction. I was about to give chase, but C landed next to him. Raikage-sama, C said. Just a few moments ago, there was a chakra signature I sensed over the village, and then several others at the first one's location. We are under attack. I knew that last part already. A snapped. J, get your messenger lizards to find as many of our strongest jonin as you can. C, where is B? He is near the outskirts in one of the training grounds, but he is heading our way now. He likely saw the destruction going on from his location. Yujito is with him. J, tell one of your messenger lizards to get Yujito here on the double. Have it tell B to stay put and go that mode to blast the giant summons from a distance. But sir, J protested. Won't that destroy a good portion of the village? As long as B has enough sense to keep his bijou bombs at low power, defeating the giant summons that whoever we are fighting is using should prevent more damage than it causes. Lord Raikage, why do you need Yujito? C asked as J summoned several lizards. You are not seriously thinking of using? Yes, I am likely going to have to use the forbidden jutsu I developed after getting the Yondaime Hokage's warning, but I need Yujito's fire style to set it up for me, he said. But that jutsu is dangerous. That's why you labeled it a kenjutsu. Even you can only use it for 5 minutes at a time, and then you render yourself helpless. Don't worry, I will save it as an absolute last resort, but I need to keep my options available. Wait here, C, and when Yujito comes, direct her to my location. Before C could protest any further, A dashed off after the ox he had dehorned. Pathetic. Shinra Tensei, Devapath said casually as he carelessly walked down Kumo's streets and about 20 ninja tried to jump him. As expected, all 20 were blasted away like rag dolls. That is an impressive ability, a voice from behind Devapath said as the speaker materialized behind Pain, and swung his cleaver blade at Pain from his vantage point, who responded by unsheathing a chakra rod and blocking the attack without even turning around. But I have no intention of letting you have your way with this village. Pain broke away as Darui channeled lightning chakra through his sword and began to cut through the rod Pain used. Darui then turned around to face Pretapath before he launched his laser circus jutsu. To Darui's shock, Pretapath just extended his hands and absorbed the potent jutsu into his chakra barrier. You don't have the power to stop me, Pain said as both of his paths moved to stand side by side. Darui grit his teeth and entered his kenjutsu stance. Shinra Tensei. Darui's eyes widened as a force slammed into him and blasted him through the wall of a building behind him. Earth-style sphere of graves. A reanimated Jirobo shouted as he grabbed the ground and pulled a large clod of earth from the ground. He then roared as he threw the huge rock he had ripped from the ground at the walls of IWA. It crashed right on through, and caused instant panic. Several shinobi tried to rush out of the hole in said wall and take out Jirobo, but they were stopped by spider silk fired by Kenoamaru. Taiyuya and Sakan accompanied Kabuto and Kisame through the hole and Kabuto chucked as he viewed the scene around him. So far so good, Kabuto said as the alarms went throughout the village. I have to give you credit, Zurui said as he and Haiden followed. That Edo Tensei jutsu of yours is very useful indeed. Are you sure there is no catch? None whatsoever, Kabuto replied as he directed move towards the Tsukiji tower. Let's get going, Gramps. Kuratsuchi shouted as she looked out the window of the tower to view the attack going on. And OST, right. Anoki said as he got up in a heartbeat. Bad mistake. Crack. My back. Anoki shouted as he collapsed. Kuratsuchi's sweat dropped to see her grandfather in such a miserable state. Seriously, you would think you had already learned to watch the sudden movements by now. Do you want me to go on ahead while you recover? Fool. I am the legendary fence-sitter of IWA. A bad back will not defeat me this easily. Anoki declared, though it was clear that he was struggling to move at this point. Fine, I'll take you with, Kuratsuchi said as she grabbed the elderly Kage and used the flight technique to take them out of the building. Ever since Anoki had his memory restored, he had taken a more active role in his granddaughter's training, so she now had many of his abilities. I hope that all our preparations are not in vain, Anoki thought. We failed once before, but now we have a second chance. We cannot afford to waste it by failing again. Akari looked nervously at Haku, who seemed down for the count. For a second, she was worried that she had killed the last of the Yuki clan, but her fears were set to rest when Haku got up, bleeding a little from the mouth. Akari then gave a small start as she saw cracks on Haku's arms and chest, and a thin layer of ice fell off of him and melted into the ground. No way, he coated himself in ice before the attack hit, Akari said, as she watched her gorilla charge, only for Haku to get behind the gorilla so fast Akari barely saw it, and hold a blade made of ice to the ape's neck from behind. Getting the message, Akari dismissed him. Not bad, Haku said as he wiped the blood from his mouth with his arm. If it weren't for my ice armor, that would have been a knockout for sure. As it is, your summons still managed to crack a few bones, I think. I should have known better to think that would be enough to win the fight. But that means we can have a bit more fun, I concur. It is clear that neither one of us will have an easy fight. So it wasn't a fluke that you beat Genyamaru. Akari chuckled sheepishly before she ducked a few senbon. Chapter 61 Kumo's Battle. How is it going, Minato? Jiraiya asked his former student as the blonde examined a seal matrix on his chest and gut. Excellent actually, sensei, Minato replied. This seal of mine can store about 30 minutes worth of the natural energy for Sage Mode now, so I don't have to worry about buying time in the middle of fights. Yeah, that is why you took so long to learn Sage Mode in the first place. You prefer speed and ending fights fast to those tactics that involve dragging things out. But now that you develop that seal, you have a similar advantage to that Felix. I'm still working on extending the amount of energy it can hold to about an hour in case I need to fight prolonged battles, but it will serve for now. Excuse me, honored Minato-sama. Gamakichi shouted as he hopped up to where the two sages were. Oh hello Gamakichi, Jiraiya said. What do you need? I actually have a favor for Naruto to ask of you, the toad replied, and Minato blinked. Oh, he's back then? Minato replied. Yeah, but now is not the time to talk about lost time, this is urgent. Gamakichi shouted before he fully explained the situation. Naruto asked me to bring this to you, Gamakichi said as he opened his mouth and unrolled his tongue, handing Minato a Hiraishin kunai. I see, Minato said before he took one of his own kunai out, as well as a small scroll. He then proceeded to write a few hasty words into the scroll, before attaching it to the kunai and using one of his transportation jutsus to send it to the tag he had put on Naruto. What did you just send him? Jiraiya asked. A note that told him that I would handle IWA, but if I needed help, I would put some chakra into the kunai he sent me to let him know. If Suna and Kumo are also being attacked, he will need to divide his chakra as little as possible. I see, that does make sense. I hope the Gaki sees it as well. Do you mind if I tag along to IWA with you? Glad you asked. I would be happy to have you, Gamakichi chuckled. Ironic that of all the people to help IWA now, the Yellow Flash is the one who will assist them after pummeling them before. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he discreetly read the scroll his father sent him. He then sighed as he decided to take the advice and devote his chakra to helping Suna and Kumo. After all, it was the Yondaime Hokage who would be helping IWA, so he should be able to handle a few Akatsuki members. His attention turned back to the match as he watched Akari duck behind a few more branches to avoid the flurry of Saban Haku was sending at her. OST Rising Dragon plays. Wood-style wooden spears. Akari shouted as several stakes emerged from the trees around her and shot at Haku. Haku made to dodge, but several roots emerged from the ground again to try restraining him. This forced Haku to instead raise a shield of ice to take the stakes before he froze the roots and broke them. As long as I have these roots under my feet to restrain me at any time, Akari will be able to attack me with little fear I can avoid her attacks. And if I keep erecting ice shields, I will run out of chakra fast, so. Haku slapped his hands to the ground and shouted, Ice-style permafrost jutsu. There was a crackling noise as the ground beneath Haku's feet was suddenly frozen in a radius of over 10 feet. Haku smirked with satisfaction as Akari realized that her roots would be useless at this point, since they would not be able to move through the frozen solid soil. Now then, let's continue, Haku said as he took out several more samban and infused some ice chakra into them. Seriously, where does he keep those things? Akari asked, not seeing any storage seals. Haku simply launched samban after samban, also using the same principle as Itachi and Sasuke did, using some projectiles to deflect others, and forcing Akari to remain a moving target. Akari put her last food pill in her mouth before she noticed that everywhere the needles struck, ice seemed to spread from the point of penetration. Ice-style frostbite needles, Haku said as many trees gained several spots of ice from the locations the needles hit. Haku then paused as a breeze went by his ear. Feel free to finish the match now if you can beat Akari, Naruto's voice said in the Yuki's ear. I'm done setting up my clones and kunai in places around the village. Haku smirked as he realized that this must be the wind whisper jutsu Naruto had mentioned before. It clearly used the air to carry sound waves to an intended recipient of a message. Shoot, if any of those hit me, I will be a popsicle in no time, Akari mused before she cast some signs. Earth-style artificial canyon. She stomped on the ground and a fissure opened up, heading right for Haku. That only works on a stationary target. Haku shouted in response as he leapt out of the way of the attack and launched a few more saban. Akari, however, was waiting for that, and launched an exploding kunai at her airborne foe. Unfortunately, when it struck, Haku simply splashed into water. Water clone! Akari cursed and whipped around to see Haku running through the thinnest area of the forest at her. Akari quickly manipulated tree branches to try to attack and hinder her opponent while throwing some of her kunai to make it more of a challenge to reach her. However, Haku displayed extreme skill and speed by using his frostbite needles to freeze the branches attacking him and used several normal saban to deflect the Akari's projectiles without even breaking stride. He then threw 3 more needles at Akari, who grabbed a tree and pulled a wooden staff from it, using it to deflect the 3 saban, before she felt a stabbing pain in one of her thighs, the right one, followed by numbness. She looked down and saw that one of the frostbite needles had been thrown after the first 3, and had caught her in the afflicted area. Akari cursed as she knew she would now be unable to effectively use that leg for the rest of the fight. Haku closed in, and Akari swung her staff to try to brain the young man, but Haku knocked it from her with Senbon he kept in his grip and he stabbed forward with them next, intent on ending the fight. Akari brought her left arm up to block, and the Senbon went into her wrist, and ice began to freeze her arm. Before Haku could do anything else, Akari braced her unfrozen hand against the tree she was next to, and kicked with her unfrozen leg. She was aiming for the gut, but due to a slight miscalculation, she ended up hitting something a little lower. Haku went pale and thought, "You've gotta be kidding me." He jumped back before Akari could take advantage of his moment of weakness, clutching his crotch with one hand in pain. "Bet you're wishing I made you a girl in this story right now, Haku?" Speaking of gender confusion, Naruto was cackling at the expense of both Haku and a good portion of the males and a few females in the crowd who initially looked confused before it dawned on them. "Wait. She's a guy?" could be heard all over the arena, followed by a few dry heaves as several of the men who had been crushing on Haku the whole time were suddenly feeling rather ill. Kankuro and Genyamaru were sympathetic to both Haku and the crowd at this point, both having made the mistake of thinking Haku was a girl themselves, and both knowing the pain of having that most vulnerable place hit. Haku recovered miraculously fast and ran at the partially frozen Omakes, clearly pissed at this point despite his calm outward appearance. Akari panted slightly as she once again manipulated tree branches to hide her Haku, though not as many as before. Haku merely dodged this time and closed in. Akari took out a kunai, though it was clear that Haku would get her before she got him. That is, until she smirked, formed a seal and shouted release. Haku gave a small start as roots suddenly burst from the sleeve of his kimono and spread all over his body, immobilizing him with his Senbon less than 3 centimeters from Akari's face. Akari then pressed her weapon against Haku's neck. "I win," the redhead declared, and apparently, Gaara agreed, and raised his arm and announced Akari as the victor. The crowd was speechless at the sudden turnaround when they had been so sure that Haku's last attack would hit. "How did you grow those roots on me?" Haku asked as he froze his restraints and broke free of them. "Remember when you attacked earlier and I blocked with my now frozen arm? I was able to throw one of these down your sleeve then," Akari said as she held up a small seed with a minuscule sealing matrix on it. "That kick I launched as I did so was merely a diversion to keep you from noticing." "Sorry, I was aiming for your gut," she laughed as Haku cancelled his ice jutsu on her arm and her leg. Both limbs would be numb for a good while, but no permanent damage had been done. "I see, so the sealing matrix restrains your chakra on those, and when it is released, the seed responds to your then free chakra and grows at an explosive rate." "Not bad at all," Haku said. "Yep, and thanks," Akari said as she tested her thawed limbs. "Trouble is, it takes forever to write the seal on something so tiny, because it is hard as hell to write a seal that small while paying attention to detail." "I'll bet," Haku said as Akari leaned on his and the Yuki assisted her to the competitors-spectators section. Akari chuckled as she said, "Ironic? I won the match, but you are clearly in better shape than I am." Gaara then called for Desauki and Matsuri to come down for the final semi-final round. "OST Jirai plays." Darui panted as he once again fired his Black Lightning Panther at the Deva Path, only for Preta Path to absorb the jutsu. Darui had counted on that, however, and used that distraction to get behind Preta Path and try to swing his sword at the chubby foe. However, Deva Path extended one of his hands and said, "Bansho Tenin." Just as Darui's blade was about to decapitate Preta Path, he felt himself get yanked back by Deva Path's power. "He can attract thing to him too," Darui thought frantically. "I only saw him repel attacks until now. I had hoped that positioning myself between those two guys would make it so that even if he used that Shinra Tensei of his, I would have merely been knocked into the absorber guy, and still have a shot at finishing him." Darui's thoughts ended as Deva Path grabbed him by the neck from behind and slammed him into the ground with enough force to crack it. He then stabbed the Kumo Jonin through the chest with a chakra blade, pinning him to the ground, and keeping him from using chakra. "I am impressed that you have lasted this long against me, but it is time for you to stop wasting my time. Now then," Pain said as he prepared another rod and made to stab Darui in a vital spot. Before he could, he was forced to dodge as Preta Path's line of sight showed him an incoming attack from behind at a very fast speed. The attacker rushed Pain again, cloaked in lightning, but was repelled when Pain used his Shinra Tensei. Was thrown back, but regained his balance quickly and once again charged. Pain's eyes narrowed as he realized that he would have a hard time keeping A away from him for the cool-down period of his power. Fortunately, Preta Path came between A and Deva Path and activated the chakra absorption barrier. "What the hell?" A demanded as his lightning cloak was absorbed into the path, and he was kicked in the gut by Deva Path while his cloak was down, sending him back again, but with no damage. His lightning cloak came back, and he dashed to Darui's location. "Raikage-sama," Darui said as they removed the chakra rod. Please be careful. The fat one is capable of absorbing ninjutsu, though he seems vulnerable to physical attacks, and the other one can attract and repel objects and attacks, though I don't think he can use them in fast succession. I'm sorry, but I do not think I will be able to fight anymore. Don't worry about it, A said as he tossed the rod away and made a lightning clone. The clone picked Darui up and A said, get him to a medic now. Deva Path tried to strike her from behind with one of his rods, but A dodged with lightning speed, and his clone dashed off. A then tried to retaliate, shouting, lateral bolt of pain chop. His arm went for Deva Path's head. Shinra Tensei. Once again, A was thrown back, this time into the waiting arms of Pretapath, who once again absorbed his lightning cloak and got him in a full Nelson, draining his chakra. A immediately noticed the drain. Oh no you don't! He shouted as he thrashed for a moment before he was able to flip Pretapath over him, and then pinned his foe to the ground with his knees and threw his fist at Pretapath's face. Bansho Tenin, Devapath said. A was lifted off of Pretapath and pulled at Devapath, who thrust a chakra rod forward, aiming for the Raikage's heart. A snarled and managed to twist a little in midair, causing the rod to impale his shoulder instead. A then saw the image of Rinnengan eyes in his mind as his chakra went haywire. You will know pain, Devapath said as he got another rod and stabbed at A again. Don't think so. A shouted as he brought his lightning armor back with Herculean effort despite the rod in his shoulder, and shattered the incoming one with the sword of his hand, before grabbing Devapath by the face and throwing him through the walls of several buildings. The path skidded for a few seconds before righting himself. A then yanked the rod from his shoulder and tossed it aside. You chumps are going to be mincemeat by the time I am done with you, A declared before he heard a loud screech above them. He looked up and saw a giant bird with 3 legs and a jagged beak, with the same eyes as his 2 opponents. On its back was the animal path. The bird laid several eggs in midair and they landed between Devapath and A. Devapath extended one hand and said, Bansho Tenin. A was once again yanked to his foe, and just as he reached the eggs, they exploded like Christmas trees. And OSD, we gotta hurry! Yujito shouted as her fellow Jinchuriki straightened his 7 swords. Yo, I know! B rapped back at her before a lizard with a scroll on it back ran up to them. That's one of Jay's, Yujito said as she took the small scroll from the lizard and hastily read it. Hey, we can't stay, what's it say? B asked. Yujito looked troubled before she said, Actually B, you will stay here and go into Bija mode. Your brother wants you to take care of those summons from a distance with your Bija bombs and keep out of the main battle. That's no fair. Why is my brother such a bear? What about you? What are you gonna do? I am supposed to locate C and have him point me to your brother's location. I have to be ready to help him use his twin-edge storm armor as he needs it. Whoa, is he sure that's right? That jutsu will do him a lot of harm if he doesn't quickly end the fight. If the Raikage is really contemplating using that kinjutsu, he must feel as if our foes are strong enough to warrant it. Don't worry. He's not going to use it unless he gets backed into a corner. He just needs me there in case of such a contingency. B looked like he was going to argue further, but Yujito was already off. Great, now I have to do my thing from a long way away, but hopefully I can keep the creatures tearing up our home at bay. Be ready for some of them to come to us B, Gyuki lectured in B's mindscape. Heh, if they do, they will learn that they don't want to mess with me, and you know why, cause I'm a killer B. B shouted as he went into full Bija mode. Several Kumo ninja charged Konan, only to get shredded by a storm of her paper. Pathetic, she said as the Azura path next to her suddenly spotted a large shape appear in the distance. Konan saw it too, and said, the Hachibi I presume. Are we going? The Azura path nodded and took off with several chakra boosters and Konan followed behind on her paper wings. Chapter 62 Minato's Assistance. OST Kokuten plays. Gramps. Kuratsuchi shouted at her grandfather as one of her rock clones was taken out by the dust-style blast, and she fired off a fire jutsu at the general area the blast came from. To her fury, she missed her invisible target. Anoki did not have any more luck with his own dust-style attack. Ever since they had been ambushed by Mu, they had been struggling in a game of cat and mouse. They could not detect him, so they had made rock clones at Anoki's suggestion to try to get Mu to reveal his general location as he picked them off. Trouble was, he was far too mobile, and they had yet to land a lucky shot. What was worse, Kuratsuchi was down to 2 clones, meaning if Mu attacked her again, he had 1/3 of a chance of getting the real her. He grandfather was better off with 5 clones. I'm behind you, Anoki! Mu's voice shouted before the geyser was destroyed by a beam of dust style. Luckily, it was another clone. After another set of misses, Kuratsuchi had an idea. Gramps, I'm going to try something, but we need to go this way, she murmured in his ear. Anoki raised an eyebrow and asked, just what are you going to do? He demanded. I'm going to make our foe easier to detect, she said as she cast several hand signs. But we need to get over the nearby lake if it is to work. Several more rock clones came into being as both she and the Tsuchikage flew at the lake, the invisible Mu behind them, blasting away at Kuratsuchi's decoys. She was lucky enough to reach the lake with her grandfather before Mu took a shot at the real her. Luckily, she saw it coming and she formed a cylinder of chakra between her hands and fired hers off at the same time. Both dust-style techniques collided, and they exploded in a large sphere that took out a good portion of the ground. Luckily, there had been no one there. I see that you have found a student to teach my art to, Enoki? She has inherited the ability to use dust style as well. I'm impressed, Mu said as he went invisible again. He was relentless in training me in the wind element, Kuratsuchi deadpanned. I already had a grasp of fire and earth so I could use my lava-style Kekkai Genkai, but wind was hard. But I did it in less than 2 years thanks to his drill sergeant manner of teaching. It was like I had a deadline to learn or something. A lava-style Kekkai Genkai as well? Mu's voice asked. I always wondered if being able to use a Kekkai Total would also potentially give a user access to a Kekkai Genkai or two within two of the same elements. But I never attempted this myself. Of course, it is also possible that it was just something else you inherited from a different ancestor. Watch out, I'm about to fire again. Enoki responded this time by switching out with a rock clone that was disintegrated. At this point, they were above the necessary body of water. Here goes nothing, Kuratsuchi shouted in anticipation. Fire-style flamethrower jutsu. An inferno of flames erupted from her mouth and went straight down to the surface of the lake. Enoki was confused for a moment before steam rose up from the surface of the water, and the moment he saw the steam part where Mu was, he realized what his granddaughter had come up with. Not bad at all, Enoki declared as he fired his dust style at the steam distortion. Mu could only agree as he hastily dodged the blast, but was then caught by one of Kuratsuchi's, which dismantled him from the waist down. One of Enoki's rock clones proceeded to throw a punch at the remaining upper half of his former mentor, knocking it into the water. Kuratsuchi then cast several hand signs and shouted, "Lava-style quicklime congealing jutsu." A massive glob of the quicklime shot forth, and just as the still regenerating Mu surfaced, he was caught in the jutsu, and the water of the lake caused the lime to harden and trap Mu. The lime began to sink, but Enoki was able to grab the edge and pull it out of the water with his lightened boulder jutsu. Kuratsuchi then covered the prison with more of the substance. Be careful, Mu said as his face started to get covered. I was able to split off a moment ago while I was under the water. Split off? Kuratsuchi asked Enoki once Mu had been sufficiently restrained. He is referring to his special fishing technique, Enoki replied as he started scanning the water. He can divide himself and his chakra, though either half can use dust style until they reunite. So we still have to beat him, but he's weakened. Kuratsuchi nodded as she splashed water from the lake onto the quicklime to harden it before she said, "You know, this would have been easier if you hadn't talked me into foregoing my water style training in favor of learning wind style so I could use that Kekkai Tota of yours in canon." She used her water style jutsu to help her lava style attacks harden, but in this story, I wrote that it's so that she had only learned her water style recently in the previous timeline, which meant that Enoki teaching her his secrets disrupted that. Not that I'm complaining, dust style is awesome. Enoki ignored her in favor of searching for Mu in the waters of the lake, looking for either the splash of the fragment emerging from the water, or a spot where the water seemed to be non-existent in the shape of a human. He cursed the fact that Edo Tensei could not drown, not that he wished that on his former mentor. I really hate you Akatsuki jerks, Han growled as he stared down Kabuto and Haiden. I always seem to get foes who won't die and recover from my attacks in a heartbeat. He growled as he remembered his run-in with Jess. Well, you could consider yourself lucky that your blows will actually cause us pain, Haiden said as he popped his recently dislocated shoulder back into place with a slight wince. There was also a depression in his chest where Han had hit him earlier, shattering ribs and forcing bone fragments into vital organs. Kabuto was also healing from a hole in his gut. I'll say, the blows that you can land with that steam propulsion are probably enough to make even Tsunade of the Sannin jealous. But if brawn is all you've got, you can't beat us. We'll see about that. Han snarled as he blasted forward and threw a steam-powered punch at Haiden, which impacted his cheek and snapped his neck. But Haiden was still able to swing his custom scythe at Han, though it did no damage to the Jinchuriki's armor. Han was then restrained momentarily by Kabuto's snakes, but he released steam that was so hot, their scaly skins were boiling instantaneously. Han then sent the steam at Kabuto, who jumped back to avoid the hot vapor. Kabuto then cast a water-style jutsu to disperse the vapor before shed his cloak. The markings around his eyes had extended, and he now had 4 horns and darkened sclera. Oh yes, we shall see, the snake sage said as his eyes changed into the Mirakugan. In fact, I already see that you won't dodge this. Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Han showed great surprise as the ground itself suddenly bent in ways that caused several pillars to shoot up and smash into his body, and throw him back. Kabuto then formed Sakan from his navel snake and asked, "Tell me, does that fancy armor of yours protect you from genjutsu?" Kimimaro formed from the shape of Sakan and made a flute out of his bone before converting to Taiyuya, who played the chains of Fantasia Jutsu. Han suddenly found himself frozen in a genjutsu that had him restrained by snakes that were unaffected by his steam. "I didn't think so," Kabuto said with a smirk as he walked up to Han with a snake prepared to inject knockout drugs into the Jinchuriki. Before he did, his dojutsu reactivated, and warned him about a blow from Han. Even without the eyes, he would likely have still dodged it with his sage mode reflexes, but the dojutsu certainly didn't hurt. "Actually, it does," Han said smugly as he winced slightly. When he had been caught in the genjutsu, he had been able to direct some of the steam from his armor to his own skin and slightly burn himself, and the pain broke the genjutsu. "Not bad, not sure how you did that, but breaking out of that particular genjutsu is no easy feat," Kabuto applauded. "Heh, this guy is very entertaining. It's a pity I can't sacrifice him to Jashin-sama," Haiden said. "I won't mess with you punks anymore," Han shouted as a cloak of red chakra and two tails manifested. "I'm putting an end to this now." End OST. Matsuri and Desauki, begin! Gaara shouted and Desauki immediately rushed forward with one katana drawn and his Sharingan active. OST ripple plays. "My Desert Mirage Jutsu won't work on those eyes, so I would just be wasting my time with using it," Matsuri thought as she lashed out with her Johyo to try to keep Desauki at bay. Of course, Desauki easily weaved between each attempted strike, and it was only the fact that Matsuri was moving backwards that kept Desauki from easily closing the distance. Trouble is, most of my offensive techniques are also bad ideas. He can easily avoid my Johyo with that Sharingan of his, and close combat taijutsu is also out with the eyes and his katanas. That leaves my wind-style fan techniques, and my Banshee Shriek. But he's a fire-style user, so my only shot is to hit him with as much power in a wind-style jutsu as I can, and hope I overpower his counter, but that has the risk of frying either one of us alive. So I should try something else first." Matsuri threw a few of her rarely used shuriken at Desauki, who dodged them, and Matsuri poured as much chakra into her feet as she could and dashed around her opponent to intercept her own weapons and use her fan to deflect their course at Desauki again. Unfortunately, Desauki easily deflected the attempt, and closed in briefly, slashing at Matsuri, who leapt back, though she still got a deep cut across her stomach. "I have a really bad match-up," the Sand Kunoichi thought as she panted and looked at Gaara. "Gaara-sensei, please be ready to save either one of us from what will happen next," Matsuri requested and Gaara nodded. Desauki charged again, and Matsuri cast hand seals, gathering up all of her chakra. Wind-style Banshee Shriek. The wind blast issued from her mouth, powerful enough to uproot trees if it hit said trees. Desauki stopped his charge and cast his own seals in a hurry. Fire-style Giant Fireball Jutsu. The largest fireball he had ever yet issued emerged as he put as much chakra as he could into the jutsu, and fire and wind-style attacks collided, battling for supremacy. Whoever lost this would have the fanned flames sent in their direction, and it would incinerate all in its path. For a moment, there was no clear victor, but the flames then overcame the wind blast and roared towards Matsuri. She crossed her arms in a feeble defense before the far more substantial defense of Gaara's sand came between her and Desauki's flames. The inferno raged hot enough to turn a few feet of the sand into glass, but was put out after a few seconds. "That would have been a devastating collaboration jutsu," Sasuke said to Sakura, and she nodded in agreement. Gaara then declared Desauki the victor, and Akari groaned about having to fight her own teammate. End OST. "I'm sorry I lost Gaara-sensei," Matsuri said hoarsely, rubbing her neck as she rose. "That Banshee Shriek jutsu was bloody murder on the throat of the user. Don't be. You had already won 2 matches, and your opponent was the worst one you could have fought in these exams. And I saw Akari, Genyamaru and Haku fight, so that's saying a lot on how disadvantaged you were," Gaara said. "At any rate, you are almost sure to make Chunin from what you have shown." Matsuri nodded her thanks, since she didn't want to strain her vocal cords at the moment, and went back up to the contestant seats, wondering how long it would take for her to get enough chakra back before she could do a medical ninjutsu on her neck. "We will hold the finals in 10 minutes. Gaara shouted to the spectators. "Get back, you beasts!" A ninja from IWA demanded as the Sound 4 approached the group in their second states. There had been about 200 IWA ninja fighting them at the start of the battle, but now there were about 50 left, most of them barely able to stand. The other 150 were either dead or close to it. Taiyuya simply played her flute to freeze the group in a genjutsu, and Jirobo lifted up a large slab of rock to crush a good portion of the survivors. "I really gotta hand it to this Edo Tensei jutsu," Kenoamaru said with his golden spider web winds in all 6 hands. We can go all out without having to worry about chakra exhaustion after using the cursed seals. This means we can crush these weak players with impunity. Haha, Earth-style stone imprisonment jutsu. A voice shouted and the sound 4 were suddenly trapped by rock that came up and completely encased them. This would not have been a problem, because they could all have broken free if given a few seconds, but they weren't. A tri-pronged kunai with a sealing formula on it was thrown at each of the prisons, and in 4 flashes that took less than half a second for all of them combined, a seal had been put on each prison, fully binding the prisoners. Nice work catching them in that, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said as he inspected the seals he had put on the stones to be sure they would hold, completely ignoring the IWA ninja that all seemed to be competing for the best fish impression as they saw who had saved their asses. Nah, that was nothing, Jiraiya said as he rubbed the back of his head. Idiots let their guard down way too easily. It's no wonder they died so fast when they were in that invasion 2 years ago. Why you? An IWA nin finally managed to sputter before he threw his weapon at Minato, who easily caught it. As eager as I am sure you all are to have a piece of the guy I trained to almost single-handedly take your army out nearly 20 years ago, we gotta help save some more of you ungrateful sods, Jiraiya said as he glared at the IWA ninja with his sage mode eyes. Now wait just one dash. The ninja did not get any further, because Jiraiya and Minato both hirishined away. Good, you're here, she said as Yujito, Omoe and Karui all arrived at the Sensor Nin's location at once. Where's Raikage-sama? Yujito asked C. He's fighting against 4 chakra signatures as we speak, one of them a summoning, and his chakra reserves are dwindling at a slow rate. He's that way, then I'd better go help him. Try and get as many civilians out of the village as you can, she ordered as she leapt in the direction of A's struggle. That sounds like a good idea, she said, but wait, what if I end up trying to help a lady who is trapped in rubble or something, and I end up touching her inappropriately, and get killed before I can clear it up? Omoe asked in a slight panic at the thought of being mistaken for a perv. Wow, that was one of your more realistic scenarios, Karui said before she did a double take. What do you think you are doing, worrying about a thing like that at a time like this, you idiot? Just do what you've got to do to get the citizens to safety. C's sweat dropped at their usual antics, before he sensed another chakra signature. Get down! He ordered as a giant centipede with Rinnengan eyes smashed its way to the area. OSD Midoregami plays, fire-style blazing lance jutsu. Karui shouted as fired the jutsu from her mouth to launch at the centipede, which was able to wind its way away from the blast, and Omoe unsheathed his sword. How does someone summon all of these different creatures? C asked as he leapt back, but he then sensed another 2 signatures coming after him from behind. He whipped around and the human and Araka paths landed in front of him. He then prepared to fight, but was made to dodge another pass from the centipede, and then took a hit from Naraka path, whose kick launched him at human path, who grabbed him by the back of the head. C was about to counterattack, but his body suddenly seized up on him. C, what's wrong with you? Karui demanded as she noticed that the Jonin was not moving. I see, so the Nibby will be heading right for where 3 other paths are already at, human path said. He then proceeded to rip out C's soul. What did you just do? Omoe shouted at human path as Naraka made to grab him. Omoe was just barely able to avoid the hand that had gone for his neck and tried to take a retaliatory swipe at the path, but the path leapt back from the attack. I merely extracted information I wanted from him, as well as his life from his body, human path stated before Naraka leapt to his side. Now if you'll excuse us, wait just 1 minute, Karui demanded, but they were already leaving, and the centipede took up the attention of her and her teammate. Take that, ya overgrown rat! B shouted as he fired a relatively low-powered bijou bomb at the giant dog that was homing in on his position. The ball hit the thing dead on, but for some reason, that only caused it to split into 2 equal-sized parts. The 2 dogs ran at B, and one of them managed to get a bite on his foreleg/arm. The transformed Jinchuriki smashed down on both mutts, and found himself facing 4 next. It seems that they multiply every time you get a hit on them, Gyuki noted. I say eep, that is so cheap, B replied. He then noticed 2 other figures approaching fast, one of them on wings made of paper? The other one seemed to have some kind of devices on his body that propelled him through the air via chakra blasts. The one on paper wings shot several paper shuriken at the Jinchuriki, and B responded by swatting away the tiny irritations with a swipe from an arm. The 4 dogs started to assault him from several sides at once, and he took a few bit marks, but knew better to retaliate by now. The Azura path fired several rockets then, all of which exploded against his bijou hide, and only stung him slightly. B swept several tails at his new attackers, both of whom managed to dodge the hasty assault. Looks like things may just be about to heat up, Derek said as he approached the battle B was fighting. Panted as he glared at the 3 paths of pain before him. His chakra was now only at a third of its max at this point, and he had taken several smaller cuts as well. They did not seem even the slightest bit winded, however. The drill-beaked bird came down at A before a barrage of blue fire blasts that A recognized as Yujito's mouse hairball jutsu flew straight at the bird. Unfortunately, the bird saw the blast coming and did a sort of barrel roll and changed direction, dodging all of the fireballs. "We have been expecting you," Devapath said as Yujito landed next to A. "Glad you could make it," A told his Jinchuriki. "Let's get the twin-edge storm armor ready, pronto. Already Raikage-sama?" Yujito asked in alarm. "Yes, this chump is way too tough to fight without pulling out all the stops at this point," A said. "I need you to get the conditions right as fast as you can. You know what that means, right?" "Got it," Yujito said as she mentally reached within her mindscape to talk to her tenant. "Nibby, we need to switch." "Nice, it's been too long since I was last let out," Matabi said as Yujito turned control over. Both Bijou and Jinchuriki in this case were on fairly good terms at this point, though not as good as B and Gyuki. While Gyuki would let B be in Bijou mode while having full control, Matabi always insisted that control be switched to her whenever Yujito drew her power forth. But Matabi would always give control back when they ended Bijou mode. With a roar, Yujito was bathed in the blue flames that erupted around her, and Pain's eyes narrowed as he found himself facing down a Bijou. "We had better hurry up and get him back to the hideout," Kabuto said as he pushed his glasses back up. Han was currently lying prone with his armor broken in a few places, and several small wounds, including the recent bite marks from the snakes Kabuto had injected drugs into Han with. "Someone took out the sound for, but they never saw their attackers, so I don't know who, but it would be unwise to linger." "Humph, that partner of yours had better get us the other Jinchuriki," Haiden said as he picked Han up. "I don't want to be blamed for leaving before our mission was complete, but if we stay, we risk losing the one we had already captured after great trouble. I will summon a few more Edo Tensei before we go to assist our part. Get down." A Hiraishin kunai flew at the back of Haiden's head and he turned around asking, "What?" There was a flash and Minato appeared with a Rasengan. Thinking fast, Kabuto wrapped his naval snake around Haiden's waist and yanked him out of the way before Minato could get Haiden in the face with the jutsu. As he did so, Minato managed to slap his hand against the head of the snake. "Just great, we have the yellow flash of all people after us now," Kabuto cursed as he noted the way Minato's eyes were now pigmented. "And he has Sage Mode 2 dash." Minato flashed behind Kabuto just as he was finishing with talking, using the marking he had put on the naval snake's head. The snake's sage leapt up into the air to avoid the Rasengan Minato still had in his hand. "One chance," Minato told Kabuto and Haiden. "Leave Han here and I will let you both go in peace." "Sorry, no can do," Haiden said. "It would be better to just sacrifice someone of your caliber to Jashin-sama." "Fine," Minato said as he flashed again, once again behind Kabuto. This time Kabuto had his dojutsu in its active stage, and whipped around to kick Minato in the gut. His eyes then widened as he saw that Minato had switched with a shadow clone and had flashed behind said clone as he felt his Mirakugan vision go. "But just so you know," Minato continued as Kabuto was able to jump back again to avoid the Rasengan again. "Now that I know Sage Mode, I can sense when your eyes are actively seeing the future or not." The Rasengan turned into a Rasenlance in less than a blink of an eye. Kabuto's eyes widened. "So I can time this properly." He threw the Rasenlance at Kabuto, who whipped his naval snake around to grab a boulder to try to pull himself out of the way of the deadly projectile. Just as the snake made contact with the rock, Minato flashed to the snake's location again and severed the head with one of his kunai to prevent Kabuto's dodge. But Kabuto anticipated this and had sprouted another of his white snakes from a shoulder, and that one wrapped around another rock and he was just barely able to yank himself out of the path of the deadly spear. As it was, his side was nicked, and a good portion of flesh had been torn off. If it weren't for the healing factor he had replicated from Karen, that would have been a serious injury. "Come on, give me a drop of your blood, just one," Haiden shouted as he lashed his scythe at the blonde, who easily dodged all swings without even looking, his attention still focused on Kabuto. He could have pulled a Kakashi and read a book with the immortal, he was doing it so easily. Sage Art Rasengan. The chakra sphere in Minato's hand blasted Haiden in the chest, doing even more damage to the immortal's already beaten torso and almost bisecting him. Kabuto quickly weighed his options as he watched a screaming Haiden go flying from the Sage Mode Rasengan. He knew that Minato was exceedingly good at sealing arts, so he would potentially lose most, if not all Edo Tensei he could send at the blonde, and he was not too sure of his own chances. In fact, he only had one he knew of that was almost sure to win if he had correctly calculated the subject's power. Of course, that was something he only planned to use in an absolute emergency, but he decided that a Minato, who was arguably on the same level as Hashirama before, and now knew Sage Mode, pretty much qualified as an emergency. Besides, his priority was capturing the bijou. He could not get caught up fighting Akage, nor could he risk a contract seal being put on him. It seems I really do have little choice about this, Kabuto said as he pushed his glasses back up his nose. I will just have to use my special reserve, though I doubt Toby will be happy about me using him. With that, he clapped his hands together and said, summoning Jutsu Edo Tensei. A coffin sprang from the ground and Minato prepared to face his latest foe. The coffin door was blasted at him from within it, and Minato jumped over the door to avoid the hit. He then watched as a gloved hand gripped the edge of the coffin and a man wearing brown metal plate armor, and with long spiky black hair stepped from the confines. It's about time you have groomed that Nagato brat, the man said. Minato stared at the revived figure, recognizing his features from the statue he had seen a few times at the Valley of the End. You're... Minato said in shock. Chapter 63 Twin-Edge Storm Armor, OST Yojensha plays, Madara Uchiha, Minato said. Who would have thought that you of all people would have been brought back by Edo Tensei? Edo Tensei? Madara asked as he looked at his hands. This isn't the samsara of heavenly life? No, it isn't. In fact, I am the one who revived you, Kabuto stated as he stood next to Madara, using one of the Nidaime Hokage's jutsu. Speaking of which, that person there is a master of the Nidaime's Hiraishin jutsu. In fact, I think he's better at it than the Nidaime. He is the Yandaime Hokage. I could care less about him at the moment. Just who are you to revive me with this jutsu? Madara demanded. I am known as Kabuto Yakuhishi, and I am an ally of that underling of yours, the one who uses your name, though he also uses the name Toby. Of course, we still need to gather the Jinchuriki for the plan you two have developed to work. We only have a single bijou in our possession, as well as some chakra we were able to absorb from another, and the nations are already putting up heavy resistance against letting us get the rest. In fact, we are here in Iwagakure to capture 2 of them, but as you see, we have a Kage-level shinobi hindering us. In fact, there has been speculation that he is the strongest of all the Hokage, possibly including Hashirama. Humph, I'll believe it when I see it, Madara said, his Sharingan activating as he did. Don't worry about it, he is very strong. I have no doubt that he will prove to be a worthy opponent, even with the adjustments I made to your body. I noticed. I happen to be in my prime now instead of the state I had been in when I had died. Ah, but you should be better than you were in your prime, even considering the fact that your body is superior in many ways to a living body. Do you really think you know what I was like in my prime? Madara asked. No, not really, but I had hoped you would indulge me with a demonstration, Kabuto admitted. Madara narrowed his eyes and said, very well, I shall show you my power. Minato gulped, but also shivered in anticipation as he watched Madara step slowly towards him. Blue flames burned at the ground and the buildings in the Area A and Yujito were fighting pain. A rush spread a path from behind and deactivated his lightning armor to avoid giving him free chakra. Shinra Tensei Devapath said for what felt like the 1000th time. I was knocked back from the repulsion technique, and the drill-beaked bird laid more eggs at the place they would end up, before dodging several bursts of blue flames from Matatabi, who then fired one at Devapath, aiming to take him out before his power returned. And OST, I restored his lightning armor and was able to withstand the explosions that came from the bird's eggs, though he ended up slightly bruised. Meanwhile, the animal path had come between Deva and Matatabi and summoned the giant crab to take the flames on its shell. I growled as I got back to his feet. Darn it, I only have about 1/5 of my reserves left, and we are making very little progress against this chump. If it doesn't start raining soon. His prayers were answered when a drop of water landed on his head. He looked up and saw the storm clouds above them, gathered as a result of the heated atmosphere. OST reverse situation plays, heh. I chuckled, causing Pain to glance at him with a quirked eyebrow. Oh? Is something amusing about your current situation? He asked the Raikage. Yeah, just that you chumps are going to get a real taste of my powers as Raikage. I declared as a thin layer of lightning chakra coated his body. There was a flash of lightning above, and Pain glanced at the sky, noting that it had become charged with great levels of electrical energy. What's this? Devapath asked interestedly. This whole battle ever since Yujito arrived and turned into the Nibi, we have been launching several balls of its fire into the sky to heat up the temperature and gather storm clouds, I boasted. That bird-brained beast you summoned actually worked against you there. It gave the Nibi an excuse to fire its attacks up without hinting what we were up to. Now I can kick your sorry asses out of my village, and just how do you intend to use that energy? Devapath asked. I decided to let his actions answer for him by activating his jutsu. Forbidden lightning-style twin-edge storm armor. I shouted, and several bolts of natural lightning blasted down from the sky and struck the Raikage. HRRGGGHHHH. I growled as he struggled to control all the power flowing through him. No matter how many times he practiced this, it never seemed to get any easier. Pretty much everyone else who would think to try this would be fried instantly. It was only thanks to the durability of A's body that he could withstand it for 5 minutes. He's drawing the lightning into his own body to use for his lightning armor, Devapath realized as there was an explosion at A's position, and when the dust cleared, it was shown to have a lightning cloak that was almost pure white, with only a hint of the blue that was shown in his usual lightning chakra. This was done at Tensai Zangetsu 102's suggestion. All credit for the jutsu idea goes to him, though I claim credit for the jutsu name. The cloak also extended 3 times the distance away from A as the original cloak, and several uncontrolled bolts of lightning were constantly lashing out and blasting at either the ground or crackling at the air. As a result of channeling this energy, veins were bulging out on almost every inch of his arms and his blood flowed freely from his mouth, eyes and nose. Seems the jutsu is rather risky to use as well, but the benefits can outweigh the risks, as you will soon see, Matatabi said. As she said that, A disappeared briefly and materialized behind Devapath. He's gotten faster, Pain thought frantically as he leapt forward to avoid the attack A launched at him. A bolt of lightning branched out and impaled Deva through the leg. Devapath grunted and extended his hand as A charged. Shinra Tensei. There was a small sonic boom as the repulsive force briefly stopped A, and they both strained for a moment before Pain found himself flying back. He countered my jutsu and threw me back with greater force. Pain thought as he was thrown back. A followed after his opponent, and was hindered by Predapath, who got between him and Deva and activated his chakra absorption barrier. A's new jutsu impacted the barrier, but rather than get absorbed, the cloak blasted the barrier away, and A sped right on by Preda, only he extended his arm to the side and bisected the path as he did so. Looks like the ability to absorb chakra does not work on natural lightning, Matatabi mused as A caught up with Devapath and swung a kick at him. Pain tried to block with a chakra rod, but A's kick easily broke through the rod and took off Deva's left arm. Devapath was sent spinning into the side of a building and blasted through the wall. Deva recovered fast and used his Shinra Tensei on several pieces of rubble with his remaining hand, sending the rock and several pieces from the ground at A. But the Raikage was not even phased as each boulder was torn apart by the bolts of lightning from the armor, and he rushed Deva again. Deva would have been decapitated by the attack if Animal Path had not summoned him to his location, causing A to just whiz by where Deva had just been. The drill-beaked bird went down to attack her from above, laying eggs at A as it went, but A easily withstood the egg bombs this time and leapt up at the bird, and blasted it through the head with a punch that a beam of lightning extended from. He's like a human storm, Pain muttered. A landed, but sank to his knee, panting from having the storm armor up for less than a minute. He then realized that 5 minutes was at his limit if he was at the top of his game. He never tried this when he had been partially exhausted. He coughed and blood flew out of his mouth. Damn. Accursed. How could he have been so stupid when he developed this jutsu? If he had thought to test his limits in an exhausted state, he would have known to have conserved his chakra during the fight while waiting on Yujito. He had to end it within another minute, before he gave out. He got back to his feet and charged Pain again, the Animal Path hastily retreating when he realized that he was A's target. If I have to take out one of these chumps, it has to be the one who summoned all the beasts over the village. That will get rid of them and end the worst of this attack. The crab came between A and Pain's Animal Path, trying to slow the Raikage's charge. Meanwhile, Matatabi went in to attack Devapath. Deva used his Shinra Tensei again, and blasted Matatabi back, but she recovered fast, and sent several more fireballs at Pain, who was forced to avoid them with some very fancy footwork. A smashed easily through the crab's shell, and impaled Animal Path through the chest on one of his arms. The path went limp instantly, and his summons all over the village disappeared. A flung his corpse off of his arm and went to attack Deva, who threw another Shinra Tensei at him, once again, only succeeding in causing himself to get flung back when A overpowered it, though this gave him some distance from the raging storm. A winced as he realized he was only good for a few more seconds. He dashed after the backwards flying Rinnengan bearer, and at the last possible instant, he thrust his arm forward, though still short of the mark. That was until a blast of natural lightning shot from A's arm and impaled Devapath. Pain's eyes widened before he was blasted through a pile of rubble, broken. A's storm armor receded and he collapsed, sweating profusely. Raikage-sama! Yujito shouted as she returned to human form and started casting the basic medical ninjutsu on the Raikage. Basis was unfortunately all she knew how to do in that field, because her tenant hindered her chakra control a bit, but since it was the second weakest bijou in terms of raw chakra, some medical jutsu was still possible for the Jinchuriki. And OST, never tried that with low chakra, A admitted. But at least we got the chumps, right? Yeah, we did. Yujito was just finishing with doing all that she could for A when a voice asked, Did you now? Then Human Path tried to attack her from behind, but the Raikage was still able to dodge on reflex. But as he did so, the Preta path appeared from behind Yujito, and trapped her in a full Nelson. Her eyes widened as she struggled, but soon she fell limp as the path absorbed all of her chakra. I thought I took care of you. I shouted as Preta path stabbed a chakra rod into the unconscious Yujito. At the nearby base of Nagato's operations, the Rinnengan bearer cast the summoning jutsu. As long as his intended target was either unconscious or willing with a chakra receiver in them, he could summon them with the animal path. Sure enough, Yujito appeared in a burst of smoke. Zetsu appeared from the ground and said, "Looks like we have our next Jinchuriki. Take her to another hideout to await extraction," Nagato ordered. OSD survival examination plays. Well, isn't this a surprise? Derek mused as he looked in the direction of where Killer Bee was fighting against Azura Path and Conan. Atsui and Samui had shown up to try to hinder him, but he had held them off with his two scimitars. The slit on his eye had opened to reveal that he was a bearer of the Tamashii Kensukumi, the same third eye that Celia and Isaac possessed. Unlike them, however, he was showing no signs of fatigue for using it. He had shed his cloak and his bare torso had seals written all over it. What he had commented on was that the numerous dogs that had surrounded the transformed Jinchuriki disappeared, signaling the defeat of Pain's animal path. Now the battered Jinchuriki was able to focus on trying to smash Conan and Azura Path. Conan was spamming exploding tags on B's tails, and Azura Path was firing rockets and several spinning saw blades at B, but all attacks really seemed to do little more than annoy him. Cloud-style flame beheading. Atsui shouted and sent an arc of flames at Derek, who activated one of the seals on his chest, and it sucked the flames into it. I am tired of showing you again and again that won't work on me, Derek said as he deflected an attempt from Samui to take his head off from behind. He then swung behind himself and managed to cut her wrist a little. Atsui then tried to close in and swung at Derek, who moved to block, but Atsui's attack turned out to be a feint. He instead stabbed forward at the last instant, but Derek's third eye caught the twitches in the Kumo nin's muscles and gave him an idea of what Atsui planned, and he backhanded Atsui in the face to knock him away. Samui landed next to her brother, who was panting. Our best Kenjutsu maneuvers keep on getting countered like they are nothing. Samui cursed. It's embarrassing, and my own hot-blooded abilities are useless except as flashy distractions, Atsui agreed. It's that weird eye of his, somehow it is able to see our every twitch, and he can tell what we are going to do next. It's almost like the Sharingan of the Hidden Leaf Village. All eyes are useless if they are blind, Atsui said, and he immediately cast his fire jutsu again. Understanding her brother's intent immediately, Samui launched a water jutsu, which was evaporated by Atsui's jutsu, and created a thick steam. Not a bad idea, Derek said. But he threw one of his blades to his side, and it went in a trajectory of a spinning projectile, and there was a clang as one of his opponents was forced to deflect the weapon. He then used his now free hand to grab at something in the steam before stabbing forward with his remaining weapon. The steam cleared and revealed that he had a grip on Atsui's neck and had impaled him through the heart. Even the slightest distortions in the steam can be read by this eye, and tell me where you are, Atsui. Samui shouted in despair as she saw the life leave her brother's eyes. Relax. You shall join him soon, Derek said as he swung his blade to throw Atsui's corpse off of the weapon. Meanwhile, B had Azura and Conan on the ropes. The paper-wielding Kunoichi was running low on chakra, and Azura was B's main target now. Azura managed to get behind B and his head opened up and gathered chakra for his Azura attack, which was a seriously powerful beam of chakra. The blast fired off and severed 5 of B's tails, causing the Jinchuriki to roar in rage and smash Pain with one of his hands. Conan meanwhile chose to prudently withdraw, B on her tail. Oh, it seems that we won't be leaving empty-handed after all, Derek said as he unsealed 5 golems twice the size of a large man from a seal on the back of one of his hands. He also unsealed a large jar half his height and made of obsidian. What are you trying to pull? Samui demanded as she launched another water-style jutsu at her brother's killer. Derek casually avoided the jutsu before he slapped animation seals on the prone golems. Sorry, I would love to continue our one-sided battle, but I have more important business to attend to, Derek said as he directed his now active construct to attack Samui. He then leapt at the place the tails had fallen after Azura's attack. He removed the lid from the obsidian jar and cast several signs. The 5 tails distorted and moved into the jar, which he then sealed. Derek chortled. With 5 of the Hachibi's tails, we are now closer to the goal of the Jubi's rebirth. He then left the area, running to keep from being captured with his prize. Begin! Gaara shouted as the final match of Suna's Chunin exam started. Akari and Desauki gazed at each other before they rushed at one another, Akari wielding a wooden staff and Desauki brandishing his 2 katana. They traded several blows before Desauki leapt back, running through signs. Fire style dash, He was forced to stop when Akari threw her staff like a spear at him, and he had to use his weapons to deflect the attack. He landed as she grew another staff from her body, and they charged again. Of course, fate had a serious sense of humor in that moment, because Desauki stepped in a puddle that was a result of Haku's handiwork. Once said handiwork had melted, and he slipped, falling inside the reach of Akari's staff, and his face smashed right into hers, causing their lips to meet by sheer accident. Taking a piece of advice from a guest reviewer, the crowd was stunned into silence as both combatants broke apart, both blushing furiously at what had just happened. The worst part was, it had been done in front of so many people that simply agreeing to never speak of the incident again would be impossible. "I will kill him!" Both Naruto and Kushina shouted in a blind rage as they both tried to leap into the arena, Naruto only barely held back by a frantic Hinata, and Kushina requiring the combined efforts of Itachi and the Kazekage's gold dust to restrain her. Well, that's what he gets for forgetting that while you should never take your eyes off of your opponent, that you should also pay attention to your surroundings, Sasuke laughed. He did have to feel a little bad for his student though. He remembered the unspeakable horror of that day when he shuddered as he desperately tried to avoid thinking of the day he and Naruto had had that incident. Sakura glanced at Sasuke and wondered why she suddenly felt like breaking something over something that was on his mind. Desauki was pale as a sheet as he realized what he would have to face once the match was over, and Akari was a little frustrated that her first kiss had been stolen by a fluke. The crowd was now just laughing at the ridiculousness of the whole thing. "What do you say we just make this a one jutsu with all of our remaining chakra, winner take all final part of the match so we can hide our faces sooner?" Desauki asked in embarrassment. "Agreed," Akari replied as she formed the Rinnengan. Desauki cast his hand signs and shouted, "Fire-style fireball jutsu." The inferno blasted at Akari, who plunged forward with the Rinnengan, which parted the flames to keep the Namakes from getting burns that were too serious as she went. No one seemed to notice a cloaked figure in the crowd rise and prepare a few signs discreetly. No one but Naruto and Hinata, who tensed. "You ready, Hinata?" Naruto asked, and she gave a nervous nod. Akari's Rinnengan died at the same moment Desauki ran out of chakra, and they both stood inches from each other, Desauki ready to stab Akari with both katana, and Akari holding a kunai to Desauki's throat. "The match is a draw by mutual strike," Gaara declared. And that's when all hell broke loose. And Minato and Madara rushed each other, Minato thanking all that was holy for all the sparring sessions he had had with Kakashi, for he knew how to fight Madara by only watching his footwork, and common sense said that eye contact with an Uchiha was only a good idea if you were suicidal. Lightning speed plays. Minato threw a Horatian kunai at the reanimated Madara, and the Uchiha simply dodged before he noticed the seal formula on the kunai. That was when Minato flashed at the kunai's location with a Rinnengan in hand, and tried to strike Madara. Almost contemptuously, Madara grabbed the sage's wrist and flung him away before casting several hand signs. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Several large blasts of fire emerged from Madara's mouth, and Minato used Hiroshin again, this time flashing to the ground where he stood before the fight had begun. Meanwhile, Kabuto shed his skin to turn into a snake and swallowed Hanho before he started to make his getaway. "Hold on!" Minato shouted as he tried to flash to the tag he had put on Orochimaru's former apprentice, but only ended up at the shed skin. "Shit!" The Namakes cursed as he threw a kunai at the serpent, only for it to be deflected by Madara. "Your fight is with me," Madara said with his eyes narrowed. "I am curious to see if you truly are on Hashirama's level." "Fine, but I hope you don't mind if I make this fight quick," Minato said as he flashed to the kunai Madara had deflected earlier and rushed the Uchiha from the side. "Sage Art Giant Rinnengan!" Minato shouted as he slammed the jutsu into his opponent, only to meet the bones of Madara's Susanoo. Of course, with the Rinnengan being powered by Sage Mode, the ribs started to crack, and Madara was forced to leap back. His complete Susanoo formed and its blades swung several times at Minato, and he leapt back to avoid them, and then felt a heat gather where he was before he Hiroshined away again, and not a moment too soon, because the black flames of the Amaterasu appeared where he had just stood. "Very nice reflexes," Madara noted. "You used Tobirama's jutsu to good effect, even going so far as to brand your own weapons with the markings, whereas Tobirama would merely mark his surroundings in a fight. He lacked a certain creativity it seems you have. And that jutsu, the Rinnengan was it? You can form it on a moment's notice, and it is clearly powerful. It reminds me of a Bija bomb in some ways. If it weren't for that Sage Mode that you are using, I would say that speed is your preferred element in combat." "It is," Minato said as he formed the cross seal and made a shadow clone, before both he and the clone began forming a Rinnengan with a fire element added, causing the jutsu to have flames burning on it. "I can store sage energy within a seal on my body, so I don't ever have to slow down to gather the required chakra." Interesting. Fire and lightning style blazing raisinlets, Minato shouted. Then he threw the jutsu in entirely the wrong direction, at the skin Kabuto had shed. Madara raised his eyebrows in confusion before Minato's clone flashed behind Madara inside the Susanoo. Madara then looked at one of his hands and spotted a tag put there. He realized that this had happened when Minato's first Rasengan had been stopped by the Uchiha grabbing his wrist. He put a tag on me without my noticing, Madara thought with an impressed look on his face as Nianto's clone grabbed him from behind. Not even Tobirama was capable of that. I have you now! Minato shouted as the clone flashed to the skin Kabuto had shed, taking Madara out of the Susanoo with him and into the path of the blazing raisinlets. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan eyes widened, before they seemed to turn to a dull purple color with several concentric rings, panted as he stood face to face with all 6 paths of pain. Earlier, Animal Path had summoned the remains of Azura Path after Naraka Path had restored him, and all paths were now fixed and battle-ready once more. Azura grabbed Animal and threw him outside of the village. What are you up to now? Demanded as he struggled to his feet and formed his lightning cloak. We have a good portion of what we came here for, but now it is time to resort to drastic measures if we are to subdue the Hachibi, Deva Path stated as he used Shinra Tensei to throw a back. You are no longer even worth my time. The other 4 paths disappeared, and Deva began to float in the air. In a valley outside of the Cloud Village, Animal Path summoned all the other paths but Deva. Conan and Derek also appeared. Get going, Pain ordered Derek, and the man bowed before using the Dimension Door Jutsu to leave. Nagato, tell me you aren't going to dash, Conan said with a hint of fear in her voice before the 5 paths dropped to the ground. The arena in Suna was in an uproar as over 500 of Kaisa's corpses appeared to begin attempting to slaughter the civilians and noble figures in the stands. But Naruto got up and formed over 1,000 shadow clones, and they grabbed random people and flashed them to safe locations Naruto had prepared. He himself confronted a large group of about 50 of the beasts, and made 4 more arms on his body using the Azura Path, with chakra boosters on his elbows. A Rasengan formed in all 6 of Naruto's hands, and he launched himself at the creatures. Azura Path propelled Rasengan barrage. Naruto shouted as he blasted his way through 30 of them at once, ripping them to shreds as he went. He went behind the rest of them, and Hinata took her bow out of a seal Naruto had helped her with, and fired explosive arrows in quick succession at the remainder. Naruto spotted Sasuke jump into an area thick with the creatures and use Amaterasu to burn most of them up. Flame-retardant chemicals be damned. Gaara took a stand next to Akari and Desauki and crushed all of the creatures who came near with his sand. Akari and Desauki looked around in shock as the proceedings occurred all around them. What? Akari asked as Naruto jumped in front of her and beckoned one of his clones over. What's going on? No time to explain, Naruto said as he summoned Zenko. Keep an eye on her for me, would ya? Naruto asked the fox. Gotcha, Zenko said as he jumped on the shoulders of Naruto's clone and said clone put his hands on Akari and Daisuke's shoulders and flashed away. Naruto glared up at the cloaked figure that had summoned all of the corpses to the battlefield, and noticed him summon about 20 coffins of Edo Tensei. He then glanced upwards and spotted Deidara on one of his giant clay birds. Naruto smirked as he remembered why the bomber had given him so much trouble before. I'm not restricted to close combat anymore, Naruto said as his arm turned into some kind of cannon with a few hollow metal fist-sized balls inside. Inside one of the balls, he formed a Rasengan, and he channeled chakra into the cannon, causing it to charge magnetically. He then used the magnetic power to launch the metal ball at Deidara's bird at very high speed and velocity. Basically, this weapon was a rail gun that fired shells filled with a Rasengan. The ball crumbled and the Rasengan blasted right through the bird, and came out fight in front of Deidara before it went into the air, startling the bomber shitless. Naruto then paused as one of his lines of vision showed him a view of Kumo, and a lone figure starting to float above it. Finally, stupid bad weather made it take long enough to get that kunai there, he muttered as he made a shadow clone, putting more chakra than usual in it to make it as durable as possible. Keep things from getting out of hand here, Naruto ordered the clone. I thought about sending a shadow clone, but need to get Nagato back on the right track personally. Got it, the clone replied. This village will soon know pain, Deva Path stated as he floated above the village of Kumo. Now, Shinra Ten's dash. He paused in his jutsu as his gaze shifted in the direction of a bird's screech. A falcon with Rinnengan eyes disappeared in a burst of smoke as it launched the Hiraishin kunai at Pain. There was a flash as Naruto appeared, falling towards Pain, his fist drawn back to hit the Deva Path. And OSD. Pain narrowed his eyes and changed the level of power he was going to put in his jutsu to a much lower setting, and aimed it at the incoming Jinchuriki. What he was not expecting was for Naruto to do the same, and extend his unclenched hand to Pain as his blue eyes changed into the Rinnengan. Shinra Tensei, they both shouted and the equal forces collided and cancelled each other out. Pain's eyes widened before Naruto's fist collided with his cheek and they both plummeted to the ground. Chapter 64 Against the Rinnengan. OSD Yojensha plays. An impressive amount of power was in that jutsu, Madara said, smoking slightly, having just absorbed the blazing raisin lance with Path. The clone Minato had holding him was also absorbed into said ability. What the dash? Minato asked in shock. Your eyes. What did they change into? And what do you do to neutralize my jutsu? Interesting. How do I have an ability that I should not have had until near the end of my lifespan? Madara questioned before a mummy-wrapped figure came down from the sky to land next to Madara. Even with this body's stealth skills, it sure was not easy giving the geezer and his granddaughter the slip, Kabuto said through Mu's body. Speaking through an Edo Tensei link? Morbid aren't we? Madara asked. I built that power into your younger version. That proves my theory that the Rinnengan is a result of the power of the Senju and the Uchiha combined. You did acquire Hashirama's cells in the Valley of the End then? How? Did you find a way to decipher the Sage's tablet? No, as I said, this is merely a theory I had based off of years of research conducted by Orochimaru-sama. Madara paused before he looked under his shirt curiously. I see. What else are you aware of? Not much. The one who you have using your name is working on some of the particulars of your plan, but I am not certain if he intends to follow through your plan exactly. And then there is a certain man named Reisen Genshukei who is complicating things a bit. I am uncertain of just who he is, but he clearly terrifies Toby to a point where he has enlisted my aid to try to get one up on the man. Madara narrowed his eyes, wondering just who this Reisen was. It seems that I have a lot of work that I need to do. But let me test my new capabilities. He cast a few signs and shouted, Wood-style deep forest emergence. A whole forest worth of trees ripped their way out of the ground and began moving at Minato, who pushed aside his surprise at Madara using wood style and quickly took a defensive stance before he attempted to Hiraishin at Madara, but then realized that the Uchiha had gotten rid of the sealing formula he had put on him earlier with whatever jutsu allowed him to absorb the blazing raisin lance. Minato hastily changed tactics by flashing to different areas of the battlefield, and throwing his kunai to avoid all the branches. Madara merely seemed amused as he cast some more hand seals. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. The whole forest was set ablaze at once, and Minato was forced to flash to a different location outside of the forest Madara had made before he got fried alive. Madara was very quick in forming his Susanoo and using it to throw several of the Yasaka Magatama beads at the blonde, who hastily flashed away again and formed a raisin lance to throw at the Susanoo. The raisin lance blasted right into the chest of the defense, and the Susanoo cracked slightly before it shattered. Madara had an expression of surprise on his face as the attack penetrated his defense and impaled the undead Uchiha. Minato then paused as he sensed something was not right. Come out, Madara, the Namikaze stated as he ignored the regenerating Uchiha. I know that is a wood clone and that you are waiting for me to try to seal it. Sage mode lets me sense chakra. Humph, I had expected you to have used it up by now, Madara stated as he emerged from the ground and glared at the Hokage. It seems that you weren't lying about having stored up sage chakra in a seal. You must have some talent with Fuinjutsu to have done such a feat. The only ones I have seen with more impressive sealing arts are of the Uzumaki clan. What I want to know is how you can use wood style, Minato said as Kabuto hovered in the air in Mu's body to continue observing, knowing better than to interfere with such a battle. That is something you will have to find out the hard way if you can, Madara said as he charged Minato, leading to a brief but brutal taijutsu bout between the two. And OSD. Konan gave a small start as the 5 paths that had collapsed not a moment ago rose to their feet. Nagato, what happened? Did you rethink destroying Kumogakure with that jutsu? I was interrupted, Animal Path said. By none other than the Kyubi Shinkiriki. And the reports were correct about him possessing the Rinnengan. Konan's eyes widened and she asked, What are you going to do? Azura Path grabbed Animal Path before Animal responded, I will capture him before he becomes too great a threat. Return to my side at once, this is too dangerous of a battle for you. As you wish, Konan replied as Azura threw Animal Path back into the village. OSD Narukami plays. There was a crash as Deva Path and Naruto hit the ground. The stone hit cracked as Naruto's fist forced Deva Path's head to strike the rock hard, causing the scratched aim headband to fly loose. Deva Path knocked Naruto off of him and dashed back to his feet, his head bleeding slightly. Animal Path landed next to him and used the summoning jutsu to call forth all the other paths. Naruto landed gracefully and stood facing the pains with his arms crossed. Deva took the lead position of the pains as Azura Path fired the Azura attack. Naruto merely extended his hands and said, Shinra Tensei, causing the beam of chakra to disperse. Deva extended a hand and used Bansho Tenon to try to pull Naruto to him for a blow from his chakra rod. Naruto, however, stood in place despite the effort, due to the chakra he was channeling at his feet and the chakra chains he had burrow into the ground to further anchor him. Animal Path slapped his hand on the ground and shouted, summoning jutsu. The giant ox and the dog appeared and charged Naruto, summoning jutsu. Naruto responded, and a mastodon the same size as the ox summons appeared and met the ox's charge with its own charge. The dog made to bear down on Naruto, but the blonde also summoned his hydra with dark gray scales and 3 heads. The dog was able to clamp its jaws down on 2 of the hydra's necks and bite the heads off. Then the dog gave a yelp and pulled back as its head was being ate away at by the acid, its duplication power useless against an ability that did not require an impact of some sort to do damage. Meanwhile, the mastodon had stopped the ox's charge with its own and was now strangling the ox with its trunk. What manner of creature is that? Pain asked as he interestedly viewed 2 heads growing from each of the stumps of the hydra's necks, resulting in a 5-headed opponent at this point. Are you certain that you do not wish for my aid in this battle, Naruto? Kurama asked the blonde from within him. Yeah, I want to test some of my mastery of the Rinnengan against his, so no Bija mode for this, unless I start to get my ass kicked. Keep some chakra handy to assist my clone and Suna instead, just be careful. After using all of those shadow clones at the arena, you only have a quarter of your usual chakra levels. Even you may have problems facing pain after pulling that stunt. Don't worry, I don't intend to lose to Nagato, Naruto thought as he gazed hard at Deva Path, his Rinnengan eyes changing to have the innermost ring yellow with the pupil being a block as he entered Sage mode. You are an irritating little runt, Deva said as he avoided the fangs of 3 of the Hydra's heads before flinging the creature back with Shinra Tensei. Azura and Human ran at Naruto, who drew his new blade, one he had made with the creation of all things jutsu. It was a ninjato slightly longer than Arashikata had been, with the hilt made of simple steel but with a few gemstones with Fuinjutsu seals on them. The blade itself was almost like a liquid with the shape and hardness of metal. Think of the effect of Titus's classic blade from FFX, and that should give you a basic idea. The back of the blade was a bright yellow color, and the edge was red, and the area where the 2 colors met was a dark orange. Azura sent a scorpion tail-like appendage at Naruto, who blocked with his weapon, and literally split the tail right down the middle. Word of warning, Naruto said as he channeled wind chakra into the blade and released it with a swing at Human Path, who had tried to attack from behind. Preta Path moved fast enough to get between the Gale Slash and Human Path and absorb the jutsu. Seishin Horida here has a real sharp edge. Naruto then set his sights on Deva Path and said, Nagato, I want to talk to you in person, so either have these paths take me directly to you, or I will have to cut my way through. Pain's eyes widened, then narrowed, and he said, How did you even know that name, let alone about the paths I am using? Perhaps Jiraiya-sensei was far better at his spying skills than even I was aware of and told you a bit about me. It does not matter. I apologize, but whatever you would say to me in person, you will have to say it here. I simply do not trust someone else with powers on our level near my main body. But if we must talk, know that I am moving towards peace, so for you, the noble thing to do would be to surrender the Kyuubi to me. There is not even a need for you to die from the extraction process. With my powers, you could easily survive. And another bearer of the Rinnengan may well prove helpful to bring peace to this world. Join me and there is so much I could teach you about your powers. No thanks, Naruto said, getting into his Kenjutsu stance. I know exactly how you intend to bring your so-called peace to this world, and I call bullshit on it. The sort of peace you would make is nothing but a lie, just as bad as Madara's vision of peace. I however intend to find the way to a real peace. You are foolish and naive. Very well, if that is how you see things, then we have nothing else to discuss. Bring it, Naruto said, and OST. 5 of Caius's corpse creatures burned to ash under Sasuke Amaterasu, and he drew his swords to cut up several more of them. He held the blade with the hawk engraved on the hilt in his right hand and the sword with the snake engraving in a reverse grip in his left. Looks like you were right, he said as Naruto's reinforced clone jumped to the ground beside the Uchiha. There really was going to be an attack on the village. Where is the real you? He went to Kumo to fight off another invasion there, Naruto said as he cast Swamp of the Underworld to stop several of the beasts. He gave me a full half of his remaining chakra to help this battle go well. And how much is that when you consider what it had taken to get all of the civilians out of the crossfire? He has gotten better at controlling how much chakra he puts into us these days. Instead of evenly dividing his chakra now, he put carefully measured amounts into the clones he wanted and created a bunch with that set amount. Just enough chakra to get to each bystander, and flash them to a safe area before they dispelled, so he would still have as much as possible. More or less, that took about half of his initial reserves, so when he used half of the remainder of his chakra to make me, that is about a quarter of the full reserves for each of us. But that is without drawing on Kurama, so we should both still be good. You are unreal with those inhuman reserves of yours, Sasuke said. There should be a law against sealing bijou in a member of your clan. From what I've seen with Akari, you guys already have enough to match most Jinchuriki. Combining the two is practically cheating if you asked me. Yeah, well, no one did ask the peanut gallery, Naruto snarked. But look, there are about 20 Edo Tensei we have to take care of next. Caius, one of our foes who knows the jutsu, had one in the crowd summon them. Do you have a means of sealing one? I can bind them in snakes for a bit, but I will leave the sealing to you and Itachi, Sasuke replied. OST stalemate plays. Fair enough, the clone said as he drew his sword and leapt at one of the coffins, entering sage mode as he went. The coffin lid opened and an elastic tongue lashed out at Naruto, who spun in midair to avoid the attack before landing in front of the Edo Tensei in question. While I hate to fight the likes of you again with you under Edo Tensei, it is good to know for sure that we really did kill you during the last time someone tried to screw up Chunin exams. Orochimaru. This is humiliating, Orochimaru seethed as he disgorged his Kusanagi blade. To be subject to a jutsu I myself favored at one point. The other coffins opened and their subjects dashed off in multiple directions. In that brief instant, Naruto recognized a few of them. He spotted Drek, Jess and Kyle among them, as well as a few who looked vaguely familiar, though he had no way of recognizing them at first. Naruto growled in irritation when he saw Kyle as one of the revived. Felix was going to be ticked. Lee, what's going on? Tenten asked as she threw several kunai at the undead beasts, but only caused a few lacerations that did not bother or slow them at all. I am not positive, but it seems as though the same stunt that was pulled 2 years ago is being repeated, Lee said as he kicked one of the things back with enough force to crack a few of its ribs as he did so. The creature simply got back up and attacked again. And these things are very persistent indeed. They are corpses raised by a forbidden jutsu, a Naruto clone said as he landed next to Lee. Unless you rip or cut them into small pieces or burn them to ash, they will keep coming at you. And the one who rose them put fire-resistant chemicals in their bodies, so the latter is hard to do, and so is the former. He reinforced their bones with metal to make cutting them up harder as well. Yeah, but I doubt either one is impossible, Tenten said as she unsealed an axe and a ball covered in exploding tags. Yash! You are most youthful indeed, Tenten, Lee declared before he turned to Naruto and asked, where are the bodies being controlled from? Last time I saw the guy, he was in that direction. Why? Would defeating him stop all of the corpses? Yeah, if the scroll he wrote the commands they follow in is destroyed. But wait, you are not seriously thinking of... Naruto's clone trailed off as Lee undid his leg warmers and removed his weights, tossing them at a few more of the beasts, and staggering them as a result of the amount of weight behind them. Yash, I shall undertake the most youthful endeavor of taking out the vast majority of our opponents by defeating their controller, Lee declared as he leapt in the direction Naruto had so stupidly pointed him to. Me and my big mouth, Naruto's clone muttered as Tenten's sweat dropped before loping off a corpse's head. Worst part is, I don't have enough chakra to do anything but Haration with a few civilians, so stopping him from going after a very dangerous opponent is way out of my league. I just hope he doesn't get himself killed. I'd go after him myself, Tenten said as she threw her exploding ball at a large group of enemies. But I can't keep up with him even with his weights on, so it's out of my league too. But it is Lee, he can handle himself. Naruto was about to retort that against Caius he would be in trouble, but then he saw Isaac already following the spandex-clad boy with impressive speed of his own. Naruto relaxed slightly. Isaac may be crazy, but he should at least be able to help Lee hold his own until he could arrange for assistance. Gaara growled as a few more creatures tried to attack, only to be crushed by his sand. They still tried to rise again, so Gaara realized he had to reduce them to pulp, rather than just crush vital organs. His sand shield rose and took a blow meant for the back of his head. Your defense has gotten both faster and stronger since the last time we met, Drachmus said to the Jinchuriki. But you will still come with dash. He was cut off as his cloaked form was coated in sand, and Gaara narrowed his eyes at Drachmus. I am not as weak as I was when you last tried to capture me, Gaara stated as he compressed his sand on Drachmus, only for the part demon to break free in his full demonic form and attack Gaara. Before his blow could connect, his claws were blocked on the flat of a very familiar blade. Gaara, do you mind leaving me to settle some unfinished business with Marcus here? Felix asked conversationally as he and Drachmus both leapt back. Are you sure you can handle him alone? Gaara asked. Like I said, this is personal unfinished business, so this is something I have to do alone. Very well, but be prepared to request assistance. Losing your pride is better than losing your life, Gaara stated as he floated up on a platform of sand. Finally, I get to rip you apart with no distractions, Drachmus said as he got into a stance that signified he was ready to charge his foe. That is assuming you will still desire to do so before this is over, Felix said as he got into a defensive stance. Geez, what kind of attack was that, HM? Deidara asked after getting over his shock at having his bird impaled and him almost hit by the same attack. Had he not slowed his mount to make a turn at the last instant, he would have been in very bad shape right about now. As he prepped a few bombs to drop on the village, a bunch of red tendrils impaled his bird's wings and yanked it down to the ground. Deidara himself landed far from gracefully as he hastily got off his mount. Who did that? When I get my hands on you, I'll. He started. I did, Alex said as the red tendrils receded into his fingertips. Time to make you pay then, HM. Deidara shouted as he stepped towards his foe and launched a few more bombs at Alex. But the blood wielder simply sent another wave of his blood from the cuts on his palms to take the explosions for him. Keep away from me! Alex growled as he launched a few tendrils that seemed intent on ripping the bomber to shreds. What's the matter? You're not afraid of a guy with a few works of art in his arsenal, are you, HM? Deidara asked as he tried to discreetly send a few spider bombs to sneak past Alex's defense. Alex did a double take and said, "Oh, actually, I just have a bit of a paralyzing fear of close quarters with females, and I assumed based off of your appearance that. Never mind." He impaled the spider bombs and flung them away before they could go off. Deidara developed a tick mark and shouted, "I am quite obviously a guy, thank you very much, HM." He sent a few bird bombs at Alex in hopes of outmaneuvering his blood. And OST, honestly, you IWA chumps can't fight jack shit, can you? Tsurui demanded as he stepped over about 20 IWA ninja corpses. Good grief, and here I was, hoping for a workout, but this is boring. Several other IWA nin dashed at their foe, a few launching long-range earth jutsu, but he easily fended off the attacks and cut down his attackers. Then he felt a sense of serious danger, and dozed to the side to barely avoid a dust-style attack. Kuratsuchi landed on the ground in front of Tsurui and said, "Well, if most of our forces bore you, why don't you try me?" "Hell, I thought Kabuto had sent Mu to keep you and the Tsachikage busy?" Tsurui asked in mild surprise. "Yeah, but we forced him to split into two parts, and the half we didn't get gave us the slip, so we split up to search for him. He can't use dust style anymore, so he is not terribly dangerous to pursue alone anymore, as long as we kept our guards up." "Well then, I accept your challenge," Tsurui said as he raised both of his blades and charged. OSTA crisis after another plays. After about 2 minutes of trading blows, Minato and Madara broke apart, and Nyanto threw a kunai at Madara, who dodged it before Minato flashed to the location and tried to hit Madara with a Rinnengan, only for it to be absorbed. Minato high-rishined away before Madara could launch a counterblow, thinking, "Great, so he can absorb my ninjutsu-based attacks with that weird barrier of his, so my best bet is to save Rinnengan attacks for his Susanoo, and try to use frog food to beat him, but his own taijutsu is first class. So such a battle would be too long for me to continue Sage mode. I only have about 4 minutes worth left. And unless I can get a good hit off on him, I won't get the chance to seal him. What do I do?" Kabuto continued to watch in silence from his perch in the air before he dodged a blast from dust style. Well, Inoki, it's about time you have found me, but I'm afraid that it does not matter that you did," Kabuto said with Mu's mouth as he pointed down, and Inoki's gaze followed Mu's finger before he paled. "Madara Uchiha." Inoki gasped and hastily floated to Minato's side. "You look familiar," Madara said as he gazed at Inoki, who was already forming a cube between his hands. "You must be that fence-sitter brat I once toyed with." Inoki fired his dust-style attack, only to be disappointed when Madara absorbed the jutsu. "Damn," Inoki cursed. "He already has the Rinnengan at this point. That will make things very difficult. But still, we have to beat him somehow. I already failed to do so twice before. This may be my final chance to make things right." "Inoki, be careful, this guy is very strong," said. "I am already well aware of that. I faced him before. It is time to bring this little game to an end, unless of course you can counter this," Madara said as he once again brought his Susanoo out, and he formed seals along with the aura. He formed a ram's seal, while one set of the Susanoo arms did a snake seal and the other did a bird seal. "No, not that jutsu!" Inoki shouted in a panic. Madara's eyes narrowed in mild confusion as to how Inoki could recognize a jutsu the Uchiha had never before used. "What is it?" Minato asked, before the sky darkened rapidly and he looked up. His face took on an expression of rarely seen fear and disbelief. "This can't be real. Is this really Madara's power? Not here, not in the middle of my village!" Inoki cursed in despair. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, Go check out the other videos on the channel, I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.